Today, we're going to be starting a brand new colony. Doing a swamp hill with maximum pollution. So doing that same thing again. And I'm going to go ahead and do this real fast, which is edit, add part, disable incident. And I'm going to go down here to man in black. Where are you at? There you are. My mouse is literally on it. I do need to get rid of the random research, unfortunately. So save. No MIB. Because I actually don't like the Man in Black event, personally. Like, it's fine. I brought stuff back, but for content creation, when you're that far gone, I usually just don't want to deal with it. We are doing commitment mode, strive to survive. The anomaly settings, I've debated, we won't do it with this challenge. I've debated having one that we just do this. Oh, study efficiency, leave that alone. Just even inactive, just crank it up. I'm not going. Oh, there we go. But I've debated wanting to really do that kind of thing of just cranking it way up, and just have like try and hold it down with the anomaly at 11. We're not doing that with this. We are already doing a challenge, which is the first part of the challenge. You see this little gauge right here, all the way to the right. And I'm going to get rid of the caves and the mountains just to make it easier for me to get a hold of a tile I want. Because we're not going to be building on caves and mountains anyways, having them featured on the map doesn't really impact much. So go ahead and generate our map. And what we're looking for is a swamp hill with at least like 95% pollution. Ideally, I'd like 100%. That said, what the game actually does is once you go to a tile with maximum pollution, it will carve out a little spot in the middle for you to spawn on that doesn't have pollution. That's just the way the world generation works. We did have one map that didn't happen because I think it put that spot on a mountain tile. Or on stone, which was the first time I had seen that. But normally you get like a little teeny tiny spot in the middle that you can base from. Which is where you end up growing things. This is one of those things that I almost always have to carve into some rock at the early game. But I deliberately don't allow myself to choose maps that are like cliffside or mostly mountain or whatever like that. So that way I'm very confined for space in the rock, because my end goal isn't to build a dwarf castle that's just got pollution on the outside. Because for those who don't know, the mountain doesn't start with pollution in it outside of caves. Like, the naturally formed caves will have pollution in them, but anything I carve out, the game loses whether or not it has pollution once you've built mountain or whatever on it. Alright, so I'm going to immediately go here, and I'm going to choose to look for a swamp hill. So let's see. We are at 81% pollution. Yeah, so these aren't getting higher, they're getting lower. Because that's the statistic I'm looking for right there, is ones with like 100% or near to 100%. There's none over here that are going to have high enough, so let's pop up here. Swamp Hill. There's some pollution down there, only in the 60%. Alright, so that swamp over there is going to be a bust. Tropical rainforest. We got a little bit of swamp over here that's pretty high pollution. None of those are nearly high enough. 62. Yeah, still not high enough up there. It's always the slowest part of this whole thing, is just finding tiles, because you look at some of these, even those aren't that high. You look at some of these places up here, we're at 100%. That's what we want, but I want Swamp Hill. So it does take a little poking around to find a tile. There we go. That's solid pollution there. Let's see if we choose Swamp Hill nearby. It teleports me way over there, so there's nothing up here that's Swamp Hill. That's because it's against the coast, unfortunately. It's still tropical rainforest. Okay, we're at 94%. We got some stuff here, so let's do Swamp Hill here. Weirdly, so I've been noticing this weird thing where we can have Swamp Hill in the desert. Let's kick all the way over here and see again. Yeah, so it's down there, so there's not a Swamp Hill in that pollution. And those are 80%. That's not quite high enough for my taste. Alright, let's go to the other side here. That temperate? Yep. There's some swamp down there, not particularly high pollution. That's Rual. Not much pollution on that one. Still nowhere near enough pollution. And I've only had once or twice that I've had to regenerate the map because we haven't hit that. Man. There needs to be a even more 100% swamp, like, pollution. That's not the button I wanted. That didn't help us. Okay, so we're back over here. Let's go around the other way. Yeah, it's rainforest. That doesn't have nearly enough pollution. Let's see, why do you always set the globe coverage to 100%? It makes the save a lot bigger and loading longer, while rarely interaction with anything else. It's because I need more tiles to be able to find what I'm looking for is the biggest reason. Because as you notice, I'm struggling to find a swamp hill that has it, so I'm going to have to regenerate the map a bunch of times. So I try to make do by just generating a giant world and looking for the one that... Alright, this is kind of promising here. Still not the right button. Need this button. Not high enough. 60 is way too low. Prepare carefully can help locate those? Probably. These days, I'm like even more cagey about the mod situation. For those who haven't seen, we've had multiple issues with what have been really beloved, not RimWorld specifically, but like City Skylines and a couple of others that have been really beloved games in their respective genre, or mods in their respective games, that the person either just, they got pissed off at the game or whatever their issue was, and then go and then do an update on the mod that adds a virus. There's also been ones that, like, the person who made the mod was totally fine, but someone else got a hold of their, like, GitHub page or whatever and pushed up an update to the mod. And then 100% pollution is false advertising. Yep. Yes, it is. That's the whole reason I have to generate such a big world, is you're noticing how much I'm going around just looking for tiles with decent pollution. We're not even finding that many. Here we go. This is promising. Nope. Teleported me way over there. %. So we're getting there. 81%. It's not high enough, though. The difference between, like, 95 and 81% is very significant. Unfortunately. We might regenerate the map here in just a minute. That's rainforest, not swamp. And I could turn up the rain to do it, but that also means I just deal with obnoxious amounts of rain on the map normally. I might still do it just to make my life easier, because I'll make more swamp total. Yeah, so we're gonna back out, randomize seed. Okay. We're gonna make bad decisions. How do we die in the last run? It was a series of events that put us into a bad place. To go through it, we started with a volcanic winter that really delayed our growing season, which got followed by a cold snap. And before we recovered from the cold snap, so far as like got the next harvest, we had a blight hit our cornfield, which is our main field that grows the slowest, that we had been really counting on. And then after all of that, we had gut worms that came after that. And so we're barely hanging on with our food after like all those series of events. And then we just had a particularly rough impid raid that was what actually finished the job. Because between everyone dealing with mild malnutrition and all that, fighting a legitimately challenging raid with everyone having a consciousness penalty from mild malnutrition was just rough. But it was just one after the other, after the other, after the other, knocking down our food. Which, you know, I did have people saying, oh, well, if you got hydroponics earlier, you could have potentially survived this. I'm like, right, but hear me out. That cornfield was basically ready to harvest when it got wiped out. It was just the fact that we had like these 5 events back to back to back just didn't give us a chance to recoup. Alright, so we'll go here and Swamp Hill. So we're looking for packs with lots of pollution. So lots of pollution up here. Not quite enough. We're getting up to the 80s, but not the 90s, which is where we gotta be. That's looking promising. Okay, so we got 100% tropical swamp. Now I just want Swamp Hill. 92% is a little lower than I wanted. Ideally, I want... Oh, that's Lone Mountain. I was like, what? We don't want Lone Mountain. Lone Mountain is a bit too much. Okay, so we'll go check out another one. That was close. Nah, it's garbage over there. Okay, so that area doesn't have any in it at all. Is that tropical rainforest? No, it's swamp as well. Teleported me all the way down there, so there's nothing in that entire area that's going to have it. Not enough pollution. Not enough pollution. Not enough pollution. Close, but still not quite there. See, that's what we're looking for, is pollution like that, but I need it on the swamp. Here we go. This is a good-looking area. Swamp Hill. 99% Swamp Hill. Sold. Nearby tiles have pollution. There will be acidic smog roughly every 16 days. Some acidic smog slows the growth of plant, deteriorates exposed items, and makes people unhappy. Yes, this sounds like home. And for ideology... Oh, sorry. Ritualist? Probably not with Tribal. Tribal Ritualist together is a bit much on the research penalty. We could go into Ritualist later, but I think we'll start... Prolicizer is a very neutral one that just makes it easier to do that. Yeah, the queue's up. Frequent there. We're going to take off the requirement for their clothing, because I just find that annoying. I don't care about what the celebrations are. All the rest can be random. We just wanted to make sure that that's set to frequent. It is going on here. Hey, Sui, good to see ya. Alright, so let's pop in here. And my first rule is, all scars I want to earn myself. Okay, so we've got a group that's here. Let's see what we've got. Sanguine Gourmand, who's super immune. I don't like Gourmand, but a Sanguine super immune is really not bad for here. So I will tolerate you for now. Nope. I basically try to avoid chemical fascination and stuff that is going to cause people to just have fights. Psychically hypersensitive. I can live with that. Body monitor. Meandrous means social fights. Alcohol addiction right on the get-go. No. I don't want 2 gourmands. A careful shooter, nudist kind, that is a solid pawn. You can stay. Undergrounders, fine. Great memory, night owl, greedy. I don't like greedy. It's not that big a deal to deal with greedy. You just give them the best bedroom. But I just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, for those who don't know, so absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of excellent games. I'm playing some Planet Crafter recently, which is an absolutely excellent game. Ah, you're correct. I am missing in the medical department. Ooh, look. I don't need these skills, but Fast Walker, Quick Sleeper is really nice. Like, really nice. I don't need this. Is there someone else I don't need? What do we even have? So I have a social and intellectual person who's good at shooting. There's our researcher. We've got a plants person. We've got a cooking construction person. That's not a great combination to be together. We got a construction mining. That is. Yeah, we reroll you. We need a doctor. We're on tropical swamp. Volatile. I don't want a volatile pawn. Bloodlust. Why is everyone who wants to give me medical be like, what if we gave you a terrible pawn, but they had medical? Jealous cannibal, great memory. I don't want to deal with jealous. Slow learner, pacifist, not... Some of these are really good pawns we're skipping by. Give me medical. Because doing a tropical swamp without medical is just basically choosing death. An undergrounder nudist. I could live with this. They do have a scar, and I don't like taking the scar early. Check their ages. That's probably a good call as well. Oh yeah, they're all super young. I usually only care about the age if we're starting to push 60. Yeah, so I think that's good. So we've got a sanguine, gourmand, super immune. I don't like gourmand. It's pretty annoying. But at the same time, sanguine and super immune on a tropical swamp. Uh-huh. Psychically hypersensitive is, you know, both good and bad. Let's see, if they're under 21, they don't have adulthood. No, they're the only one I think that isn't qualified as an adult. I'm trying to remember. I believe the game considers them an adult for functionality at 13, but then they do have some penalties to their life, and under that, I think it's under 18. I'm okay with it. I can live with that. We have all skills represented, which I almost never have. Yeah, I could live with that, though. Under 18, they only get one trait. I mean, yet I see 3 traits here. We're generating that, so the traits ignore that mechanic because that's when they're aging up. I believe it's 13 is when they're considered an adult from the aging side of it, so far as like your skills and all that. They only get one background? Yeah, I don't care if they get one background or 2 backgrounds. That doesn't matter to me either way. So they're going to be a bit like single purpose. But no, I'm happy with that. We've got passions in every single one of the jobs. I almost never have that. I almost have something like the construction or something gets left out. All right. So, let's take a look at what we got this time. So, normally we'll get an area of about this big. That'll be not pollution. The last one we had, we literally didn't get a space without pollution, because this was a 100% pollution tile. This actually gave me a really respectable sized area, so that's good news for us. That we are going to have a pretty big area to work with. Let's unforbid all of this. And let's quickly go through our pawns. Who is going to be our melee pawn? Do we have someone who's purely melee? Honestly, probably you. So you'll be our melee pawn. So you go up here and grab the Equa. Because one of our pawns, I did not see that was a masterwork. One of our pawns started with a bolt-action rifle as just like an item they had, which is really nice. So apparently we're starting with a master quality bolt-action rifle. So yeah, that's not something I'm going to complain about, to say the least. We'll want that. Where is the other bow? It's over there. We have a streaker? Yeah, we have a nudist. Okay, so I think for building the colony, I'm going to put the entrance back here. That'll suck in the short term because this is mud, which will have a slow, like a pretty significant movement penalty. But I've got a big chunk of steel that's probably here. We got steel down here. So I don't know what our situation is. I could also see there's a hollow gap in here somewhere that I can't see right now because it's not revealed. But if I go in here, it means I've got this area to use. That is probably the ancient... Well, no. That's got a weird pattern. That may or may not be the ancient danger. Yes, they're both marble. I'm not sure about that one. That could be the ancient danger there, but I'm not used to having an offshoot. So we'll see. Unless I have an obvious ancient danger somewhere else in the map, which I don't. We weirdly have a pocket there. The other thing to check is... Okay, so we didn't start with any of the Pollux trees. One of your pawns is Careful Shooter. Yes. One of our pawns had Careful Shooter as well. Yeah, that is the one of the bolt action. I'm not the biggest fan of Careful Shooter. That extra amount of aim time is pretty rough. It's okay when you get something like an assault rifle, but I'm not a super fan of it. All right, so we're gonna start here by saying this will be our opening room. We got uranium on the other side. I don't think that uranium's gonna cut the whole way through. Yeah, we'll go here and we'll say 6x5. We'll make that room there. They all have pretty low shooting skill? Yes. We are going to hunt anything that steps out of the pollution for a while, both to help with our food front and as well as the rest. All of this, we look at it, we've got basically rich soil. That is one nice thing about dealing with the swamp. One of the main benefits of the swamp, for as awful as it is in every other way, is that it does give you very high soil fertility. And then this will be medicine. Okay. So schedule-wise, give them a recreation. Do we have anyone here who is a night owl? No. So everyone will be on the same work schedule. Let's change our priorities here. We also have a decent number of people who can social, which I'm not used to. This is a very atypical colony for me. I'm usually not... I don't usually have colonies that have good... Alright. Right now, we'll leave all of you on hunting. Okay, so you're our construction and mining person. You're our farmer. We don't really have a crafting person, which is a big problem. We'll leave that at that priority. You can't hunt at all. Okay, so one big negative we have out of the colony is I don't really have a construction person to speak of. For right now, we're going to let our cook be our construction person. Well, actually, I have two people who can cook. Right now, I'm going to let them both operate as cooks. Actually, let's do it this way. This is probably a mistake, but... And then you'll prioritize cleaning and you'll prioritize hauling. Here. We'll do that. Okay. What are your thoughts on high mates? High mates can be incredibly powerful and useful pawns. And all that. So let's go ahead and get people named here while they start moving around and doing their things. What are our animals, by the way? Our animals are dead, or what our animals are. We are eating them. Okay, so we're going to start naming our colonists. So first we have our melee pawn, who is psychically sensitive, who is our farmer. So we're going to draw the name, and that's going to be Calaria Star. Cool. And next up, we've got our super immune Sanguine Gourmand, who is one of our cooks. And you are going to be Benley. That's not how you spell Benley at all. After that, we've got our Undergrounder, who's our construction mining person. And that'll be Jay Walker. Followed by our Undergrounder Nudist, who is our doctor. And that is going to be a night dweller. And last but not least, our researcher. I don't think that queue is actually empty, who's illicit NZ. I still need to sit down sometime and figure out what the cause of that is. I think the reason it says the queue is empty sometimes is I think it gets a blank line on the end of it, and it draws the empty line at the end of it, is what I think is happening. Alright. You're the medic? Yes, you are the medic. I do want to apologize to your next of kin, because most likely if you're the medic, you're going to have the track record of every single medic in every single colony I've had, which means you're already dead. That's just been my luck with medics. Okay. It's interesting that it doesn't say that they're idle. Meanwhile, we can go over here and say dumping stockpile and regular stockpile just for the moment. I did not want to combine those. Just trying to get those set up. Alright. And also, temporarily, I'll put the beds over there, just in the off chance we don't hollow this out enough to make room. And unlike the last one, where we were absolutely struggling to get any amount of stuff going on, so far as like the food and all that, like no trees, not. Oh man, look at all those berries, chat. Look at that. Berries for days. There's a very distinct line between where the pollution is and isn't. So the next thing I'm gonna go ahead and do is expand area 1. We are going to go ahead and start trying to set the not polluted area, because what'll end up happening is my people will get exposed to pollution, and as it builds up more and more of a percent, it gets more and more dangerous. So what I'm going to want to do is every time someone starts getting to like in the upper teens to like 20% pollution, I need to take them off of being able to go stuff, because they'll do what illicit ND's doing right now, who has decided to watch this clouds laying down in the toxic waste. As you do. You've struck plasteel. Normally I'm excited about that, but that means it's gonna take us even longer to mine that out. So not my favorite. Yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect. I'm mostly just trying to get areas where I could potentially build rooms of any kind. Or grow stuff or whatever. I kind of like that this mountain is going to be bisecting what I might use as my base area, because that gives me opportunities to have it like in the middle and have, you know, my grow zone for my food on one side, my grow zone for my animals on the other. I guess I'm not going to make it perfect as I'm touching it all up. Basically, I'm marking all that can't stay. These ones here won't stay. Okay. Cool. So you take away the pollution. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, okay, on one hand, hitting plasteel this early and having some plasteel is nice, but on the other hand, mining this room out to make space for us to have a place to live, it's not helping me any. Alright, so one thing we can also do is right now I have no reason to step outside the safe area, the not polluted area. So with that, we can go wildlife. If anyone finds time on their schedule that an animal dares wander into our area, you have some pollution zoned as okay in the upper right. Oh, yep, I see it. Yeah, that spot there probably wouldn't matter, but good not to have it. Last thing I need is someone running there and then laying down in the pollution to go cloud watch. Why are you doing this in the pollution? Why are you having a party in the toxic waste? Hey, Siren, how's it going? Alright, let's hide that again. I will say, this map, we get to very easily see where things are. Oh, do we not have a monolith? Really? There is no monolith on the map. I'm okay with that. Your colonies feel a psychic presence echoing. Its signal from an inhuman, twisted mind. Oh, right. If I accept it, it pops out of the ground. That's right. They made it so you could basically make it exist. Yeah, okay, there we go. Because I do want the monolith, because we will do anomaly stuff, because I really like anomaly. Go Frenzy and Knife Dweller. Alright, so we're working on this. Jaywalker's doing their best to try and clear that out. That plasteel is going to slow down our early game mining, because Jaywalker, as I recall, they're decent at mining, but it's going to take them a while. Well, it's also going to work. Everyone can have a low priority in plant cut. So we're actually out of food? We are. Okay. Get to harvesting. And my growing person is Calaria. How about giving low priority mining to everyone? That's not a bad option either. Alright, you're gonna need to take a quick pause from that and harvest a handful of those. That's right, Calaria has a passion for farming, but they're not good at farming yet. Alright. Yeah, another good news about this tile versus the other one. Let's see, how do you plan on getting rid of the toxic waste again? Pollux trees just take it from the ground and bag it right? No, so Pollux trees absorb it from the ground and get rid of it permanently. But they only have a very small radius they operate in. So the way you end up working with it is I'll bag up some pollution from here, drag it over. There's no trees in my map yet, but let's pretend a tree appears here. I drop it under a tree, I let the bag decay, dropping the pollution back on the ground. The tree slowly absorbs it. And I mean slowly. It is not a viable solution most time. You know what? Let's actually leave those spots. So pretty soon we'll be able to make a butchering location. Few tiles per day. Yeah, it's something like 2 or 3 tiles per day per tree or something like that. And then normally on maximum pollution, I believe you'll get something in the area of 3 trees that naturally occur over time. And I mean over time, like, over a full in-game year kind of time. Yeah, so we need you to do more of those. That's partly because we have a gourmand has significantly increased our food requirements. Gourmand is a pretty rough trait to have. Yes, that's all the berry bushes right there. We are starting to get our I need to cancel Bentley from doing the plasteel because it just takes so long. Oh, who is our highest social, by the way? 0, 4, 4, 2, 5. Alright, so Illicit will end up being our moral guide, but it is nice to have 3 people who are at least decent social. Take the weapons. Give me your pemmican. Dibs on leader. You might end up being the colony, like, I'm thinking Illicit NC will probably be the moral guide. One of you two will be the leader. And then more than likely, I can't remember what the third role ended up being, whether it'll be like a mining person or a production person or the growing person. Whatever we end up doing for like the next one, then, you know, Jay Walker could potentially fill in. But like, either of these two could be it pretty straightforward. They're both 4 and 4. It's fine. Yeah, so deconstructing those, we get steel. We don't care about that. Yeah, so we're only starting to get our rice down. The good news is that's rich soil. But if I carve that spot in, I'll put my my butchering table. And I'll put the oven over here, maybe. Yeah, almost this whole room has been nothing but like compact steel and all that. Normally I would have the initial room carved out by now. But the curse and the blessing of finding all that material. Oh yeah, no, I know. You're all good. One thing we should do, as well, is I should make a bridge here. Not now, it's not the priority right this second, but we'll definitely want to have a bridge there. So butchering spot. And then we can put a stool there. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, butcher, creature, do forever. All right, animals. First on the list. Mad Rat. So rally everyone. Get him over here. I could definitely see making this go through. I think we'll do that. I normally keep my bases these days one way in, one way out, but I think in this particular case, I am going to make this main production room have 2 sides to it. Someone hit that rat. Oh, and... yeah, so you'll be good. We got a doctor. Medical, before we forget, do that. You're on self 10 for the moment. Who's our doctor again? Tend first. Infection is really rough on this tile. But also need to go to health, do this, change defaults. There we go. Okay. That way we don't waste Glitter World on bruises. Starvation on Ben Lee. I just realized the one that the rat hurt was my doctor, or sorry, my growing person. The person I kind of need the most right now, so that's certainly not appreciated game. Who is our animal handler, by the way? Oh, it's also Claria Star. Of course it is. Alright. Thanks, game. I appreciate you. The good news is you didn't get hurt that bad. Don't eat my food. Go hunt your own. Alright. So I'm gonna wait till they actually get this planted before I queue up the next one. The other thing we need to do is recreation. Right now, just plunk that there. I'll put you in the corner in there for right now. Get that sorted. It is good to have a dedicated person for cleaning and a dedicated person for hauling. Cool. Claria Star is back up. We got food poisoning. The cat got its revenge. We killed the cat to deal with it and give us a little food, and it immediately gave us food poisoning. That's called karma. That zone for now. Okay. So pretty soon we're going to move everyone to not sleeping outside. For the idea of mining the straight way through, we'll just go ahead and pop over here real fast. Okay, so we need to name our colonist or faction. Let's see. You should have given it head pats, then cooked it. I know. I should have made it happier before it went. So we're in a highly polluted swamp for the tile, and then the faction. Right now, our ideology is basically neutral. We're prolicizers, so we just pretty much harass anyone who shows up until they're one of us. And otherwise, we're tribal for the start. There's not a whole lot of stuff going on with this. I have been going to, like, the settlement name and doing stuff like, YouTube comments or like Twitter, the classic jokes about things being toxic. Competitive gaming communities. There. That's what our faction name is, or that's the colony name. Competitive gaming communities. Just because it's toxic. And as far as the faction goes, you just randomize 3 times and accept it. Honestly, there's times I've been tempted to do that just so we don't sit on the screen for any longer than we have to. For the faction name, detoxifiers, sure. Good enough for me. I could have called it something like the moderation team or something for detoxifier. No, well, it's fine. Lean into all of that. Yeah, every time one of them walks at a tile, so it like immediately starts cracking shots at it. So delete those. Go to furniture. Cool. And also production fueled stove. It's time to move our way up to cooked food. Detoxifying competitive gaming community is the dream. We start cleaning the world, then in the far future we will detoxify our gaming community. Yeah, we are taking competitive gaming and we're bringing it to modern times. And by that I mean just asking people please to, you know, you can have your banter, but at least have some think before you say moments. Finding that balance. Wonder why you keep staying up so late compared to everybody else. Well, at the moment, it looks like you got food poisoning. It certainly doesn't help. Oh man, that's more plasteel. We've got a fairly rich tile so far as minerals. I've got steel here, steel there, components. We had plasteel here, we got plasteel over there, we've got uranium here, we got steel here, here, and here, probably one big node. We got more components, more components. Nothing up there. Steel, steel, steel. More components. So honestly, for what we could see, that's honestly one of the better starts material-wise. We also have components over here off to the side. We're not going to mine any of that out till we can actually put those components to use. Otherwise, my luck is someone will throw a tantrum and destroy 100 components all in one go. It's 50 components. That's usually what they destroy, a stack of 50. But, I'd rather just not deal with that crap. As most in a community love people who think they're talking to the streamer, with unban requests, blame overzealous mods for banning them. Oh yeah, no, that happens. My favorite one is when they try to gaslight me that the mod, like, they don't understand why the mod banned them. That's my favorite. I had one of those a week or so ago where the person was like, I don't understand why I got banned. Like, you know, I didn't do anything wrong. You know, your mod said XYZ. And I pulled up their chat history and it's like, yeah, no, you said those things. I'm not sure what you're contesting here because the mod was like, hey, you said these things, you got asked to stop it, and you kept doing it, and eventually you got banned. And you're like, but I didn't do it. I'm like, I don't know, I'm looking at your chat history, it's right here, man. So the answer with the unbanned request is like, no, like, I can very clearly see you did say all those things. Some people are just interesting. Alright, so Venom Trash has shown up with a knife. Oh no. Not a knife. Well, hopefully we're slightly better shots than the last time. So I'm going to try and run up over here to the edge of the pollution, like into the pollution just slightly. They are a waster, which does mean they are going to get bonuses to their movement speed. Luckily, they also have a penalty because they have asthma and all that. So they still end up slightly behind with all their stats. No, I should have not canceled that. Nice shot. Shattered the spine in one hit. Cool. Do you have any nice clothes? No, not really. Yes, so cool. So we'll quickly take you off restriction for just a moment to go... Do I not have a stockpile? I thought I made a stockpile. Oh, the stockpile has no space because there's trees. There we go. Who was the Feinberg? I'm pretty sure it was illicit. But let's double check the log. Yeah, it's illicit. Illicit, who was our careful shot with a masterwork bolt action that I don't know which pawn started with, but one of our pawns started with a bolt action, which is just something happens based on their backstories. Sometimes they'll have a weapon or whatever. Which it doesn't tell you it's going to give you a masterwork. It's just like, I'm going to give you a bolt action. Like, okay, that's nice. And then it gave me a masterwork. I go like, excuse me? A masterwork bolt action at the very beginning? Sure, why not? So a careful shot with a masterwork bolt action rifle is going to hit their targets. Oh, hey, I see what you mean by, like, as like Rual asterisk. I'm like, what? It's like, right, you were saying, hey, Rual in chat, and it spell corrected to real or whatever. Alright, once we get this room mined out, I still need to get a crafting bench probably here. I want to go ahead and get other stuff brought in. We are going to want to make a stockpile indoors for some of the more valuable stuff. So let's go here, storage, clear, important. For right now, I'm going to say components. Oh, not manufacturers entirely. Components. And we will say medicine and food. They don't have much space to work with. Soul juice pod with the Persona Zeus hammer. Oh, absolutely. You've sunk into Noita for the last little while. Just died on a god run. Yeah, it happens. Especially, like, there's certain things that no matter how juiced your character gets... Why are you sleeping out here? No matter how juiced your character gets, will ultimately get you killed. Like, polymorphine is one of those ones that... No matter how far you get, there's always just that danger of just getting splashed with a drop of polymorphine, turning into a sheep and insta-dying, even if you have literally millions of health. Because the moment you become a sheep, you get 1 health and that's it. Okay, so it looks like you finished planting the rice field. So let's pop down here. And that'll be potatoes. Deconstruct all of this junk. That's what you mean, you're terrible at it, and this is the best you've done. Made it past the Hisi base, decided to go back, and died from teleporting directly into Bridge Boss. Oh yeah, no, teleportation will get you too. And Kalaria's keeping what food we can alive for us. Would you get to the dying part already? You've been out here for like, there you go. It's like you've been out here for 2 days just rotting in the swamp.
Thank you Ceresi_the_mage for subscribing for 22 months.
Thank you Cerise the Mage for the tier 1 sub. That's 22 months you've been subbed to channel. Almost 2 years. That's a heck of a long time, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that continued support, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement for viewing, advertisement for reviewing, as well as access to the emotes. Let's see, your teleport wand had always cast Circle of Vigor, and you had an infinite wand that always cast Magic Arrow, not the dangerous one. Not like getting back up with a shatter. It's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't that they were going to die. It was just like, okay, look, man, you need to get with the actually being dead part. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and carve a path through here, because I don't want them walking around the pollution again. Oh, I didn't check. So we've got 1 geothermal here. So I got 1 geothermal on the map, and it's right there, because the geothermal can't appear in the mud areas. So I got the 1 down there as my only geothermal. So we're definitely going to need more than geothermal power this time. In the meantime, let's slow down time for just a moment, because I'm going to go ahead and put down a workbench here, a research bench here. We're also going to want to go here and say furniture, wall torch. Put them on either side of the room. Yeah, that's not a bad geothermal. You should have gone back up to the bridge boss. You just really wanted to find an add mana somewhere so I could make the healing wand more damage. Your damage wand too. There's some risk in making your healing wand your damage wand in the game, and the risk ends up being that is you'll run into problems where you need to damage enemies that try to get close to you, and you drop the heal of vigor, and then the enemies get healed as well, and it becomes kind of just that juggle of going, oh crap, like I'm healing the enemy I'm trying to kill, that kind of thing. Which becomes less of a problem once you get a wand that's just so ridiculously powerful that you can just one-shot things. Alright, so it's research time. Complex clothing is going to be our first research, that way we can get our masks. Yeah, now normally I don't get clean sections on both sides, which really isn't much of a clean section here, but it is there. I just don't want my people walking around to reach it. So this will give me a workaround for that. The other added bonus is by having 2 different doors into our base, we can split it. And the one nice thing here is with like a Revenant, for example, because it's going to be bisecting here, it'll be pretty easy to go, okay, the Revenant went to the left. It's clearly on the left side of the map. You know, went to the right. But we'll see. The downside is it could do these things where it goes out and around up here. This is a map I think Revenants will be pretty tricky. The Swamp Hill. Just because all of this is flat out here. So you don't have like where you've got that cliff going where you go, oh, he went down that way, so clearly he's down here. Once he exits this door, it's anywhere over there. So it is what it is. Go and mine the uranium. Alright. So, the next thing to do is let's chip away this rock as well, just to see how big this opening is. I'm hoping it's just that one tile, but you never know. Okay, and you're getting the rice harvested, and the potatoes are starting to go down. Yeah, no, that's gonna be the big thing, is dealing with revenants in the pollution. That'll just be what it is. Alright, how are we doing in time, by the way? I haven't been watching. Okay. Little bit longer till Tomb gets home. And as a reminder, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Normally I am, but this particular week I've got my niece and nephew are visiting town. So tomorrow we're all hanging out. So my schedule's a little weird this week. But it's just the one extra day, otherwise it's the normal Thursday, Friday off. Okay. That's the only problem, is Bentley mining uranium or something that hard will literally stay there all night until they start starving. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go to production. Crafting spot. Bills, add. Tribalware, do until you have 1 at 80%. Make a bow. Make a veil. Do until you have 1 at 80%. And smash mechs forever. Okay. I don't understand why you keep going to sleep on the floor and not your bed. Like, that is your bed, and that's like the 3rd time you've done that. And I don't really understand. Minor break risk on you because food poisoning is basically what it boils down to. You got a bunch of negatives, but food poisoning. Oh no, not food poisoning. Just the pain from your scar. Ambush Praetor, not gonna worry about it. Psychic Soothe, cool. Yeah, the good news is we actually have dedicated haulers this time, which is helping a lot. Alright, so I need to... Alright, we were going to wait till that... Here, I'm going to just beeline you over here. I want to see what that area is so I can plan my next area. Okay, it was just the one tile. That's what I was hoping it was, but I wanted to make sure. Alright, so let's plan to put a hallway down here. We have no idea how much these are going to dig out. I'm sure it's entirely more than I want it to. But, yeah, I'll have to figure that out. So plan to have a hallway down here. We'll put whatever space we have over there when we get there. Right now, I'm just going to pop that over there. We're going to tell you to queue that up and that up. Mostly just so I can figure out what my area is around here. Okay. We could probably fit some bedrooms down here. We'll put the break room at whatever's available over there. We'll probably put like a storage room back here somewhere. We'll start with that until we get to the point where there's more stuff here. Meanwhile, let's have you grab that bow, because I would rather have a bow than a pila. Just because of fire rate, if nothing else. Okay, so that's going to take some work to get done. Once we start getting these bedrooms made, then we can worry about that. Because what I'll probably do is I'll probably make this like a common room or whatever. Recreation room, whatever you want to call it. If not, I'll put that up here. We could just toss some bedrooms down here. This could also be ultimately where we contain demons and all that. How's the colony going? Looks like jungle. So we are tropical swamp. But it's going pretty good. We're still pretty early game. But yeah, I know we are tropical swamp, which is very similar to jungle. The disease rate is going to be absolutely astronomical and awful. So one of our earliest researches we're going to do is beeline towards medicine. Okay, we got our first Pollux tree has spawned. Not a terrible position, not an amazing position, but that'll be workable. We're going to have a dumping stockpile here, storage, critical, clear, and we only put toxic waste bags below it, but that'll be good news. Another thing we should also do is go to structure, bridge, make a bridge so we don't walk slowly going in. Any plans of getting mechs? Probably not, because we are on the maximum pollution, and if we go with the mechs, that's a source of pollution. So that's making our main problem worse. Put a door there. Okay, so with the pollution concern, we could start by removing the pollution around this building. The other thing we could do is we'll start up here. And basically, I just want to queue up all the areas that don't have pollution already. Keep them that way. So that way, if I actually have a waste pack pop, we're not backtracking our pollution at any time. Okay. Which does ultimately mean it has the same basic, the same basic area as one, but I can't zone my people into the pollution like the pollution free area, unfortunately. I have to make a zone and then a separate zone for cleaning pollution. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about those up there again. Okay. There's those things you kind of do one time, and then you just touch it up as you go. Usually the way this works later on in the run is I'll just be like, okay, it's time to expand. It'll just cut off a, a square area and be like, that's my new expansion. Let them clean up the pollution, bag it up and all that. Right now, the only one I'm looking at expanding to is grabbing the monolith, because I do plan on doing anomaly stuff. And then going from there to other stuff. But then we'll start taking some of this area and start squaring it off where, I can build a defense that isn't like this weird zigzag that doesn't give me good firing lanes or anything. Okay. Cool. So I've got all that set up, and eventually I'll make paths to and from things. Too bad there isn't a fill tool. Yeah. I feel like it's a niche. Okay, so that is the Ancient Danger. We figured there's a good chance this would be the Ancient Danger. Oh, you're detecting as pollution being in there. Interesting. Okay, well, let's not bother with that. So we're going to say clear pollution removal. Ignore that area. I don't need you trying to clear the pollution out of the Ancient Danger right now. Or at least we got our verification. I figured that's probably the Ancient Danger. It was just these handful of tiles sticking off that's like, what? Yeah, so it just happens to be an Ancient Danger that had another ruin against it. Okay, so you've got that sorted. Let's go ahead and get the next one popped up here. We'll shift you over. You can go here, and you will be strawberries. And eventually we're going to move all of this inside. Run that thing again where we're not quite stable yet on the food production. We're getting there. We've got the rice down, and it's going well. We got the potatoes down. We're expanding all that. At least there's plant life for animals to eat other than your crops. Yeah, no, that was the one map where we started where normally you get an area. This is actually a pretty big area for 100% pollution. But, the last one we literally didn't get any, so I carved out the area. Just every single animal is collapsing in and eating all my food every single time. So I was at this, like, constant war killing the animals. Which wasn't that bad, other than it was just very laborious to constantly go back and forth between hunting the animals and all that. The bigger thing I'm happy about is I actually have trees on this map. The other one, because of that no clean area, I had to sit there and worry with just this tiny bit of fiber corn when we started, that eventually we expand into other stuff. Your farm was technically providing you food? Right, but it was a very manual thing because I couldn't leave my people running around in the pollution hunting all day because they would keep getting sick from the pollution over time. So I had to, go back and forth with it. Yeah, and over time, we're going to clean up all these little edges here. Alright, so that'll be the uranium we've pulled up. So that's good news. I don't have an immediate need for it, but it's a big chunk of uranium. That'll be good. And we've got our our committed hauler as well as our committed so I got our one person committed to hauling as well as we got our one person committed to cleaning, so that's good news. Plan for 20 meals. Won't that add to your wealth? The uranium, that is? Yeah, probably. I don't recall uranium being that bad for wealth, though. Yeah, $6 market value. That's not that big a deal. I mean, everything adds to your wealth. It's whether or not significant. So stuff like when you produce drugs and harvest organs, you get a bunch of wealth all at once from it. Oh, I need to get your title. So MISC. Sorry, ideology. Social, assign role, moral guide, begin. Yep, RimWorld is a complicated game. Yeah, and everything adds to your wealth. It's just, some give you a huge injection of wealth all at once. Like, especially if you get, like, you know, that masterwork weapon that's worth, like, $3,000 or whatever. That could be a lot of wealth all at once. It's usually still worth getting because it's a weapon. But that could be a fast thing of wealth. Going through and then polishing all your floors up with, like, the really fancy, you know, tile and all that can be a big bump up in your wealth all at once. Right, and I forgot, you are going to eventually be good for research, but right now you're not there yet. Which I do plan to turn on the anomaly stuff as well. I haven't done it yet. I kind of want to get that initial our food is stable phase done first, and then we can wake it up. So it'll be earlier than probably is recommended, but at the same time, I don't want to open up immediately, get a Revenant early on, and just watch the colony die because I lack any of the tools to fight it. Because the Revenant, there's lots of ways you can beat it. One is just have a ridiculous amount of raw damage. That will absolutely let you beat a Revenant. You know, another way to deal with it is to have, like, the flares and the crossbows, which I believe requires you to have electricity to be able to get the workbench to make them. And so that's a way to manage it. Another is to have the things that, like, let you detect when things invisible are nearby. That way you can track it down much easier. Like, that and the flares can trivialize the Revenant really easy. Having a couple people with flares, and then just having the sensors all over the map to be able to isolate where the Revenant has gone so far as, like, in general areas, so you can hit a couple of flares and find it, can be huge. Bentley is really bad at mining. So when Bentley goes to do anything challenging, it takes forever. Yeah, so I think we'll put the bedrooms down this side first, and honestly, rather than wait, so that's where I put that hallway. We'll put the rec room over there, and I'll put, like, storage over here or something like that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get that queued up as well. Alright. Which I'll do stuff to, like, change the shape and all that to fit the space. That works. Give it like a weirdly oblong shape or whatever. In fact, we'll go back to there. Okay. Major break risk on you. Why did you jump right up to major? Serious pain still. And you're an undergrounder, so you don't like being outdoors. What do I have you doing that you're outdoors all the time? You're hauling stuff because there's nothing else that needs doing right now. That's just going to be what it is for now. Eventually we'll probably find someone else to take over hauling and you won't have to worry about it. Alright, so we'll hollow out this room, and then we'll move our recreation stuff into that room. Okay, so we're gonna get our next field going. We're gonna have to move that indoors as well. Look at there. Did we clean the pollution out from around that? No, because it's outside the zone we can go to. Alright, so here's where things start getting interesting. Now we're gonna unrestrict everyone, so they're no longer gonna be held in here. Because I will need them to clean up pollution from areas outside of our little safety area and drop it by the Pollux tree. Sorry, drop by the Pollux tree. I'm going to snooze that ad for 5 more minutes, just enough that I want to time the ad to happen about the time I need to go downstairs to welcome my wife home anyways, because that's what I need to take a break. So I'm going to nudge that ad back another 5 minutes. And that should be about the right time for her to be home to deal with that. Okay. Ancient mech. Why did you clean up... Oh, because... That's fair. Alright. Fallen monolith, because someone got close enough to it, because they're cleaning. Deep animals, so we'd have 2 man-hunting raccoons show up. And they're willing to give me stuff that I really... Like, the tech jump packs would be nice eventually. I am nowhere near ready to use anything with the tech jump pack. Oh, I didn't even check. Did we get the psychic tree? I don't think we have the psychic tree on the map. Oh, yeah, it is. It's way down there. That's actually a terrible position. Right by the edge of the map is where you meditate to die. We found Jade. Jade gives you a decent amount of wealth. Okay, so I need to move you somewhere. The problem is if I move it down there, it's going into swamp. So we're going to go ahead and choose zone, stockpile, up here. We're going to delete this stockpile. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to move that stockpile. And here, I don't need the full-size one. We're going to go to you, cotton. And over here to the left, dye. I'd also want to get cord and all that going as well. But I am expanding a lot of this fast. How is your growing going? You're probably 6 or 7 by now? Yeah, 7. So yeah, you're only 1 point shy of being able to grow us some heal root, which will be really important for us in the long run. Just because we are going to be dealing with lots of pain points for quite a bit of this. I'm also realizing we will still need to have more rooms over here. And my hope is we'll be able to, like, we'll figure something out here. I mean, I can... Oh, there goes the Toxalope. Put that over there for right now. That way we got the hallway for putting another room down here, some room wrapped around there. So the Toxalope are starting to eat our crops because there's nothing out there. The problem is they are like Boomalope and Muffalo and all that, where if you attack them, there's a really good chance they can go Manhunter. So for right now, I'm just gonna deal with it and accept their, you know, annoyingness. Harvest all those real fast. Because we're still struggling to keep the food in here because that gourmand eats 1.5 times the normal food. So it's like having 5.5 colonists in the colony. Okay. We've almost got that room sorted out. We'll wall off this spot. Or honestly, you know what? We'll mirror it. I wasn't going to do it because it's an odd-shaped room, but we'll mirror it. So that goes out 3 farther. 2 farther. Actually. We go 3, 1. No, sorry, not going to be mirrored. That's fine. We'll just see what it ends up being. We'll probably wall it off and adjust the room to be something at least reasonably aesthetically pleasing. With that said, we are about to have the ad hit, so thank you so much for tuning in. I will be back in just a couple of minutes after the ad break, so just taking a quick 5-minute break that we can run down, welcome my wife home, throw some dinner in the oven, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a few. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo... Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? And since there's 2 sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, not enough mana. Oh no, not this again. Okay. Acid is super dangerous. Ow. I should have learned my lesson. Yeah, this has happened before. We'll see if I can actually get the cheesy strat off again. Which is when he comes here, I'm going to kick this statue at him. It might be wedged, though. Got him. Screw you, Steve. Getting all mad at me, digging holes and stuff. I'm off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea!
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Lighting down.
I need to not be holding the button. If I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. I'm sure he'll be heads over heels with Tree after this. Ah! Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she's noticed us standing here for the first time. Rual! She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. How do I get... And this is unreadable. Okay, so... We are being told we need to side with Yuri or Natsuki. Who? I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game.
I am what you seek. Want to help you.
Refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done. Is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all. Yay! Take an F1 car. Yes, they look fast when you watch them on TV. Compared to watching them in person, they look slow on TV. Oh yeah. Well, that's you look at some of those races. Like, what speed is this car going? Oh, it's going around that corner about 189. You're like, it's going what now? That's obviously not doing a proper corner 189 because you're dead. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. That's Windows shall forever give me nightmares. That is the like I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at like this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But all right, we clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait, I can hit them through that? All right,
Is
my
that actually a
apologies
thing?
for that break going as long as it did. As I mentioned, we got plans tomorrow, me and my family, and I'm a little out of the loop of what those plans are. So it's just one of those things that Toom came home and she's like, okay, we need to quickly go over a couple of things because I'm not going to have a chance to talk to you about it because of stream and I have to go to bed before then. So I just had to hash out some details for tomorrow. But we're all good. Everything's on the up and up. It's just, it took an extra minute. It also was one of those things, I thought I heard her there, and I went downstairs for that time there, and she hadn't gotten home yet. So she got home right about the time I was like, okay, it's been about 5 minutes, I gotta get back upstairs. And of course, I got halfway upstairs, and I hear the garage door open. It's like, okay, well, I gotta deal with this now. It's fine. But I do apologize for the break taking longer than planned. And also, why is it 1 billion degrees in this room? Let me quickly adjust that. But I hope everyone's been having a good time, and thank you for hanging out with the break being a little bit longer than I really try. For those who don't know, generally speaking, I try to aim, like, the long break to be about 5 minutes. It very often bleeds over about 1 or 2 minutes, but that's the goal, is to aim for it to be about 5 minutes. And then short, like, restroom breaks is however long it takes me, which is usually under 3 minutes, which I try to time it when there's an ad, and that works out. Yeah, so niece and nephew are visiting, so we're getting ready for all that. I've already got the next 2 grow zones lined up, and all that good stuff. Ritual opportunities soon for the true party. What is the true party so far as our rituals? Because I haven't looked at that. Okay. The true party is a social one. Okay, that's the leadership speech one. I'm not too worried about that right now. Alright, so we're still mining the jade. We're almost done with this room. Yeah, I think I'll fill in that section of wall, and then we'll go out and we'll build a different room up there. And then just kind of leave the rest here. We'll want to smooth out the floor and all that to make it so our break room is considered nice and all that. I think... I can't remember if they will prioritize smoothing the floor over mining. I believe they will. Because it is considered construction, so I'm pretty sure they will. So we definitely don't want to start them smoothing out floors until we're happy that we got some more space. I'll probably accept the Forlorn Refugees, but we're probably going to wait to accept them until until the food is a little bit better. Because we're right now kind of just barely hanging on to the food. Like, no one's starving anymore, but we don't exactly have a surplus laying around. Complex clothing is done. That's one of the big ones. Complex furniture will be next. But that's a huge win for us. The downside we're going to run into with this, with the complex clothing, I mean, is I don't have a dedicated crafter. So it'll be like they will craft as able kind of thing. And it's not going to do too well if we're reliably getting clothes. But the complex clothing is a very important one because that lets us get face masks. And those face masks are tremendously important for the long term of the colony. We'll deal with that later. I got plenty of materials as is. Yeah, so we're pulling up the pollution. We want 5 bags of pollution to be pulled aside. So you put them under the tree. We should be able to do that relatively quick. We've got a dedicated hauling person. They just got to actually do said hauling. Okay, and you're still getting upset because of the serious pain you have because of your scar. We'll definitely want to do something about that at some point as well. Alright. So, furniture. We could start by planning to have table to eat at. We can grab you. And put you there. We can grab you. And put you there. And we'll worry about other stuff in a minute. Alright. That's a real big steel node. Okay. Alright, so we've got our 5 bags of pollution. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab a night dweller who's been our dedicated... Are they already on it? I was going to say we're going to grab them and have them manually haul that pollution away. Yeah, and you've almost cleared that area out. So we'll be able to study the monolith without getting pollution buildup. Okay, we got that built. So bills, the first thing we're going to prioritize over everything else is face masks, because they give us the 50% reduction to toxic buildup. So they're our most important piece of clothing. We're also going to go to then pants. Same deal. Button-up shirts. And this should most likely be a pretty mild raid at this phase. We got 1 guy with a revolver. No shooting skill, but they are trigger happy. So this is one to pull into melee, which shouldn't be too hard. Let's rally everyone up here. Was that attacks immediately? It didn't look. Yeah. So when Bristle gets in here, we're just going to have Kalaria rush them with the Equa, and then have our range pile in behind to deal with them. Alright, so moment to get into that water. Get him. And all the rest of you just pile in right here. Nicely done. And you get yourself a revolver. Oh, and meanwhile, we don't have any harbinger trees or anything like that. They're going to make a dumping stockpile over here. That'll be critical. And we will set it for corpses. And I want it to be for human corpses. No unnatural corpses. And you haul that body out of here before people get mad. And how did... You just got one bruise in your arm, so you're good. Okay. Thank you for the gun donation. Exactly. We'll get some lights set up in that room. Well, the other thing we're going to do is we're going to tell them, do not clean or put out fires over there, because we don't care. And did no one bother treating the bruise? Just going to leave it? A pretty good bruise. And I'd like you to get the medical tending. And yeah, we're wasting good medicine on it. It's whatever. I don't want a micro... Disturbing vision. So yeah, the vision's just telling us, like, hey, go poke the monolith, friend. Trust me. You definitely want to do that. Which we will. I just want to get where our food isn't sitting at near zero at all times. Okay. And why are you upset? Ravenously hungry. Yeah, I was gonna say you should be harvesting any second now, so it should be just good. Cool. I planted a lot more rice than I normally plant. That's kind of how I adjusted my strategy a little bit after the last run where we dealt with our food things. Just because the rice gets back on its feet faster. Even though as far as like actual nutrition, it's pretty garbage. But when you're, you know, dealing with having no meaningful amount of nutrition coming from stuff, that garbage is still food. Yeah, now that they're not restricted, they're gonna go hunt the animals everywhere. I don't think I really want that. Well, I mean, they're only doing that ahead of plant cut, construction, and mining, so I guess that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so you have an awful barracks, initial hope, spacious interior. Alright. We'll get there. We're going to start getting leather and all that to try and go in that. We also are planting our cotton finally, so it'll help us get some places to sleep and whatnot. It's kind of mining all this. Let's actually cancel that steel down there and that one over there for right now. This one I'm worried about intersecting these rooms. Alright, so Night Dweller is actually getting some shooting skill finally. Blind Healer. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, I love unnatural healing. Unnatural healing is really good. Alright, so let's have a little talk to Bleak here. We're gonna get ourselves a person who has unnatural healing, which is extremely powerful. One of my favorite abilities in the game. I will absolutely be allowing this person. A small withered man stands in front of you. Where his eyes should be, there is only scar-crusted holes in his face. Yet, even without eyes, he somehow looks at you with kindness. He says that he knows that his skills are needed here and wants to stay for a while. He offers to use his healing power to help you. He may be very useful, but you sense there's something he is not telling you. Alright, allow Bleak to join. So Bleak has unnatural healing. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to immediately beeline over to a Night Dweller and cure that scar that's paining them. Actually, I wonder if it'll hit the toxic buildup. I'm hoping it'll hit the scar. It got rid of... Okay, that's fine. Note to self, don't use it on toxic buildup, people. That's going to actually hurt its value to us quite a bit. Alright, so what do we even have with this character? Well, they could be a crafter. That's what they could do. So they could be a crafter. I didn't look at your skills and everything. You are a jealous and disturbing. So you're going to want to have the best bedroom in the place. So I'm really glad we didn't take the jealous pawn we saw earlier when we were starting the run. So we'll do this. You're not going to hunt because you're not going to hit anything. You will do these things. Yeah, we're not going to have you do that. That'll work. I'll put you as 4 for that as well. Okay, so there should be a bow over here.
Thank you Zidian _ for subscribing for 29 months.
Thank you, Zidian, for the tier 1 sub. That's 29 months you've been subbed to channel, so we really do appreciate that. It's been a heck of a long time, and I thank you so much for that continued support. 2 years, 5 months. That is a ridiculously long time, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you again for all that support. Yeah, so you should just be good. We'll look at that ideology. What ideology do you have? Not a great one. That's the way I'll phrase it. The ideology, not good. So we're gonna go ahead and try to do a conversion ritual. We've got just shy of a 70% chance of a positive outcome, with just shy of a 20% chance of a masterful outcome. I would love a masterful outcome, just instantly converting Bleak. I wouldn't count on it, but that would be nice. And then Bleak will be no upload. And effective. Okay, that's fine. So, bio, so that's no upload. Now, there is a chance that, that this person will just straight up nope out of the colony without warning. But I've had them sometimes where they stay forever, sometimes where they nope out early. There's no real way to know. But, the unnatural healing, being able to effectively have what's kind of like a heal mech serum every 7 days with side effects, is really powerful. Hide in room, a night dweller because unsightly environment. I'm gonna take you off. Don't worry about any of that. You're so slow at mining because of the blind and everything. That's just, we're not gonna worry about it. It's gonna be way too slow to be worthwhile. Complex furniture, so we'll do stone cutting next. Let's actually do the passive cooler just as a preventative measure. Just in the off chance that we get hit with a heat wave. Because right now a heat wave could be potentially fatal. But the passive cooler, at least I get an option to try and save myself. Yeah, you don't have any of this stuff, so the likely could have a bad outcome. Blind healer pigskin? Yeah. Are you using the mod that gives marine armor toxic resistance? No, I run almost no mods that change items or stuff in games. Generally, almost all the mods I'll run will be quality of life. Yeah, blind healer is really strong. One of the things, though, is a lot of these characters, if they take any friendly fire whatsoever, a single hit, they'll often turn against you. And then a lot of times you get unlucky and it'll have, like, organ rot or whatever, so there's stuff going on there. Hey, Coder, how's it going? Now, if you get 2 of them, that's been my strongest run of Anomaly so far, was I got 2 blind healers in one run, and just had them heal each other's blindness, which got real silly. And you'll be corn, and we'll get rid of those outdoor storage areas. Man, that was a huge node of steel. Even though they're going to be painfully slow with their crafting because they're blind, at least it gives me a crafter of some kind. You always keep the blind healer at the back of your base, never go near combat. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'll probably keep them out of the fight as much as we can. Okay, so this shelf here is for food. Meals specifically. It's a little bit of a bummer to have part of the base exposed, but that's fine. This is the opening where a lot of stuff is going to happen anyways, so I guess it's not a big deal. Okay. Alright, so that's good news. That's the last node of steel here. It'll need more bedrooms. And then we'll put some other room over there. Okay, and then it's going to also wall that off. I'm going to also want to have a storage room. And I always forget the range on those beacon. Like the, what's the word? Not beacon. I always forget the range on the trade beacon thing. I remember there was something I used to use as my comparison thing where I'd grab something like, I know it's bigger than this, but you grab something like that and be like, okay, there's the radius, and use that to measure it. It's fine. Let it be 5, 7, 9, 11, and we'll make that by 5. And then we'll go to the corners here, so stable. And that'll be a storage room. That way we can start moving some of this crap in here. Okay. Now, one of the problems is having Jaywalker as our mining and construction person. It is going to be a thing that a lot of stuff isn't going to get done. It is what it is. We can also go over here. How do I want to organize this? Because it's... That'll be a really small prison tucked over there. For like 1, maybe 2 people. Alright, so I think we're probably okay to accept the refugees. So let's do that. All of them did show up as adults. So we're gonna have them drop all of their weapons. Do we have any night owls in the group? Nope. So we can go ahead and put them on the same schedule as everyone else. We go to assignments, you're a teetotaler, so no drugs. Work. Take me just a moment to get through everyone. Alright, well, they got lots of people who can handle stuff. You can help with the cooking. None of you are going to have weapons to hunt, so don't worry about it. I'm not going to let you help with the crafting. Honestly, that'll just do what you got there. We could actually put you on 4 for mining, 4 for plant cut, 4 for construction. That'll work. Alright. Hey, Night High Lord, how's it going? So they can just help where they can help. We will need more places for people to sleep, 4 of them to be precise. Which we are starting to try and get our bedrooms online and all that stuff. That'll help, they'll help with a lot of these things. Because even though all of them are pretty terrible at a lot of these things, just having them show up to chip in will work. We got a ton of crops to harvest, so that'll help out a lot. That's part of the reason why, even though it was about to run out of time, I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. We got 4 people. I've got an entire field of potatoes that's mostly grown, an entire field of strawberries that's mostly grown, and then the rice is still coming in. We are planting corn, so we should be okay with a lot of this. Doing good? You have 1 hour to kill before work? I don't have a last run command. I assume the last run command, what you'd expect it to do is to say, like, what happened to the last run or something? Because the last run died by basically a really long treadmill of Cassandra saying that food is not allowed. We got Volcanic Winter. And after just a little bit of time, we got followed up with a cold snap after the volcanic winter dropped, so before we could get our season of stuff. Then, before we could get our main food up, we had a blight hit all of our corn, which is like half of our crop, it hit the whole thing. And then after all of that, we got gutworms while we were still trying to recover from that. And then after all that, we had a really big impid raid while we were still dealing with malnutrition, so you get the idea. It was just, you know, kind of just keep hitting our food again and again until it broke us. Yeah, exactly as very last Lardine saying, we were asked, like, why do you have the refugees drop your weapons? So when you're dealing with the refugees, one of the potential outcomes is that they betray you. And if, especially, like, I didn't check them, but, like, you know, some of them are actually much better than we are at melee. So them running around with melee weapons, where they could just randomly turn on us without any warning, would definitely be at our disadvantage. So one of the things I do is there's a lot of people who won't even take the refugees because of it. But some of the stuff they give you is really good. So what I do is I do accept the refugees, but I make them drop their weapon if there isn't a kid. And the reason we do that is there is a thing where if there is a kid among the refugees, they will never betray you. And that just goes into, well, I think there's actually a game setting that you can adjust, but it is a thing that if you don't have it turned on where raids will show up with children or whatever, you just don't have to worry about it. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that the timing a lot of times for the betrayal is what makes it dangerous. Not even the numbers. You'll be in the middle of dealing with another fight, and that's when they'll time their betrayal or whatever. And then you're just like, well, I guess I die because I've got my line in the middle of a fight already. And then this goes down. Okay, so we're going to have you attempt to convert Noaplo. And you're just going to keep working on that. Because Noaplo is potentially a long-term pawn. It's one of the... I don't know what the word you'd use for it. Oh, meanwhile, let's go ahead... Actually, we'll just go ahead and delete this zone entirely. And go over here and say zone, stockpile, yes. The stranger, yeah, it's the stranger one. And raw material-wise, we are not going to let them put steel in here, or wood. because it just fills up all your storage really fast. Major break risk because we have the low psychic drone is making everyone angry. Nothing I could do about that other than just ride it out. Please stop botching all those harvests. Hi, wifey.
You brought me pizza. Yeah, I love you.
I mean, I can't think of a more way of showing love than pizza. Alright, and we got a blight in all our strawberries, so where I was like, you know what? This'll probably be fine. RimWorld said no. RimWorld said, your strawberries are forfeit. I know you're counting on all that, but get wrecked, nerd. Actually, we harvest all those? We can harvest almost all those. Oh, you're on a break. It's fine. It's better that we get the blight under control than we prioritize the other stuff. So everyone's gonna run down here and start pulling up the blight as fast as they can. Marry that woman. If you already have, do it again. Yeah, that's my wife. Okay, so we're just trying to contain the blight. Red beans and rice with sausage or chicken, or insert meat here. Better than pizza. I don't know about that. Like, that sounds good, but better than pizza is a pretty high bar. You'll die on that hill? That's fine. I mean, you don't need to die on the hill. That's your personal opinion for your own thing. It is a subjective thing of what's better than what, so, you know. You can't be wrong when it's your opinion for yourself. It's not a crowded hill. No, I'd agree with that. It's not a crowded hill. I would assume a lot of people prioritize pizza over red bean and, you know, red bean and rice and sausage. Like, don't get me wrong, red bean and rice and sausage is good. Like, I'm not saying it's not good. Like, don't get me wrong, it also would depend on the pizza, because you can have some pretty subpar pizza. I know there's people who have the stance there's no such thing as bad pizza. I'm like, don't get me wrong, you have to try to make bad pizza. But there is such thing. It's rare. It is rare. I will concede that point. But it's not that it doesn't exist. Alpacas join? I actually would like the alpacas. Oh, thanks, man. You're all like, let me screw your food. Here, I feel bad about screwing your food right away. What if I just went ahead and gave you a gave you 31 meals? Alright, so with that we can change the priority. Actually, okay, get that last one, then we can fix the priorities. Alright, so with that we can go back down here. Cool. Okay, so Psychic Drone's ending, which will be good, because that'll help where a lot of people are upset. So we're going to haul all that food indoors, not... Let's see, you may get a price... Let's see, I may get a price on your head for saying this from the Italian population, but spaghetti pizza is kind of awesome. I've never had spaghetti pizza. I can picture what that is, and I'm pretty mixed feelings on it, I'll be honest. Extreme break risk because awful bear... Okay, so you're just at extreme break risk until you wake up. And they won't break while they're asleep, so not a worry. So for right now, we'll put 2 sleeping spots in here, and those 2 sleeping spots are for prisoners. You ever tried that, however? Spaghetti is good, pizza is good, there's no reason for spaghetti pizza good. My biggest concern about spaghetti pizza is that the spaghetti would be, or sorry, the pizza would get soggy. But I'm sure they've accounted for that in some manner or another. To prevent that from being a problem. I would definitely try it. Can we rename the alpacas to Alpacalypse and Chewpaca? Sure. I can get on board with this. As soon as I remember where the heck that happens. Okay. Alpacalypse. And Chewpaca. I can get on board with that. Hopefully they end up sticking around. I want them to, but we gotta get them penned in, which is not an immediate high priority, but something I want. Because I want to put them on this side. So I have, like, this side is the crops I eat, this side is the crops for the animals. So let's plan here to go to structure, fence, cut it right across here. It's not gonna be enough. We'll take the fence out like 3 tile. You know what? Let's not use the fence. Because we can wall off this side and secure it. Actually, let's do it this way. Door on the top and bottom. No door here. Alright, we also have furniture, double bed, do this, dresser, and a pair of side tables, and a wall light. And that'll be our first bedroom online. Why not alpaca own? I'm okay with these names. It's not that, why these and not that, it's those are the first names we were given, and I approve of them.
Thank you, Moriarty, for subscribing for 28 months.
Thank you, Moriarty, for
what a lovely colony. I sure hope nothing bad happens to it.
Oh, don't worry, it will. But thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 28 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed 2 years and 4 months. So that does mean a whole heck of a lot. I imagine the next time I go through and I do cleanup of my, the people who have founders badges, like if we have anyone who's just like gotten kicked off the platform who hasn't been here in a long time, I imagine next time we do that, you've got to be like right on the fence of getting the founders badge at 28 months. Because I know a lot of people with the founders badge are at 29 months or around there, is like for the people who started right from the beginning. So you got to be right by the beginning there. But thank you so much for that support. You're one of the people who's been supporting the channel longer than anyone else, so it means a whole heck of a lot. If they have a baby, it's a small Paca. Major break risk on a night dweller because serious pain. We'll get there. Don't worry. I'm trying to deal with that. So you're hauling a dead rat. That's fine. There's nothing left for me to hunt in this area. I didn't realize how fast you're gonna get that built. Just as a precaution, I do think that's a big enough space they won't try to, they won't try to, like, sealing it off, but just in case. Okay, so miscellaneous, sorry, zone, yeah, miscellaneous, pen marker, plunk that down there in the stone. So obviously this is gonna have to be cleaned up and made into some other thing grown here. Stone cutting has been researched, so that's good news. We're gonna do electricity next. Actually, I lied. We'll go for drug production next, so we can go for the penicillin, penioxylin, whatever it is. And we're going to set you... Normally, I don't do hay grass. In this case, I am going to do hay grass. And then I'll put, like, a place for storing food. So we got the pen marker, so we could take away that caravanning post over there. A night dweller is upset because serious pain. Insulting spree because darkness. Thanks, man. That's helpful. Okay, so we've got another room lined up, so let's go ahead and get your furnishings in place. Okay, and this bed is going to be for Kalari, I think, first. And I saw one of these groups were a couple. Okay, you're in a relationship with someone not on the tile, so basically someone who we're not going to worry about at all. Okay. Well, that's the thing. Penicillin is a drug. I don't think that's what this is, though. I could be mistaken. Is that the spelling for penicillin? Because this looks like penioxylin or something like that. Like it's a fictitious equivalent of penicillin. I could be wrong. It is just penicillin? Okay. I don't often see penicillin written down. Please stop insulting literally everyone. Penoxylin? Yeah, exactly. Probably stop copyright BS thing happening. Well, I don't think penicillin is copyrighted. But a lot of times, you gotta be careful about how you present medical stuff in games. Just because when you're looking at, like... You don't want people to think, oh, I could take penicillin preemptively to prevent getting sick from, like, all these things. Like, well, no, that's not really how penicillin works. It is an antibiotic, but you don't want to just... You don't want to schedule taking antibiotics daily or whatever to prevent getting disease and all that. So it is effectively penicillin, but, you know, not, like, it's under a different name so that people don't conflate. Because you'd have people like, it's not realistic that taking penicillin would prevent malaria. And we'd have to deal with the whole conversation of, it's a video game, it doesn't have to be realistic conversation every 15-20 minutes. Yeah, exactly. It's not about copyright, it's about people not learning incorrect information that's potentially dangerous. Alright. So, let's try... Alright. And with that, Night Dweller no longer has scars. And we'll convert Noaplo again. I said we'll convert Noaplo again. Sometimes that weirdly happens, where a person will walk up to convert, and just the pathing makes them get too far away. You see, you guess your country is one of those? You did ban RimWorld for it? Yeah, but they banned RimWorld for... The technical thing is that it was advocating for drug use. And then literally what happened was they sat down with the people making those and said, no, let me show you how drug use works in the game. They're like, oh yeah, that's not advocating for it. So it was just one of those things that someone in passing was shown in... Okay, you're already on. You know, someone was shown in the game and is like, oh yeah, you know... It was implied that you just take drugs and it makes your pawn stronger and better and all that, so why not just take drugs? Versus they turned around and they were like, okay, but no, really, drugs drugs are a very mixed bag in the game. Like, they will let you take a lot of hits before you go down, but also, addiction is a hell of a bad time in RimWorld. Addiction can ruin a good colony. Alright, so this will be Bentley's bed. And this will be Jaywalker's bed. And I'm just going from left to right. So are games with healing potions banned? No, because healing potions are like a fictional, mystical, magical thing. Now, if it was a bottle of, like, a bottle of morphine or something you'd take, then that would get banned. But because it's a not real thing, then it's not a problem. Or, like, if you ran up and it was like, this is a needle of heroin and you stab yourself and magically you're healed, then they would have a problem with that. Or same with, like, cocaine. You know, if, like, the person just injected themselves with cocaine and suddenly they were magically better. Does RimWorld have real drugs? No, but they're very direct. Like, if you look at things like Yayo and all that, they're designed to be counterparts to real drugs. You don't need to sit there and have, like, the moral thing about whether or not you disagree with it, because it's totally irrelevant whether or not you agree with it. The fact is, that was the rules, that's the ruling they made. But once, you know, people with the RimWorld were like, hey, no, really, we don't advocate for drug use. Like, you know, drugs in this game are a real mixed bag at the best of times. That they were like, oh yeah, my bad. Like, you know, no, we agree, and they removed the ban. Like, understandably, you can be like, I disagree that they banned that. That's totally fine. It also doesn't matter. Did they try to ban Magic the Gathering the way it presented the flavor text of the introduction section of the How to Play manual? I have no idea. It's just done globally both, so it's consistent, and so it's cheaper and easier. Yeah. Someone high as a kite can take a lot more damage before they stop coming, but addiction is still awful, yeah. What about a no drug and drug user colony? Do you mean a colony that's split between people who have, like, drug fascination and teetotaler? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Strider. I mean, if you mean a no drug use colony, most of my colony are basically no drug use. Usually about the only drug I'll have in my colony a lot of times is the Psi T I'll use from time to time. But even then, I don't, like, really prioritize it in any way. That's what I was gonna say, is the no drug use is most of my colony. So we honestly don't really need this crafting spot anymore. We can go here to do this. Now, with the exception of, like, most of my colonies will use the penioxylin or whatever, however they decide to pronounce it, will quite often use that, just because being able to have, you know, something like that we could cancel, like, a lot of health problems is really strong. No drug use and exile any pawns who are addicted and or wasters. I mean, I will usually not accept people who have addictions to begin with. And then I almost never, like, the only times I take wasters is usually if I'm doing a colony that's based around, like, doing all sorts of, like, genetic experimentation. But otherwise, you've just described pretty close to every single colony I play. But yeah, the only times I usually take wasters is when I am doing the, like, where we're doing the thing where we're trying to get a bunch of traits and, like, genetically alter super people or whatever. That's about the only time I'll take them, because they do have a couple of good traits on wasters that are worth grabbing. But yeah, no, exactly. It's stuff I don't do in the first place. It's like saying, what about a no cannibalism run? It's like, well, that's pretty much every run I've ever done, so... Not really. We've done the very rare cannibal run, but for the most part, that's just not my preferred playstyle to play with those things anyways, so it kind of doesn't matter. and Apocalypse is pregnant. So one of the things we're gonna... Oh, come on. Alright, so clear. We will put the hay here, and also put kibble, which I probably won't make, but just in case I do, we'll put the kibble there. Because right now I just don't have enough spare food to put down kibble. Wait, playing morally normal colonies, RimWorld, preposterous? Honestly, it's funny. Most of the content creators I know in my circles, I would argue play, for the most part, morally normal colonies. You know, outside of like challenge runs. But like within the circles I have, most of them do that. They'll do like a challenge run like where you're doing Ice Sheet, and you know, Ice Sheet's gonna be, well actually, I'm sorry, not Ice Sheet, Sea Ice, which is the worst of the two. But doing like sea ice colonies, and absolutely do the whole bit where they lean hard into that. So we don't have toxic waste packs over here. Cool. So we're ready for a couple more toxic waste packs. So let's go to zone, pollution clear, and let's carve out a little extra spot there. Because our alpaca are going to struggle food-wise because there's nothing in here right now. Not till this hay grass grows. So we are going to have to manually feed them. What I'm going to need to do is let's add a couple of animal sleeping spots back here. And I'm going to mark them as for medical for whenever those go down, we feed them. Because the only usually newer players do the bad stuff. Everyone gets tired of the memes. Yeah, I will say, from what I've seen from people who play RimWorld very long term, is it is fairly common that when people first start out the game, yeah, you're going to have like the cannibal colony, the drug colony, you know, you're going to have people who like meat harvest children. My God, what? There's no way. Oh, don't do this to me. I can't even get the materials for that in time. That's just trolling. Oh, that's so good. And there's no way I can possibly do it in time. Because there's a couple different layers of problems of why I cannot do this. First, I've got to be able to make the 11 heavy bandoliers of at least normal quality. And we look at the heavy bandolier, which is over here. So that requires, for each one of them, 75 fabric or leather. I currently have 19, and we don't have a source of getting a whole lot of them right now. So I would need to be able to get, what is it, like 825 in the next 6 or so days, and craft the thing, and ship them, which brings in the second layer. That implies it's a 5-day round trip, which if you recall, I have 100% toxic buildup all around us. So let's pretend it's over there. I would have to wander 5 days over there with toxic buildup, which would kill whoever goes there probably before they get back. So it is amazing rewards for that which I cannot do. If I had mounts that I could go, like if I had horses and had the materials, that would be potentially doable. The poor person who ran there and back would be in dire straits when they got back. But it would at least be in the realm of possibilities. But this we cannot do, which is a bummer, because a vanometric power alone would be worth it. The psychic emanator alone would be worth it. The glitter world alone would be worth it. The uranium I'm not too worried about, let alone all three of those. But the point is, I can't do it, so I'm deleting it, so it's just not staring at me in the face when I know I can't do it. Alright, we'll get another bedroom built. Oh, and also, if you haven't caught on, I don't min-max meta or anything my runs. Very genuinely, it's usually better early game to have everyone just share a barracks, that kind of thing. But I'm the kind of person who's just like, know what? We're not going to worry about that. Instead of sharing a barracks, we're going to give everyone their own bedroom, all that kind of stuff. Which in the long run you'll want to do for a lot of colonies, is you'll want to have like very impressive bedrooms and all that for your colonists to keep their moods up. But early game, making one barracks look pretty good is usually much easier to manage and make happen than the individual room. So normally what you do is build a room like this size, make it a barrack, not necessarily that big, you know, about the size of like 2 bedrooms. Make it a barracks, get it all nice and everything in there for the mood bonus, and then, you know, as time goes on, you start giving everyone their own bedrooms and all that. Okay, so we can go here. Plus, you'll have a whole bunch of people like, hey, streamer, you're building your room wrong. You are making your colonists take 2 extra steps to reach the bed. 2 extra steps. Think of the efficiency you're losing. It's like, I just don't care. My comment was, if I ever have to play at that level of, you know, fine-tuning, that I have to, like, make sure my bed is in the right orientation for the efficiency of steps to survive, it's like, then the game's not what I'm interested in. There are some games I enjoy min-maxing, but there's a level of min-maxing that I'm like, but no, really. And this will be Noaplo's room. And with that, all of my colonists have their own bedrooms, and then we'll have a spare room for whenever we get another person. And we got that done, so it's time for you to be told to cut any stone you get. Alright. So food is still on the fence. But the good news is, now I can sit there and delete that zone entirely for the time being. This zone will probably go away as well. And on top of this, we can go to furniture. Build the room up with shelves. Because, like, for min-maxing, for example, don't leave spaces between your shelves. Just literally make the room solid shelves, because you only take the movement penalty walking onto the shelves to begin with. Once you're on them, you cruise across them at the normal speed. But so you finally bought biotech. What endgame biome should you start with? For biotech, that's entirely your choice. I don't think, like, biotech or ideology or any of those really dictates that says, oh no, you need to play this way now. Or, oh, this is the way to play. The biotech thing that it introduces is you can get the Mechanator. That's a fairly challenging run, just as a heads up. But it is one of the things that is new with biotech. Other things you can do is, honestly, for your first colony in biotech, I would actually choose an easier tile to do. And just really enjoy experimenting with, like, all the genetics nonsense, or, you know, raising kids, like that kind of stuff. Like, lean into the new stuff. Let's see. Reval saying, not every game should be min-maxy. It's not fun, then min-maxing doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, earlier on, I would do a bit more min-maxy stuff. Like, way back, this is before streaming, I would do, like, the 500% naked... Well, I don't even think they called it 500%, but, like, the maximum threat, naked brutality, ice sheet nonsense before they made ice sheet easier and all that. And I used to enjoy that, but there was definitely a point doing that I kind of reached the point that is like, I feel like I'm just rebuilding the same base with, like, rotating the positions of things and that. Which kind of really spoiled the fun of it. Alright, how many you're up to? 4? Okay, so by the time they pull that spot of pollution up there, it'll probably be 5 or 6 bags. So that'll be fine. So it was definitely one of those things that I enjoyed it early on, but as I played more and more, you know, making the trap maze, and you'd use different ways of cheesing. Like this time, like one time you'd sit there and do a thing where you'd be like, trap, barricade, trap, barricade, trap, barricade to get the enemies to run across the traps. You know, the next time you'd do the whole thing where everything Death Stars the moment it steps in the room, or you do the thing where you used to be able to use the turrets to almost force the pawns to go a very specific path, like all that kind of stuff, which was fine. And I enjoyed it for a while, but then it felt like to do the really hard difficulty settings, you were just like, you'd choose one of those or multiple of them to use, and you'd just do that every colony. And after a while, it was like, okay. So you're ravenously hungry. Slaughterer. Well, if I arrest them, that's a problem. Sorry, alpaca. Well, that's not what I want. So let's try to back off our armed people. And meanwhile, you two go beat them up. Well, if you're going to attack anyone nearby, I'll just have you block the door. And that'll sort itself out. Yeah, Gloria, you don't get involved. I'm trying to not kill this person. Are they bonded to the alpaca? No, I don't think they were bonded. Did I misread that? Yeah, no, it wasn't bonded. It was just warning me that... Oh, you have an addiction. It's like, man, why is your mood so terrible? That would explain it. You had an ambrosia addiction. Fair enough. So the downside is that means there's no point in me keeping both alpaca. What about a trap and turret colony? So turrets are pretty useless in the game. Like, in my opinion, you can use them to get the AI to take different paths. And it's not that they're actually useless, but their accuracy is so abysmally bad that I usually wouldn't worry about it. And then plus you have to get the, what is it? The hardened barrels? Reinforced barrels, that's what it is. The reinforced barrels, which are just not readily available. So realistically, even getting the turret part of it wouldn't be a thing. Traps are fine, but traps are one of the cheese strategies of the game. Just making your trap mazes and doing all that. And it's very resource intensive, but they already work. Illicit NZ is mad because they're malnourished. We have a raid that's preparing. Yeah, they're more useful to work as, like, mines that you can place that the people run up and they start fighting it. Stop breaking stuff. Oh, I need to set that. What did you destroy? You destroyed your side tables. Alright, so who is our cook? Bentley. I'm gonna need you to butcher these real fast. Because that'll give people food so they stop complaining. And Minesweeper type kill box. Well, the problem is the traps, you can only space them out in certain ways. So you can't just have it where, you know, you can't just, like, wall off an area with traps. You have to do, like, there's tricks you can use where you make, like, a tunnel and you use barricades. Manhunter Toxalope. Right now, we'll disallow those doors for just a second. Actually, this door is fine. I didn't even look what's raiding. You've got a shotgun, and tox grenades. We're gonna give them a second to recover. That Manhunter Toxalope will engage on them, and then we'll pile in when that happens. Outer doors to the left? Yeah, I'm not super worried about that right now. Okay, so they should be engaging with that any second now, so let's go ahead and grab all of you. Unlock the door. We can pile you up here for just a moment. I mean, you're just... No, don't shoot the Toxalope. Go shoot that guy. Actually, shoot that guy. Because literally they're killing themselves with toxic buildup. Okay, so you got that one. Go for them next. And finish the job. That's fine. Okay, so grab those shotguns. They're poor quality. And do any of these berry bushes have... Did you eat the berry bushes themselves or just gone? Well, that's annoying. So only one of them is still starving. We're not taking the deserter. I don't need to be fighting the Fallen Empire. Please don't stand directly on that thing while it's bleeding out. Yes, the Toxlobe does explode into toxic gas when it dies.
Thank you Astrid Valkyria for subscribing for 3 months. Rual tap.
Thank you, Astrid Valkyria, for the Prime Gaming sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 3 months, and I really do appreciate that. You could only use that Prime Gaming sub in one place on all of Twitch, and you chose here. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So... Wait, did you get back up? Oh, no, that's just a different Toxlobe. Okay, so let's pop back over here. Okay, so drop everyone back to this corner. Start baiting them, Claria. Alright, so we need just a minute for that toxic to clear up. Crawford, start cutting that way. And circle him back. As you run around to that pollution too much, you'll be at the disadvantage. So this will solve our food problems. For a little while. Okay, so we can go here and say orders, allow them all. Wildlife. Oh, don't do that yet. The point is we'll be able to go and butcher them. That'll give us some meat. So it'll help us short term. Because you had a run where all your pawns basically had their own house, separate building and all that. Yeah, we did that once or twice. We had a good time with that. And now it's about to blow any second now. Okay, and we're getting our rice up as well. So yeah, so we should be pretty good with all that. When Bentley's up and about, they'll harvest it. We definitely need to wall this off though, so that we don't have to deal with them constantly eating our food. The downside is a lot of this is not going to be particularly well, easy to build on ground. So it is what it is. So I think we're going to do is take this over this way. Take it over this way. Take it over that way. We'll put a door on the north end, door on the south end here, and one about the middle. And then I will need a bridge there, there, and there. It'll start enclosing our perimeter, so at least we don't have to deal with them constantly eating our stuff. Meanwhile, we're going to move them up to using shotguns now, because those will be probably better than the bows for a lot of our purposes, even though the range is the thing. Let's see, separate room for... Yeah, no, we messed with that, like, we messed with that where I had, like, everyone had their kind of their own little house with their own little kitchen and all that. It was a lot of fun to do that run. Okay. Did you have no perimeter wall? That sounds tough. Oh, if you're talking about, like, with the, when I did, like, the village or whatever, I made a perimeter wall. What about another hospitality colony? Has hospitality even been brought up to speed to work properly with Anomaly? Catatonic on waffles due to unsightly environment. I can live with this. That means that they trigger betrayal. It's one less person I have to worry about potentially betraying us. Like, I enjoyed hospitality. The last proper hospitality run we did a custom map of Atoll, which means the whole map was sand. There was no rock, there was no steel, there was nothing on it. So everything was made out of wood. We had this tiny little grow area we could work with. It actually was a lot of fun. They died because we got, like, triple whammied with mech clusters, because I think that was back when I was still playing Randy, and we had, like, one mech cluster dropped, and it's like, okay, well, we just had this our problem, give my characters a chance to recover, and, like, one or two, I think it was in the course of, it was, like, 6 in-game days, I think I had, it was, like, 3 mech clusters, and then, like, a regular breacher raid that, you know, we handled the breacher raid no problem. We took out the first mech cluster without, I think we didn't even take an injury. The second mech cluster we had, one person got domed, but otherwise we did relatively well. And then by then, like, the third mech cluster, we didn't have anything left in the tank to throw at it. And it was one of those ones that I think I had, like, one was a psychic drone, the other one was a defoliator ship, and it was just rough. Okay, and we'll go for the medicine that lets us deal with malaria and all that. Underground or outdoors. We're definitely going to need to get all that under control. We're having way too many social fights. And social fights will absolutely kill your colony. It's just, you'll have a lot of injuries and scars and missing fingers and toes you get from it, and then on top of that, then when a serious fight shows up, you've already got people who their manipulation and their movement speed is already penalized because they're all injured. Okay, so pretty soon we'll get that walled off. It was updated pretty early, if you remember correctly. That'd be good. I'm not sure if I'm feeling a hospitality run right now, but that is definitely something to consider at some point in the near future. I do like the hospitality mod. It is a bit unbalanced in a lot of the benefits you get, but it is an interesting one. One of the neat things about hospitality mod is it does let you run your colonies where you don't have to lean as hard into, like, a lot of the normal combat stuff. You can grow as a colony a lot by just making your place a nice place to stay. But they do gift you very generously. Like, you'll have people stay there and be like, here's, you know, 400 silver. And you're like, all right, man, you just quarter of the way bought me to a Masterwork shotgun, or Masterwork assault rifle, so thanks, man. They're fun. I enjoy them. I liked to do those ones in, like, really bad places. So, like, do an ice sheet hospitality run or whatever. The catch is with some of those, when the weather's bad enough, the people won't show up at all. So it's finding someplace that's bad enough of an awful place that people still show up, but not... But, you know, like, it's kind of like pushing the limit. Just finish that wall so I don't have to deal with all of these Toxalope eating all my crops. Because they eat, like, 4 or 5 units of crop every time they go to eat. Is there a gambling room add-on mod for hospitality? I think there is a casino mod for it. I probably wouldn't get it. Hospitality is fun, but generally I mod very lightly. And so hospitality, I don't know what's updated and what's not, but you had like your basic hospitality mod, they had like a hospital hospitality mod, they had like a casino hospitality mod. You can make Vegas? No, Vegas is a terrible place that no one should want to go. No, I'm teasing. I'm not a fan of Vegas personally. It's just... my idea of vacation, it's like someone said, what do you want least in the vacation, and then made it a place, and that's Vegas. How are our non-toxic runs going? I mean, Hey, no uploads converted. Excellent. But we're doing a toxic run right now. I don't have any other outstanding runs. Usually I will never do 2 overlapping runs. The next run doesn't happen till the previous run dies. Yeah, now Vegas is just not my cup of tea. There's definitely people who are into Vegas, and that's totally fine, but it's just... I prefer a much more relaxed vacation. And for me, all of the noises, everything smelling like an ashtray, constantly being bombarded by being propositioned and everything else, is very not what I want. Your least favorite vacation would be alcoholic drinks by the beach? That's fair. You hate that the beds aren't centered? Well, they can't be centered. It's an odd number of rooms. Florida's worse, even due to the... So, Florida weather is worse, I would agree with that. But I can't think of a place in Florida that I would rather do, Like, there's not a place in Florida I look at and be like, I would rather be in Vegas. I can't think of any. There's certainly places in Florida I'm not interested in hanging out. But to give you an idea of how much I don't like Vegas, it used to be my least favorite city in the world I've been to was Rome. The history in Rome is awesome. Rome as a place and the people and how they behave there is a different story. Every single time I went out to eat, I had to look and be like, hey, we didn't order ravioli, get this off the bill. Hey, we didn't order that, take that off the bill. Because you look at it and you're like, all right, you know, our bill should be about 35 euro for what we ordered. And it'd come back at like 90-something euro. Like, they're just that level of bold and willing to do that. And I'd have to fight them again and again and be like, look, man, we ordered 3 items. I expect to see 3 items on this receipt that are the items I ordered. And that's just one of those things you dealt with over there. You had lots of people who are trying to scam you everywhere, so it's just really, really kind of aggravating that in so many ways, just the number of people trying to scam and all that was the worst thing. And to give you an idea, Trevi Fountain in Rome is the 2nd most pickpocketed place in the entire world. Just to give you an idea. So it's just really not a great place to be. All right, let's not hunt all of them. Let's just hunt the stuff inside our perimeter here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Trevi Fountain is 2nd most pickpocketed place in the entire world. Which is just that one specific spot in Rome is the 2nd most pickpocketed place in the entire world. Like, that's a statistical fact. I mean, maybe it's not now, but it was definitely a number of years ago. I don't know what the first was. I want to say it was in India, but I don't remember where it was. There are also places like Nigeria and all that? Right. But are they actually that volume of pickpocketed? Usually when you're looking at areas that have high rates of pickpocketing, you're looking at places that both have people with lots of money and places that can, that people can, get that. So you're hitting one of the most common tourist locations that you got tons and tons of people with money rolling on through and all that sort of stuff. So it's got that combination that makes some serious target. But yeah, so it's kind of just people being crappy is the problem with Rome. The history part of it's great. Seeing the Colosseum and all of that is a lot of fun. But it's kind of ruined by just dealing with all those people. Versus, on the other hand, one of the most awesome places I've been, in general, is I really, really liked going to Florence. Florence is possibly one of my favorite places I've ever been so far as a tourist. But Vegas, to me, dethroned Rome for my least favorite place. Entirely different reasons. Because in Vegas, finding a place that wasn't incredibly loud and busy, you had to go way out of your way to find like those tiny little pockets of not noisy. And so it's like just 24/7 being bombarded by noise and all that. No, So we're definitely not taking the colonists, because sickly on a tropical swamp is just a dead colonist. And you'll give me goodwill, and they will not work. I'll take them. And you're restricted to stay inside the home zone. Berlin is extremely urban. Paris is dirty. Every city. So I've been to Berlin. I don't have any major complaints about Berlin. I've been to Paris. I don't have any major complaints about Paris. Like I've been to a lot of places. I've been very fortunate that when I was younger, my father was a consultant, so I got to see a lot of the world. And I will say for me, Rome was an outlier for just being awful, and that Vegas. And again, the things that are negative about Vegas to me are positives to other people. That there are people who like the very active nightlife and all the stuff going on and the gambling and all that stuff. But for me, I just that volume of constantly having everything going on everywhere was just completely exhausting. I'm missing something. Because the full version was too much for Twitch. You're a skin disorder? You have sensitive eyes? You don't really like altered state? Yeah, no, I mean, so I would definitely say, like, the beach isn't the least favorite for me. I would definitely say going to the beach and having a bunch of drinks isn't my favorite. It's fine. Like, if I'm with others that are like, oh man, I really would just like to go to the beach and have some drinks, it'd be like, okay, like, that's not my idea of pastime. It's just too freaking hot. And yeah, you can go into the water and all that, but salt water can be pretty annoying. Like, and some people love it, and that's the thing. So, like, for Vegas, where Vegas is not my jam, I'm not gonna say Vegas is an awful place. You know, Vegas has a lot to offer for other people, but for me personally, it's not what I want. Okay, so we're at the point where we've got most of these rooms carved out to start with. So we're going to start by smoothing out the break room, or break room dining room, because we get that smoothed out, it'll make it impressive, we'll get everyone a nice little bonus. The ocean is wonderful reasons that do not involve you being immersed into it. I love the way you phrase that. What does acidic smog do? It slows down the growth of plants. It causes things left outside to decay a bit faster. And for your colonists, it will irritate them, like give them a minor negative mood penalty if they're outside. So let's tell you to don't cut or sow. And for right now, we'll say dandelions. Just because I don't want them to sit there and harvest hay grass and pile it up in here. Okay, so we've got our drug production for our drug that makes us immune to a bunch of stuff. So once we get... Oh, we need components for that. I've been, like, not mining the components because we didn't have a use for them. So let's go ahead. There should be... I think there's 2 ship chunks in the map. No, just the one. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and carve out our first area that has components. I'm going to start with this one outside my perimeter while we're in, like, a good situation. That way, if I need some in the short term later, I can grab ones from inside. I mean, there's a lot of things that are bad about Vegas. Like, I would say one of my other big complaints about Vegas is, my God, that place is expensive. I live in a very expensive touristy area, and even the prices, like, even for as much as people around here complain about the prices in Central Florida being obnoxiously high, going to Vegas made everything here seem budget and cheap by comparison. It was absurd how expensive Vegas was. With you being in the backwoods almost all your life, you've grown to dislike the beach. Makes you feel exposed. That's fine. like I said, for me, the beach isn't my first pick. I used to like the beach way more. Where I grew up, I could literally just hop in a car, within 15 minutes, I'm on the beach. So, I grew up with the beach right there. And I don't have that much to complain about with it and all that. But, I feel like that partly spoiled me for the beach, where it's like, it's fine. I'm gonna build some roofs around here as a fire break. I shouldn't really need it on this side, but just in case, we'll do it on the outside. You also like the beach because it has sand, and sand gets everywhere. Well, that's kind of the thing with me, is you get done with the beach, and just everything was sand. And you'd track it everywhere. Like, there was just no keeping the sand contained. So you'd end up doing a lot of cleanup after the fact, which is fine. But for me, my idea of, like, for vacation, I want as little work as possible. And cleaning up all the sand and aftermath is work. Alright, so let's remove this floor down here. Okay. So our food seems to be stabilizing, and it'll be in amazing shape once we pull up this corn. That's kind of what I'm waiting on, is just for the corn to happen. And now we got all the Toxalope trapped outside the perimeter. That'll be excellent as well. I've still got room where I can expand my farm down here. Most of this is rich soil on top of that. So what's going to end up being my bottleneck with food is literally going to be, I have one farmer, or one person who's doing the growing. They're going to be the bottleneck from their own labor, not what we have growing in the field. Like, this is going to end up being way too much food for us in the long run, but that's later me's problem. Right now, me doesn't really care. This also means I can reopen those doors. For some reason, rocky beaches aren't as popular? No. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, standing in sand feels better than standing on rocks and pebbles and all that. But at the same time, there's a pro and a con from it. Plus, a lot of the places that have the rocky beaches are usually places that are cooler in climate. Not always, but a lot of times. Nicely done. Alright, Cerise the Mage. Thank you for hanging out, and you sleep well. I guess wondering, like, what's so down. Yeah. Like I said, for me, beaches aren't like, oh, beach, gross. No. It's just me, like, me and Tomb can get to beaches. We're in Central Florida, so we can get to a beach pretty quickly if we wanted to. And I think the entire time we've been married, we've probably, which is, for like 13 years or something now, I think we've gone to the beach like 2 or 3 times. It's just not our idea of a good pastime. So has your jaw ever locked up for a second because you yawned the wrong way? Oh yeah, no, I've got my jaw stuck once or twice. Like, it doesn't stay stuck, but I definitely think. Alright, so we can't caravan to do the distress signal because of the max pollution around us. We'll just die. Like, going over here and back, we'll be at moderate to serious toxic buildup, which is a lot of risk. Thank you so much. Hearing you talk about vacations is helping your shattered mood. Well, I'm glad that helps. Like, it's one of those things that, like, being able to focus on the things that bring you happiness or whatever can definitely help a great deal. You've actually never been on any sort of vacation? It's worth doing. And like, that's the thing. Different people have different ideas for what makes a good vacation. For me, going on something like a cruise is more my ideal vacation, where I get on a boat, I have no scheduling to deal with, I can eat, drink, what I want, I can hang out, relax, I don't have to worry about, like, okay, I'm visiting this place, there's the 10 things I want to see, I've got time for 5, how do I figure this all out? Like, you kind of go and say, oh, well, there's going to be a dinner show at this time, alright, yeah, we can go over there. You're not expected to wake up at, like, the crack of dawn to do stuff. Now, that said, I do like going places where I can, you know, go and see historic things and all that, where you do end up needing to do all that scheduling and whatnot. But with those kind of vacations, it almost feels like, okay, well, I need a vacation from my vacation. And are you also Manhunter? Okay. You never traveled for purposes other than work? Yeah, that was most of my travel as an adult, when I was traveling on my own kind of thing. Has always been work-related. I got to enjoy travel when I was younger, thanks to my father's occupation. And I personally don't believe there's a wrong answer for a vacation, you know, other than maybe, like, if what you're doing with it itself is, like, some very serious crime or whatever. God, I can understand, Lightning. I'm sorry to hear that you got that going. You know, getting that hard family health news is always a difficulty. We don't need to dwell on it, but that is something I acutely can relate to right now. And we do not need to dig into that, because let's have ourselves a good time. But yeah, it's good to have distractions. That's kind of one of the key values that a lot of the content creation in that has, is just, you know, it gives you a few minutes to breathe, you know, with whatever, like, stresses you've got going on. You get 2 seconds to, like, step away and not have to deal. Whether your stresses are work-related, or school-related, or health-related, or whatever you got going on. Everyone's fighting their battles. You suppose you'd like to tour museums, historical sites, and botanical gardens? Maybe eat some good food? That's good stuff. I've been to a number of excellent museums, like the Natural History Museum in New York City is really good. If you're into space stuff, going to the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex just outside of Titusville, Florida is a really good one as well. Lots of good stuff there. If you're into space. If you're not into space, then I'm not entirely sure why you're at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Your best vacation is when they ask you, what did you do on vacation? And I could say as little as possible. That's kind of what going on a cruise is, though. What did you do on your vacation? I sat on a boat, I ate stuff, I had the occasional drink, and I saw a show. What else did you do? That's the list. Maybe we went to some, like, tropical island where we then ate stuff and then had some drinks. And you get the idea. It is max chillax, the vacation. My dad hates cruises. That's the thing that's interesting to me. My dad's like, but it takes really long to get where you're going. It's like, that's not the point. The boat is where you're going. That's just the second stop. The boat is where you're going. He's like, but it takes so long to get there. Right, the boat's the point. It's not his thing, which is totally fair. You want to go back to DC? One of your favorite places you ever been? Very expensive, though. I got to West Virginia just outside. Like, I actually technically landed in DC. And, is that right? I'm not sure that's right. I landed at the airport right on the border between DC and West Virginia. And so I had to go over there and then go west to, Darkstrider, what does that have to do with anything? Come on, man. But yeah. So it was like, we landed, I didn't get to see, like, any of DC. I had to go to work, and by the time I was done. So I want to go to DC. I have technically been through DC, but I didn't get to see anything. Alright. Does your girlfriend went on vacation recently? She asked if there was anything you want to do, and your response is that I want to actively plan nothing, and we'll just do what we feel like when we get up in the morning. That's honestly, Like that to me is the beauty of like either doing like the staycation kind of thing or leisurely stuff like cruises. That to me is the magic there. Why are you so pissed off? You're food poisoning. That'll do it. They gave me medicine. All right, well you missed your chance to trade. That's fine. You're talking to BTR and drums. I get that, Strider. But especially when it's something that's kind of insightful, you know, sometimes those things can be best left unsaid. Basically, that's if it's something that's gonna like get someone not heated. That's not the word I want to use with, but you get the idea. Like, it's not that we can't talk about things that are negative or whatever, but just, like, randomly being in left field doing that's like, alright, but what does that have to do? Like, you can... Conversations move and evolve and all that type of stuff. But, like, if someone just like, I hate the way they shoot puppies, it's like, why would you bring that up then? Why would you bring up this thing that you're like, I hate this thing? Why not talk about it? Okay, so we've got... Are you Neanderthals? Is that why you're showing up in small numbers with melee? Yes. And you... These two are dangerous. That one's not as bad. And we are dealing with fighting them in the rain, which is not my favorite. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use these rocks. Was that attacks immediately? No, they're going to preempt. We're going to try and use these rocks, because then they got to wade through the muck to get to me, and we'll have the rocks in the way. So once they start getting past the muck, we can break, go through the wall, duck out the other side, pick up wherever. Then what other vacation spots did you like? So I've gotten to go to a few places that are a lot of fun. Like, I liked my vacation in Germany. We have friends in the family in Germany, so I've been a couple times. I've been to what here in the U.S. we call Cologne, but it's typically there. I'm going to probably mispronounce it, which is Köln. We got to... I've gotten to see some places that are a little bit more difficult in Germany. So, like, for the history side of it, got to see Dachau. For those who don't know what Dachau is, it's a concentration camp. It's a museum now, but it's one of those places you go, and from the moment you arrive, you're like, I don't feel okay. Like, everything here is not great. But at the same time, I do feel there's kind of value in, like, taking it from a thing you read into a book, like in a book, to actually seeing the place and being like, this is a place where bad things happened. And so it's kind of one of those things that the whole time you're there, it's very, very uncomfortable. But there's a lot to learn from it. Yeah, if you felt okay, it's probably a bad sign. Yeah, I would agree. Oh my god. That dude just ate every one of those shotgun shells too. But that was the plan, because they're slowed down. So he's... Man, I'm surprised he's still up with that many bleeds. But that was the plan. We go through here. We duck on through. Then you cross over to the other side. Because they'll lose targeting. They're probably going to hit one of my walls. Donkey's going to go down. It's okay. It's raining. Let's grab Calaria. Get ready to start kiting. Because you got some solid... Never mind. And that one went down because of the pile of bleeds we had on him. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, Neanderthals, the two things they've got is, what if bullets didn't matter? And then, also, if we get into melee, expect to get wrecked. That's pretty much Neanderthals in the game in their entirety. But yeah, we also got to go to, I don't remember the name of the city. It was a very old city in Germany, but the big thing they had is for, like early on, like in the introduction of firearms, there were places that they make stuff like cannonballs and like musket beads and all that, or the musket, shot and all that. And it was interesting that the way they would make their rounds perfectly spherical, or as close as you could do, is they just had a really tall tower, and they would make the metal molten, and then they would turn the thing to dump out the metal, and then just the wind resistance as it fell would make it into a ball, which would then land in the water in the bottom to cool it off. And so it's like, how do you make this round? We just drop it from a high place. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that works. And I explained the physics on how it works, where it's like the force of the friction of the air dragging behind it versus the tensile strength of it trying to hold it together and all that is why it becomes a ball. But it was just kind of an interesting thing. It's like, yeah, we just drop it. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I guess that works. A very simple solution to that problem. But it was cool going into that. It's like, it's just this really tall tower and they just drop it. But it was a cool thing. And then, like, you know, the whole city, like, is one of those cities that you're required to keep the building aesthetic the same over periods of time. So even when they would go and refurb a house and everything, it would still hold that same basic aesthetic. Alright, so we've got our next area of pollution sorted out. We're going to leave that alone for right now. And we'll plan to clean up that area next. So we're slowly going to carve out into the pollution. Basically, I grab 5 bags, I drop them under the tree. Sometimes I accidentally spread too much, so we actually probably did spread a tile or 2 in here since that doesn't have any pollution around it. That's fine. That's fascinating and wonderful. Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, you look at, it's like, you're going, well, how did you make the shot round? It's like, oh man, they probably had to have some milling machine kind of thing where they have, like, their calipers and just, like, circle it. And they're like, no, we just melt it, we just drop it. You're like, oh. Okay. That seems far more efficient than what I was thinking. Now, I do remember they're talking about as a big difficulty that they had to get, like, the temperature right. What is the tree for? So, this is a Pollux tree. This is how we deal with the pollution. If you look at the Pollux tree, what ends up happening is the Pollux tree, it absorbs pollution, but does not create waste packs. So it is one of the 2 ways to actually remove pollution from existence without just sending it off your tile. The only 2 ways are the Pollux tree and the pollution atomizer, or the toxic atomizer, whatever the thing is from, like, the very end of the mech path. So what this does is, if we look at the pollution here, in 9 in-game hours, it'll remove 1 tile of pollution. And then in the next, like, 12 in-game hours, it'll take the next tile of pollution. So it's about, like, 2.5, 3 tiles a day or something. So it's really slow, but it only does in this tiny little radius. So if you wanted to get rid of all the pollution, you bag up your pollution, you put it on the tree, you let it rot, which drops the pollution back in the ground, it sucks it up, and you repeat the process. It's very slow. Let's see, well, back in those days, they had lots of problems with metal. Was this the reason the Titanic didn't survive? So, I actually know a lot about the Titanic. We actually have the world, like, what is, in my opinion, the world's best Titanic museum is in, I think it's technically Orlando. The only other really good one I've seen is in Vegas. It's the same company operates both of them. But, they do a really good job of kind of showing that the Titanic as a disaster, you can't point at any one thing and say that's why. That it was kind of just this pile of different issues that kind of all came together to create this extreme issue. That if you took any one of those variables out, either A, the disaster wouldn't have happened in the first place, or B, the severity of the disaster would have been exponentially lower. The metal dropped to make musketball shot was in the 16th century, Titanic sunk in 1912. Yeah. Was it 1912? Yeah, I think somewhere around there. Only after World War II did people realize that metal may bend and weaken out of fatigue. I don't know when that came. There's a Titanic viewing sub. Yeah, the first one. I know a bunch of people are making a stink because they're making another Titanic viewing sub, but unlike the first one where the person's like, I could do this myself. The second one and it's a different company. The second was like, no, we are actually using the leading experts who this is what they do is deep diving subs that are designed for documentation and collection of artifacts and that. Like, we're literally the leading experts on this very specific task, and we're not cheaping on it. But yeah, no, it's stuff like there's a lot of stuff you don't hear about. For example, in those days, they didn't have a radio. They had what was known as the Marconi, which is the precursor to modern-day radio. And so what it does, that's where you see, like, the giant wire moving over the top of a bunch of those ships in that area. That's the Marconi for delivering radio signal between boats and all that. So back in those days, when it came with the radio telegraphs between the different boats, so what ended up happening was those operators are paid based on messages delivered, like telegraph from the people on the boat. So you'd go in and you'd pay a bunch of money to this person to get on there, tap out their Morse code that get passed on from boat to boat to boat to get it to like New York or wherever the signal is going. And you got paid based on that signal. Signals about like the weather, are there icebergs, is there choppy water? You didn't get paid on, that was just an expectation to do that. And so what ended up happening was the operators on the Titanic, what ended up happening was their Marconi went down. And they got word saying, hey, don't touch it. It's against company policy. You're not trained. Don't try and fix it yourself. And so these people are basically working on this boat and not getting paid for it. And so one of the guys went down there and fixed the Marconi. And they were like super duper backlogged on all these things that get them paid. So they're pretty much pulling all-nighters trying to get these messages out that people were trying to pay them for and all that so that they could effectively get paid for their time. And one of the other ships nearby was being like, hey, we see icebergs over here. Hey, we've got choppy water. That, you know, they're reporting the conditions per normal. And because these people are like stress of 12 and trying to do all this stuff, the guy was finally like, get off the effing line kind of thing as, you know, their response. And so the person on the other boat, which was the nearest boat to the Titanic at the time it sank, the guy was like, well, screw these people, and he turned off the Marconi and went to bed. So unfortunately, when the disaster happened and the Titanic was like, hey, we're sinking, we need help, the nearest boat, their radio was turned off, and so it had to go to the next boat farther away to send rescue, and all that kind of stuff. I don't think better controls would have made a difference. By the time that they got the word that the iceberg was in line, I don't think the ship physically could have changed its path. And then a lot of things they actually argued that the boat changing its path trying to get around the iceberg actually made the disaster way worse. Because had it just gone straight into the iceberg, it would have collapsed the first couple of chambers on the bottom of the boat, but the boat would have been able to limp home. Versus because they sort of kind of ish veered off, it scraped the entire side of like the front of the boat, opening up, I think it was 6 of the chambers. And if I remember correctly, the Titanic could handle, I think it was 4 of its chambers flooding. So it took what would have been a wreck that would have hit probably 2 to 3 chambers and made it, you know, took it from, you know, a handleable amount of damage to catastrophic. That said, you don't blame them for trying to do the term. You know, they couldn't have known at the time that that's how it would have gone on, because you don't know, like, that's the whole reason they say tip of the iceberg, because you don't know how bad it is underneath to make a meaningful decision around it. Okay, so we got a bit more pollution we can pull up. Oh yeah, no, well, and plus they had the chambers and they weren't fully separated. They went up, it was, I can't remember how many feet tall, but like the very top edge wasn't like enclosed. So it made it so once they got those first couple chambers started flooding and it tipped the whole ship down, it just, you know, it just spilled over from chamber to chamber to chamber until it sank. Because So you don't know the details, but you remember that it could have survived a bit better materials. Yeah, no, that was another thing, is at the time they were making the steel for the boat, I believe it was a high nickel concentration in the steel, which made the steel harder, but it made it more brittle. Which, when it was cold, I mean. And so it was those things that one of the contributing factors to the disaster being as bad as it was the metal was effectively compromised in its strength as well. I hadn't heard that they cheaped on the rivets. I do know in the front of the ship that they had to hand do the rivets because their actual riveting gun was not big enough, but that was just a problem of that wasn't a design flaw in the boat, that was just the nature of shipbuilding at the time. There were certain places on a boat you had the giant rivet gun, and, you know, it was big and bulky and couldn't reach everywhere, so you had to have people hand rivet in those areas. But yeah, no, that's the thing. And they were also trying to set a record for crossing the Atlantic, so they were going at a much faster speed than they normally would be, which, you know, made things worse. The night of the disaster, you know, the night of the actual sinking, they had abnormally calm water, which sounds like it'd be a good thing, but the problem is when everything is perfectly flat and you're not seeing any waves or anything like that, you don't have the icebergs bobbing up and down, and so it made it much harder to see. And then you also had, it was a night that there's basically no real moonlight either. Like, the moon was just kind of not present. So they didn't really see the iceberg until it was, like, right on top of them, because just the visibility was so poor. So it is just, like, literally just this big cascade of one problem after the other problem after the other problem, that if you even remove, like, one or two of the other ones, like, again, it made, like, some of them it would have prevented disaster entirely. Some of them it would have massively reduced that. Maybe the Titanic did still sink, but it would have taken way longer, so rescue would have arrived in time. Some of the things that could have gone that, you know, okay, well, it didn't sink, but it had to, like, limp home because it was badly damaged, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's an interesting one to look into if you ever get a chance to see, like, documentaries that really dig into it. There is just so much to unpack in that one. And to the credit, when that happened, we turned around, like, not just here in the US, but, like, the US and Europe, and everyone kind of stepped back and said, okay, we need to make some rules around what is and isn't required of these boats. Because prior to the Titanic, it was considered a lack of confidence if you had a bunch of lifeboats on your ship. That, like, why would you have so many lifeboats? If your ship isn't going to sink, you don't need that. So having those safeties there was actually, like, bad PR. And that's actually one of the things that happened. Was originally the engineer behind the Titanic had planned for, I think it was like 4 or 5 additional full-size lifeboats. And then the press got a hold of it, and the press were like, hey, you know, if this is the unsinkable ship, which apparently the Titanic itself, like the White Star itself, the company behind Titanic, never said it was an unsinkable ship. That was just something that the press ran with. You know, they said, you know, someone said, oh, you know, White Star is making the unsinkable ship with the safety feature or whatever. And Titanic, you know, didn't correct the record, but that wasn't their own marketing. But you know, then they had these extra lifeboats, or they were going to add these extra lifeboats, sorry. And a bunch of press like, I thought this thing was unsinkable. Why do you even need lifeboats at all? And they actually cut back in the number of lifeboats as a response to that. They got pushback from the press and did away with some of the lifeboats, which apparently the main engineer on the thing, like, fought tooth and claw and got into arguments and managed to, I think it was, got 4 inflatable lifeboats added that weren't part of the spec to begin with. Is either 2 or 4 of them added to the spec that weren't part of it as, like, a compromise for getting rid of the others. You know, which ultimately ended up saving a bunch of lives because that was 2 or 4 more lifeboats than they had originally would have had otherwise. So it's just this whole series of things that made it that way, which is what makes it so fascinating, is almost seeing, like, the different trajectories it could have gone. Imagine the guilt that some of the people left with. Oh, there were a lot of people who, were decision makers who weren't even at the disaster, who that event was devastating for them because, they made decisions that, led to that loss of life. You think that engineer was on the ship and died too? The ship designer? Let me think. I think the engineer was on the ship. I don't remember if the engineer died. I know I'm trying to remember. So they had like the lead engineer for designing the ship was on board. I think the owner of White Star, I believe, was on there as well. The captain was about to retire, and they had a different captain, and they chose to switch out for the one that was going to retire because it was if you went on a luxury cruise, he was the man who captained. He was like a celebrity captain. And I believe the captain did not make it. That he went down with the ship. I want to say the higher up with White Star did make it. He had stayed on the ship, but when the ship went under, he was one of the people who, surfaced up to it and that kind of thing. And they had this whole investigation afterwards, and they had given the comments why didn't you go down with the ship? And he goes, I did go down with the ship. The ship just chose to go keep going without me, kind of thing. I can't remember if the engineer went, because I remember there was a lot of the higher ups did actually make it. And I don't mean for nefarious things, whatever. That there's a whole thing. Because they had some of the earlier lifeboats, because people hadn't been properly trained. Some of the lifeboats early on left without being full at all. And so as a result, there was a lot of people who got pulled from the water and saved. And so there's a bunch of the people had gotten saved. That, and if you were in first class, your odds were actually pretty okay that you'd get out of it. A lot of first class made it. Now that said, if you ever watch the movie Titanic, a lot of it's incorrect. They show them locking all of third class at the bottom. That didn't happen. The big thing that led to the loss of life in third class, one, is they weren't prioritized. That is actually a problem. But two, a lot of people in third class didn't speak English. They were traveling to, they were traveling to the US and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. They didn't speak English as their main language, and all the signs were in English on the boats, and the instructions given were in English. So they didn't even realize anything was going wrong until, water started spilling in there and everything. And that isn't a judgment of the competence of the individuals or anything like that. It's because the instructions weren't in their language. When people were knocking at the door being like, hey, you need to get out, you need to get on deck, we're abandoning ship, they didn't know, just some random person knocked on their door and yelled something and moved on. They didn't know what it meant. And there's no standardization among any of those practices. They didn't have muster drills like we do now. You had such a discussion recently. Even nowadays, people build factories full of machines based on it should totally work because innovations are being tested the bad way. I mean, there's a mix between this is a new innovation, it has to be tested somewhere. Sooner or later, you've got to actually, properly test it. And there's certain times that people cut the corners on testing, certainly. But that is one of those things you run into. Alright. I should have gotten these set earlier, because now it's hard for me to select them. Alright, no, that's an artifact thing we'll probably not be able to get. It's fine. We'll end up using a bunch of steel and all that. We'll clean up our shelves. We shouldn't see much more wood coming in. We've got a ton now. Yeah, okay, so we've got all that built out there. We are researching electricity, which will help out. We are still smoothing the floor in there painfully slowly. Who is our construction person? It feels like you're not getting much done right now. Oh, it's because you're building all the ceiling. I forgot. Ceiling gets prioritized over normal construction, so all of this ground to a halt while we were building the ceiling. That's fine. I think that's still good to use time. The reason I put this wall around here is that way it's much harder for fire to spread. Let's see, your father's electrical engineer turned into a safety engineer. You'd be surprised if people designing machines don't think of, oh yeah, no, it happens. Like, I've certainly seen shoddy work. Get some more light in here. And the reason I'm putting all these torches everywhere is eventually we'll switch it over to electricity. But, very genuinely, with, Anomaly, you do need to have light coverage everywhere just in case you get, like, the Noctil event and all that. There are standards that we've developed through trial and error. That's where a lot of standards come from. A lot of standards... Alright, Night Lord, you have a good day at work. Thank you for hanging out. A lot of our standards and safety and all that very genuinely do come from, you know, things that have gone wrong. That we've had, like, industrial accidents and all that. We said, okay, this was a needless loss of life. Let's find a way to fix it. And then a bunch of laws get passed and all that make that so. And then people endlessly complain about those laws, being like, why do I have to do this? And you're like, well, because, you know, safety is something to be taken seriously. Yeah, the good old OSHA standards are written in blood. Yup. More truth to that than not. It's almost any place you go and go, why is there a rule for that? The answer is, because something happened that someone had to write a rule for it. That's the gist of it. And a lot of it you go, but that shouldn't be necessary. And a whole lot of people should go, yeah, it shouldn't be. But unfortunately, the reality is, it is necessary. As a lawyer, you can confirm that assessment. Uh-huh. There has been more than once I've seen a rule that I'm like, that is ridiculous. Why is this a rule? And then, like, you'll have that person who happens to have been there whenever whatever happened is like, actually, it's a not-so-funny story. Well, there is this, and you're like, oh my god, really? Like, yeah, no, I understand. I understand why that's a rule now. What do you mean I can't store leaking radioactive waste for my employees' sleep? Yep. Oh, the number of things that got stored with food back in the day that you'd have, like, your long-term foodstuffs that'd be stored right next to, like, gasoline and other stuff, and then you went, oh, wait a second, this is a real big problem. Let's not do that anymore. I can tell you to mine that out. No, let's not. I need to stop telling them to mine the steel, because a lot of times the steel doesn't go bad, so you never feel bad about mining it in advance. Because it's not worth that much wealth. We can outsource people for stuff I don't care about, so never mind. That sounds like something that would happen in Hard Space Shipbreaker. Well, that's what Hard Space Shipbreaker is making fun of. Is just the mentality, like, that's presented in Hard Space Shipbreaker. That was the mentality of the era, like, you know, on the later half of the Gold Rush, where we had the company towns, the coal mining towns, and all these. That it was a mentality of, you know, union, like, I mean, unions weren't even a big thing you ran into, and they were very informal back then. But yeah, no, that's literally the whole game was like, you were effectively stuck when you got hired by these people, and you couldn't go anywhere or do anything, you're just at their mercy. And understandably, when there was no leverage to make them, like, the only leverage against them you had was threatening them by messing stuff. I have nothing to sell you. I want that book, but I'm not giving up a big pile of plasteel and all that, so you can get out of here. I want the things they have, but they don't want anything I have. Remind you of the ridiculous warning in hair dryers? Who uses them while sleeping anyways? I mean, for that warning to be on there, it happened. I imagine that one's more people getting really sleepy and then using the hair dryer while they're really tired and falling asleep. I want to think people didn't just like lay it down on the pillow next to them and leave it on. Okay, so we've got electricity. So we're gonna go for air conditioning next. That way I can go and make a freezer. We'll probably put the freezer... Maybe we'll put the freezer, like, make like a little kitchen here and put the freezer up this area. Because we can punch through where there's these components for the kitchen. It'll be right next to our break room, so we can just move the food in and out of here. And then we'll just lump the freezer into this area somewhere. Well, to be fair, you don't have much. Yeah. Man, that's the whole thing. Like, half of the satirical stuff they do in Hard Space Shipbreaker that leads to them, like, doing the whole gathering together and pushing back against the company where the company is evil. That was a big thing at that time. You had these mining companies that they would drag you out in the middle of nowhere desert to go dig up whatever mineral it was, like coal, gold, silver, whatever. That drag you in the middle of nowhere. You couldn't get anywhere. Like, you know, the trains, they didn't have like passenger trains rolling through. They wouldn't even pay you in real money. They'd pay you in writ, which is like an IOU for money. That you'd use at their company store, and then the company store would charge you some absolutely ridiculous amount of money and all these things. So you effectively became an unwilling, like, indentured servant to this organization. That there was just no realistic escape route for you. And it was just the way it worked at the time. The company store with company script? Yep. Like, if that is one of those things. Man, where was it? I did a road trip up to Ohio to visit where family was from. It was like the last time I went up there. And it was somewhere along the way, like West Virginia, we stopped at this coal mining town that had a museum at it. And it was funny, because they vaguely presented things in a positive light. Would you stop leaving stuff in the 2 inches of door, please? I'm begging you. They keep doing that. I'm tempted to get the don't block the door mod again, or whatever it was. Get that out of the door, because you're letting all the rats in. But, it was one of those things that just, they were presenting, it was like this whatever coal museum as presented by, it was like the US Coal Association's whatever. And I'm like, oh, this is literally being run by coal companies. And you could tell they were trying to dance around like all the awful things. Like they pointed out, oh, there was these big safety problems back in the day in coal mining. But they stayed 10 miles away from unionization. They stayed like 10 miles away from like all the laws that got passed and everything. And they're like, we're doing better now than it used to be. So you still got some meaningful history about like, oh, well, they had these like lunch pails that also had like their daily supplies. So you had like your food on top, and you had like water and that in the bottom and all that. So the equipment and all that they accurately portrayed. And they also portrayed, you know, hey, it was like super dangerous back in the day. But it was fun, like, watching them try and walk circles around, you know, the whole fact that they used to operate in these, like, incredibly awful ways that, you know, literally led to, like, rebellions and violence to get sorted. And you could see, like, omissions of history from it. And I was like, why is this, like, this is such a weird way of telling it. It's like, oh, I see. It's the actual coal companies run this place. Which I found comical to no end. Alright. So we close those doors to try and get some of these rats and all that under control. We've got them all scheduled to hunt now. We have an insulting spree. Thank you. That's definitely going to help. All right. There's also stigma against women doing factory work, but when yeah, and that was World War II. That was a whole big thing that changed. But like prior to that, you know, it was considered a bad thing. You know, and then World War II happened, and that was a growing pain that happened was after the war. You know, the men all came back to the war and wanted to take a bunch of the jobs back, and, you know, understandably, women having a lot more autonomy were not willing to give it back, which is the correct thing for them to do. There's a whole lot of be like, no, I'm keeping my paycheck. We're not just going back to the way things were. Come on, raccoon. There we go. But yeah, that was a whole big thing. Alright, because I mean, at that point, they've been working those jobs for a couple of years and all that. You can imagine you're working a job, you've got your own paycheck, everything's good, and then suddenly you're being like, yeah, okay, well, you're not allowed to work anymore. You can be like, the hell I'm not. Are you streaming games TikTok won't let you? They're telling you have to have 10,000 followers. There's different things you can do to qualify on TikTok to get a streaming key. I may not have many people watching over on TikTok, but I have a pretty big following over on Twitch. And that's one of the ways that you can get access to being able to stream on the other platforms, is if you're already well established on one platform, they will give you different requirements. Alright. So we are still cleaning stuff up. We just got to clean up the walls here for this room to be done. Once that room's done, we'll get the bedroom starting to get smoothed out. That's part of the reason why we're seeing a lot fewer breaks now, is our food is things. Am I live on TikTok? Yes, I stream to TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time, Twitch being my main platform by a very large margin. But at the same time, you know, it's nice to stream to YouTube as well, because then I don't have to upload my VODs later. And then TikTok is just, you know... Alright, so these three over here are actually decent shots. Those two, not so much. So we do actually have a lot of them that can fire well. They are impids. So they will actually put up a pretty decent fight when it comes to a lot of this. And if they get into melee, we're going to have a bad time. So I'm going to try to do is we've got some rocks here we can use as cover, and as long as we arrive before they do, we'll have a cover advantage over them. And that's about the best we're going to be able to ask for with this whole thing. I'm just going to put you off to the side, Claria Star. You're basically there for if any of them try to run up close. Actually, let's switch people around. There we go. Okay, we've done what we can to sit there. Don't mess with illicit NZ. Don't mess with illicit. First person shows up, first shot, brained. Don't rush me and breathe fire across my line. Okay. If that impet would have gone here and breathed fire down there, we would have scattered from cover. Alright, you get out of here, you get out of here, you get out of here. Nicely done. Just the opening shot, and just Illicit's like, no, dead. Ooh, you took a pretty bad hit from that one. Illicit also took a hit. And who is our doctor? A night drawer, that's good news. Why are you cooking when I have people who need medical attention? Okay. All right. So we are finally starting to get proper clothing going on, so that's good news. Everyone's all patched up. There's no one to convert right now. We're all the same ideology, so we're good there. It's a shame that smoothing stone is so incredibly slow. But that's fine. I just realized we have all that stone. Okay. So what I'm going to plan to do... So, what types of stone do I have on this tile, by the way? I saw we had marble, and I think we have limestone? Slate, limestone, and marble. Okay. So, looking at this, we have mostly marble, but a lot of limestone. What I'm going to plan to do... Alright, that's not too encouraging. What I'm going to plan to do is replace the exterior wall with stone over time, but we've got to get there first. So I'm going to start by covering whatever I can with the limestone. The perpetual need for moisture pumps? Uh-huh. We're definitely going to get that geothermal as one of our first... Well, actually, I'll go ahead and let the air conditioning finish, then we're going to go geothermal. And then we're going to try and go to microelectronics, and that's when we're going to start doing stuff like, we'll need the drills, we'll need the moisture pumps. I'll probably get the... no. Right now, random research still doesn't work with anomaly. So I'm just... Until they get it fixed to work with anomaly, there's no reason for me to random research. I just got to do without. Oh, good, you actually finished that. Bills... Make our drug forever, and then we can go to our assignments. Manage drug policy, social drugs. We will change it to take the preventative medicine, and we'll take it every 5 days. So we'll have to get enough money to be able to buy the materials needed for it, but we'll get there. Random research. So I really like random research. I'm still annoyed that it still doesn't work with anomaly. I really do hope they get it to work with anomaly, because right now with random research, for those who don't know, is it would choose these research randomly, but this area, it won't let you choose the research at all. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Like you can't choose it, it doesn't randomly do it, it just you have to read books. So we've got 4 more refugees. They do have a child among them, so they will not betray us. We'll get them all set up. Any of you... Ooh, Jogger Nimble. Okay. So that's good news. So we'll get all our permissions set up. I'm not gonna worry about any of you hunting. Honestly, you're all welcome to do that stuff. Don't worry about cooking. You can help with all that. We don't want you crafting. Because we got people for all that. That's fine. And we don't have enough beds for all of you. I've only got 1 spare bed. So with that, what we're going to do is we're temporarily going to make that for colonists and just add 2 more in there. And that'll be fine. The kid may decide to join. I hope so. Jogger Nimble will definitely consider. They won't be able to do melee forever. That would definitely be someone with the yoinking. Yeah, but honestly, this person, very neurotic. I would take them. Very neurotic is really good. careful shooter who can't do a lot of stuff, I honestly could live with that because they can cook and construct and all that. But I won't take them because, my god, the problems this person has with their health. I mean, I can actually fix all those with the unnatural healing, but we would need a way to de-age them. That one I wouldn't take. A slothful slow learner? Nah. So really, only Sella there is the only one I'd be like, if they tried to join, I'd say no. Not that I particularly need another colonist right now, but I wouldn't complain about it. Okay, so we've got that dealt with over there. Where's our other Pollux tree? It was up here somewhere. There you are. Yes, actually, I could shrink that again. Alright. You would take Careful Shooter. They could drop dead anytime with that age. Yeah, no, that 65 is pretty rough. RimWorld is very unkind for people who are not super young. Like, very, very genuinely, RimWorld... Like, the moment you start getting into your mid-60s, you're basically half dead as far as RimWorld's concerned. Which is pretty extreme. That's not really realistic. But yeah, no, keeping someone alive who is after 40 your foot in the grave, it's not that bad. But yeah, once you start getting up to the mid-60s, the risk of like your character getting like bad back and heart attacks and all that just keeps getting worse and worse till it's just unmanageable. Oh, that was interesting. Emmy did one insult against Kalaria and then immediately stopped. Because I think Kalaria got to sleep first. Yeah, literally didn't even get the insult off. Went to insult. Kalaria was like, nope, going to sleep. And I was like, oh, never mind. Turning 41 this year? You agree? Yeah. Hey, T-Pain, how's it going? Feels bad, man? Yeah. Alright, so we've got, like, food is more than handled now. Like, honestly, we have too much going on here. So what we're going to do here is this field here is going to change to not be rice anymore. I haven't decided what I am going to make it. But the reason I want to make it not rice at this stage is just... rice is very laborious for the amount of nutrition you get out of it. So not really worth me putting that kind of time into it. We'll just make it potatoes. You're turning 20 and your body already hates you. Yeah. For me, the really bad one was turning 30. Like, just... I had always had, like, extremely good, like, extremely low blood pressure to a point that it was a genuine concern, and very low blood cholesterol and all that sort of stuff. And then I turned 30, it's like, okay, well, you're not high, but you're not low anymore. And all that. So, you know, maybe work on that. And, you know, I got to learn the beauty that is a kidney stone, which was not something I recommend. If I were to make a suggestion, it is do not understand what a kidney stone is like, as long as you can go about it. Drink your citrus, don't eat too much salt, and maybe hold back on the kale just a little bit. For those who don't know why I'm saying the kale is very high in calcium, and kidney stones are salt and calcium. Never had kidney stones but had gallstones? Yep. Yeah, I've heard those are pretty awful. So it's one of those things. The reason I say citrus, citric acid helps prevent the forming of the crystallization of salt and all that. So it is a preventative. Alright, so you're throwing a tantrum. We'll make sure you're not going to destroy anything important here in a minute. Meanwhile, I'm going to tell you to smooth all of the bedrooms at the same time, which means they won't get done anytime soon. Let's see. You were unhappy because you were wielding a steel knife. Look. If I knew you're going to be salty about it, I would have disarmed you earlier. Now, unfortunately, because they're having a mood break, I can't actually tell them to drop it just yet. That's always one that does annoy me, is the whole, like, they show up and then they, like, throw a fit because they had drugs with them and then they use them, but they don't like drugs. Or, you know, they show up and they have weapons that they hate using, so they throw a fit over. It's like, why would you bring that then? Stop it.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for subscribing for 30 months. Morning.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 2 sub. That's 30 months, 30 months you've been subbed to the channel, which is a really heckin' long time. So I really, really do appreciate that continued support for all of this time. So thank you so much again. I do hope you enjoy your advertising for viewing as well as access to the emotes. But thank you again. Like, that is one of the very first subs on the channel, and you just been carrying it forward. Let's see, what happens in max pollution, by the way? You never tried it. It seems that the swamp isn't fully toxic. So max pollution, all of that red is pollution. So when you put 100% pollution, you get like a little cutout that is not pollution. So it's like somewhere around this big. And then we have carved the pollution out and we're using the Pollux trees to dispose of it. Yeah, so it is a lot of pollution. And then on top of that, if we look at the building area, because I chose Swamp Hill, all of this red, blue, and yellow, I can't put heavyweight like stone on it either. Yeah, no, I had the overlay turned off. But yeah, so it's the big problem with the pollution is if you're in it too much, you get toxic buildup. And the higher your toxic buildup, if it hits 100%, you just die. But the higher it gets, the higher risk you have of permanent, like, very serious health injury, like health problems, like dementia or cancers or all that kind of stuff. And any percent of it can cause it. But the higher the higher the percentage, the significantly higher the risk gets. Okay, so we can go ahead and get rid of all of these weapons that we're never going to use. The worn out clothes here, can go ahead and get rid of those. Is there anything I want from you? It doesn't look like you're actually packing any decent weapons. The warg is fun and all, but they're just annoying to keep fed. They are very useful in a fight, though. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yes, they don't have anything we want, but they do have money, and we've been needing money, so that works. So you could, in theory, get really unlucky and just cripple your colony near the start. Oh, yeah, no, we had the last run we did brought up the overlay, and it was literally, there was nothing outside the rock in the middle that had no pollution, so I had to survive on tox potatoes. So it was, like, really a bad time to manage it. And we were, like, struggling with food the whole time. Because on top of that, if the animals get toxic buildup, when you kill them, there's a chance they instantly rot. So you can't butcher them. And then because I had like no trees. I think when we started the map, it had 3 trees on the entire map. There was like 3 trees that were like right like that. And that was it for the whole map. That we had no meaningful wood the whole run. And we were like slowly making things work, but it was just rough right from the beginning. I want you to go bang on that for a while, if you don't mind. But that's a challenge. As opposed to a challenge where it's just like, what did I do? Oh, I turned up the enemies to 11. Instead, this is an environmental challenge where it's like, the world itself is just rough. Because you'll notice, like, I have just this little bit of limestone on the sides here. That's because I cannot build limestone wall over here. It can't support the weight. So we covered the spots we could so that they won't try to light it on fire. And that's just how it's going to be until we get to moisture pumps. Yeah, so in practice, how this works is we yank up little bits of pollution, like a spot like that big at a time. We drop all the baggies under a Pollux tree. They rot, they drop their pollution, the tree slowly absorbs it up, and we repeat that process. And I've got 2 of the trees so far. We can get up to 3 of them naturally. Any more than that, I've got to buy them from people, and they're pretty rare. Ultimately, eventually, I'll wall these off. But with the weight capacity of both trees being none nearby it, there's no rush to do it. They can probably honestly just sit out there and be left alone. Now, the other downside is as these packs decay out here, they can trigger infestation. Anytime they decay, they can trigger infestation. The infestations can get pretty bad. I would argue we're probably good to light this up. Make sure, who is our researcher? Yeah, Illicit. We're probably good to wake up Anomaly. I wanted to wait till our food was stable, and our food's been stable for a bit yet. We'll get the Anomaly going and begin dealing with that. Alright, the monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Illicit NZ thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Illicit NZ focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow into Illicit NZ's vision. But the surface isn't changing. The power begins to uncoil in the empty space around. Black shape forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. Keep focusing. Why Black Hill? Just because dealing with not being able to build on all of this is awful. Okay. Nah, genuinely it's because I enjoy doing challenges in this game, and I prefer to do challenges that are more based around, you know, creating an environment that's rough or some constraint that's difficult to deal with. Okay, and this is basically just telling us that, you know, the anomaly stuff is available. As the monolith twisted and changed, Illicit NZ is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, she understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Illicit NZ is convinced she can learn more, given the time to study the monolith. Cool, so we are now officially at the point of anomaly stuff going on. Bioferrite extraction will be our first target. You're more of a casual player. We have some fun, but you love stuff like this? Yeah, so I definitely used to do like 500% naked brutality, ice sheet nonsense back in the day. And I've had a fair number of wins under those conditions and all that. But for me personally, I kind of got tired in the way it makes the way you play the game feel very samey after the while. That you kind of have to lean on a lot of the stronger strategies, so you feel kind of pigeonholed into, you know, being a bit more min-maxy on your bases and all that. Versus I really enjoy playing and like Strive to Survive, so I can come up with ridiculous challenges and all that. Is 500% Ice Sheet, Naked Brutality even possible? Yes, technically you can do 500% Naked Brutality Sea Ice, which is even harder than Ice Sheet. That one takes a lot more finesse to make work, though. Okay, so we'll put that there. We'll put one door going over here. Alright, so we got a Harbinger tree sprout. That's good news. So we can go here, create corpse thing. We'll go to your zone. And I do not want you to put animal corpses there, but everything else is fine. And this we do not want to be a home zone, because those trees cannot burn. Don't care. That's insane to you? Yep, you can absolutely do it. Shrink that zone, we don't need there. So this is going to become our kitchen. And then what will happen after that is we will make this area over here our freezer. So let's cancel that tile there. And we'll go orders here. And that'll be mined through, and this will become a freezer. Somewhere around here we'll make a space for it to have the actual freezer parts in it. And then on top of this, we're going to need to go over here And start making places to keep the things that go bump in the night. Actually. Do it this way. Right now, those will be off-center because later I'll give them the stronger doors. And we can go ahead and put these here. And those will be containment for our anomalies. If you find that tough, it's not but too much restarting to get around that doesn't fail. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna shift all of this down. Those don't need to be that big. Because that'll save space. Sightseer revealed. With no flow right there. Get inside, please. Get inside, please. Start trying to move. Keep running. Hilaria, get in there. All of you, get in there. Small child, my bad. The rest of you who are ranged, get back here. Okay. So I don't have a place for it yet, so we're just going to leave it on the ground there. Oh, you're non-imminent danger. Go poke it. Make sure it doesn't get back up. Yeah, it can get really minutes, like we're all saying. Oh, yeah. Kind of forget that rituals exist. Oh, yeah, the rituals are really powerful. And we'll have the proximity detector. That'll be for later. You wish the sites... Well, that's not what I want. Start trying to run over here. I was hoping you'd break away from them. Just try and get there in time. You three just intercept. Clara, you keep running to try and spare yourself as many hits as you can. I probably should have turned and had you fight at the beginning. Thank you for at least going down finally. I was starting to worry you're just going to get killed. You need to get there pretty fast. Okay. So you got scratched up pretty bad. We're gonna run up with Noaplo's also messed up. Noaplo, unnatural heal them. Our doctor is Night Dweller. You're gonna run up here as well because you're gonna just patch people up as able. Yeah, so they didn't like their weapons. Their ideology forbid their weapons. So we'll start tending to you. Noaplo, you still get up here. Because we'll use unnatural healing to try and help out Kalaria Star real fast. Alright, get out of the way. Unnatural healing. Oh, I forgot unnatural healing just fixes all of it. You go rescue Kalaria. I forgot unnatural healing fixes all of your injuries. Like, it doesn't heal them all, but it instantly bandages them all. There's a good chance our person with unnatural healing is probably going to get an infection. Because we are just trying to rush bandage them up because I didn't realize they were running around bleeding everywhere. So I want to get them patched up before that's a problem. Food binge. Okay. Cool. So medical treatment needed on you still. Where are you, a night dweller? Okay, you're already on the treatment. And Claria Star's already back up. Good luck finding your equal in there. So get your weapon back. You're patched up. Noplo's one of the most danger. Most likely what we'll do is if they do get an infection, which is very likely being in tropical swamp, and then patching out. There it is. Oh, nope, that's not the one. Yeah, so what we could do with this is, in the event that Noplo gets an infection, we will use the breach health or whatever it is. It's also an ear injury, so worst case we can amputate their ear. Alright. And it would have been nice if we could have taken advantage of some of those site stealers and put them in here. We're just not there yet. It'll be fine. So you're very unhappy because you have an awful barracks, ratty apparel, disturbed sleep, slept in the ground, slept in the heat. That's all fine. How long are they here for, by the way? Active 12 more days. It's actually a long time. I'll definitely need to do more to tidy this all up. Let's go ahead and get someone to be a bit higher priority on the hunting. You. Okay, insane ramblings, which is totally fine. That way what should happen here is once people are done with their primary responsibility... Oh, that's not convenient. You're winning against your infection in a big way, so that's at least good news. Yeah, this is the bad 10, but that's about what you expect when they're standing there. I probably should have just let it expire, but eh. So you still haven't gotten an infection yet, which does surprise me. You might actually get lucky and not get an infection. So what should happen is pretty soon we should start hearing someone firing off a gun at the raccoons and raccoons and rats and all that running around in there. Clear them out so they stop eating our food. Not that we're particularly short on food. That said, I still don't want them eating it. Okay, we'll put that there. Get ourselves some light for what will become our kitchen. Join offer on Speedy. Abso-freaking-lutely. No question about it. Because Speedy here is a nimble jogger. They're only a child, so they're not going to really be good for melee for a while. But Speedy Jogger, I'm willing to wait. So let's go ahead and draw a name for our new Speedy Jogger. So we got Siren Simulated. Welcome to the colony. Alright, so that means, Siren Simulated, you are now restricted to Area 1. You're not allowed to... Oh, right, that's up to the pollution area. Right now I'll just restrict you to Home Zone. I need to make an area where you can't step outside the safety of the area. But with that being a thing, let's go here to Furniture. We can go here, get you a bunch of chalkboards, get you a pair of chairs there. We can also go over here to Recreation now. And we'll get a pool table set up in there. And then after the pool table's done, we'll take those down. We'll put a poker table down here. Medical emergency on you. I'm surprised you're still running around all this time rambling. Give me more to 7%, alright? 55%, that'll do. You'll live. They've been rambling for like 60% of their infection. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to say, I'm sorry, that's Siren's bed now? That's just the way this goes. And then meanwhile, let's have a little talk here with Siren. Because we're gonna start converting you. Alright, it's not gonna be a very fast conversion, but we'll work on it. We've already got most of the bedroom floors smoothed out. We're working on getting the walls and all that done. Yeah, you're solid. I'm actually very genuinely surprised that we got lucky and NoUpload did not get an infection. I figured being that long, being, you know, open wounds and all that, that we were just basically begging for it. Here, go ahead and grab a poor quality bow, at least for the interim. Better have you armed poorly than not armed at all. That said, we're gonna try and keep those two out of the fight as much as we can. Maybe what we'll do is once we mine this out, we'll figure out how big of a room we can. We'll make a little barracks down here. Yeah, so that'd be too narrow of an area. What we could probably do, though, is make another route through the area. Actually, you know what? We don't need that. We'll just leave this the way it is. Maybe, you know what we'll do? There. Just make the freezer a little bit bigger. The freezer's already going to be unreasonably large, but with us having a pollution map, the freezer gives us a place to short-term store pollution while we wait. And are you ready for 10 more bags? Just about. Okay, so let's look at our pollution, see where we're going to clean up next. I could probably go and say pollution removal this area. And that'll probably give me 5, 6, 7 bags. And then we're just going to slowly clean up all the area internal here. Once I've got that all cleaned up from pollution, then we start worrying about going, okay, we want to expand to get the geothermal in here. All right, well, you know, then I need to clean out this area. I want to get this inside my defensive perimeter, so I'll put an area out here and we'll clean up the pollution around there. We'll just be clawing away at the pollution little by little. So let's change our zone 1 real fast. To include all of that. All of this. So you are offering to join. No. The answer's no. Slothful slowpoke or slow learner? No, we're good. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so we've got all the internal area contained. And I'm going to go out here and I'm going to say, do not consider the area outside the perimeter as safe. And the reason I'm doing this is for when we have pollution concerns and all that. That we can manage and all that. Okay, looks fine. So schedule. So you're restricted to Area 1, because as a child, I don't want them running out and some random predator going after them or whatever. That's the colonist we send out to tank the first volley of mech turrets. Yeah. Yeah, when you have that colonist, it's just no good. We're on the middle of an ad break real fast, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be right back here in a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Or whatever. No wonder I couldn't pronounce. It's a made-up name. So it's Ashley or whatever. And in fact, it's actually Ashley. That, for the record, I have not seen this. Like, I've seen the intro screen and that people did it, but I have not. This was actually just a very funny coincidence. You know for a fact it's actually Ashley, but she had to add the extra letters to make herself feel better than everyone. And this is an impronounceable mess, so, you know, Ashley it is. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Yeah, it takes a very long time. It takes a very long time for the zombies to die from that. Zombies want your ice cream? Yeah, it's a bummer because usually you don't find food at the beginning, or if you do, it's like one minor thing that's not worth anything. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And plus we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. So my hope is I'll be able to snag a Hi. Nightmares. Alright, take it easy. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare that variable of a type integer. And we're gonna set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Alright, and we are back. Yeah. Yep. Never trust a tree. They're always out to get you. For those new to the channel, there is a whole meme about trees on the channel. That just for playing Project Zomboid, that trees are nothing but trouble and nothing but bad news. And it's just become one of those channel things. Alright. So we are getting lots of cotton now to start making clothes, and bioferrite extraction has been researched. We'll do entity containment next. And keep that moving. And we're getting all our walls smoothed out for our bedrooms to make them all nicer. I guess I'll plan to put one more bedroom down here, maybe. Armored tree sprout, love to see it. Yeah, so we can make one more bedroom down there. Because I think this will end somewhere around here, so we should be good to fit one more bedroom in that area. And this will just be like the residential wing of our colony. Let's see, what's behind that tree? The list of the top 10 the list of the top 10 possibilities may surprise you. They're all zombies. Yep. Alright, so we've got the Gore Hulk Assault. They'll head straight at us. I didn't even realize we already pulled up the stone chunks that we're covering here. We're gonna try to use these. One thing to try to be better about this time. So security, limestone. Okay. I'm going to put a fighting point there. A spot there, and there's nowhere up here. So basically I'm going to get myself like one or two positions that, if a fight kicks off... Here, actually, let's... Basically give myself a couple of places that, in the event of a fight, I can run people over there and give myself at least some cover. That'll be a later problem, but that's the whole thing. You popped away for a little, and you're in the colony. You're an excellent colonist in the making. You are a nimble jogger. The only downside is you're a child right now. So one day you'll be a very strong colonist. We just got to get you to be alive long enough to reach that point. So you took a hit. It's a toe hit, so we're not going to worry about it. Alright, you two switch positions there. Okay. Get everyone out of here. We're not going to worry too much about them. Because just unfortunately, so far with these, I don't have a containment room set up, nor a good room to, get them all sorted out. That's fine. So medical attention, you got one little injury there, and you got one. Both of you took toe hits. Okay, I mean, sure. Please patch them up. Both of them took toe hits is what happened. Yeah, so I'm trying to get myself just a little bit of cover out here. There's really nowhere... I mean, there's one spot. Yeah, it's about the best you're going to get for cover out there. We'll definitely want better once we get moisture pumps, but in the short term, that'll be a bandage. Yeah, no, the good news is you're already 12, so you're pretty close to becoming an adult. Join offer on Emmy. Emmy is very neurotic and capable of dumb labor. We do need a crafter, and you got some heckin' social and all that, so I'm gonna say yes. We are pushing our luck on what the colony can handle so far as people. We just don't really have bedrooms for everyone and all that kind of stuff. But that's good news. Let's go ahead and get Emmy named. And that'll be Scooter. And your schedule is all good. We will get your work assignments fixed, because now that you're actually going to be sticking around the colony. So you two can have hunting added to your list. Actually, you can have it added to your list as well. You can both have low priority on mining as well. But now you're going to probably be... I mean, you're going to be basically our crafter who also... Yeah, so you're basically going to be a second crafter who also operates as a researcher. That's good news. We certainly need to get better weapons to a lot of you. Bulk good trader. Now here's one thing we can do to help. Stockpile out here. Expand that. Storage, clear. Blocks. Storage. And we'll go to blocks in here and say no. It'll deal with the steel soon enough. Like, you want Jared Colony? Great, welcome to in. Quick question, are you good with using a sleeping bag? Hey, I mean, they've been here the whole time. If they weren't good at using a sleeping bag, they haven't been paying attention. Okay, so let's see here what we've got. So, I've got trace amounts of leather we can give up. We've got a worn out face mask. We've got a worn out shirt. Get rid of those. Do you have the stuff to make medicine? You do not. I am disappointed. For wood, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you 5,800 wood. We're not going to be able to do that. Let's do however much amount it takes to basically take up a bunch of your money. Let's go for the flat 1,000. Good enough. Except, don't go anywhere. We'd like to trade you again. And I'd like to give you a present. How do you feel about 4,800 wood? You know what? You drive a hard bargain. I can do better than 4,800. How about that 5,500? You know what? You're not quite allied. Let's go ahead and talk to you one more time. What can I give you? I need to get 4 more points. How would you like, hear me out, a bunch of corn? Oh, I needed 1 more point. One more trade, my bad. I'm sorry. I shorted you slightly on that one. How would you feel about another 200 corn? 200 not enough? You drive a hard bargain. 400 corn. And we've got our first ally. And we got a bunch of junk out of our inventory. Look at that. You can actually see the shelves again, which means I can go in here real fast. Not that shelf included. Link these shelves. Storage. go to blocks. No. Steel. No. Uranium. No. Okay, and that'll work. And just like that, we got rid of an overabundance of wealth and an overabundance of food. All right. And let's take a quick look-see at how much our wealth probably changed there. It probably actually doesn't dip as much as you'd think, because like a stack of wood isn't worth that much money. But that got rid of an obnoxious amount of wood. And part of the reason I did that is most of that wood was just going to sit outside and rot. If I need more, I can chop down more of these trees. It's fine. You are upset because serious pain because of back pain. You know, got everyone running around building all those fortifications for us. Which that's just going to give me places I can run to for cover. One thing I ought to do is put a little wall here, just so if I get to this position, I don't have to worry about anyone running through and getting cover there. And they gave us a little extra silver. Cool. I live with that. All right. And eventually we'll expand out of the mountain as well. All right. Oh, we got the ancient danger up there. We won't worry about this area. I forgot, we got an ancient danger right here to deal with. Meanwhile, we need to go to you. I got multiple people to work on converting, so we're going to keep chipping away at the child since we already started that push. And then Scooter's at maxed out, so we're going to take some work to get there. Are you also upset because of the bow? Right. My bad. Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit before they're going to be able to be armed. We're going to have to change their ideology, because it's like minus a huge percent just because they're using a weapon they don't like. It's fine. There's also the possibility that we just get more advanced weapons soon anyways and not have to worry about it. No point in having a melee child? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm going to keep the kid out of the fight as is. So I'm not worried about one way or the other. Okay, we also want to go to ideology. That's fine, I'll put that there. And there was nothing else production I needed right now, right? No, not really. Like, the art bench will be nice later. Alright, so Mad Rat. Stop running farther away. I want the rat to stop running away. Okay, so it should get in range to be shot now. Okay, so we got that all taken care of. So that sucks. You love archery and have bow in real life. Silly colonists not liking awesome things. Yeah, to be fair, while archery is a lot of fun, not the most practical in these types of fight. When on one side you've got a person with a bow and arrow, on the other side you got a person with a bolt-action rifle. It's definitely rough. They did kill it before it reached you, which not going to complain about. Do we have steel set to show here as well? We do now. Yeah, that's fair, yeah. That said, when I was a scout, I definitely preferred archery over going to the range with the rifles and all that. Archery was just way more fun for me. Alright, so we still got 10 components, that's fine. Okay, so dying self. That is one of the mods I actually get, is where they will dye their clothes. Which, it gives them a mood bonus. It's like a 1 or a 2 mood bonus, which is really nothing meaningful. But I don't know. I like them having it so they don't all... Like, especially if you're doing something where, It's really... You looking colony? Yeah. Like, if you're using just cotton where everyone is wearing white, I like it where everyone has their own colors and all that kind of stuff, just to be a little bit more interesting. Okay, unnatural healing is available again. That's fine. I don't have immediate need for it, but it's good that we have it. Like, that's the thing. I would almost sit here if we got this person offering to join Sam. I'd almost consider it because we could de-age them with ritual, even though it'd make a bunch of our people really angry. But I'd be able to fix all of these problems with enough time and unnatural healing. And they're definitely not a terrible pawn, other than the age. The age is a problem. Because RimWorld, once you get into the 60s, is just... RimWorld decides you're basically already dead. I'm honestly also surprised we haven't had anyone have the availability to hunting quite yet. We'll bump both of them up to just get that hunting done with, because the hauling and the cleaning will be there. Yeah, no idea why I was showing you with no audio. Minor break risk because serious pain. That's fair. Alright, we will be able to caravan. Twitch always has weird stuff going on. We're cleaning out all of the various animals that have gotten inside my perimeter so that we can have none of that crap in here finally. And just like that, no more animals inside my perimeter. They're all sorted and dealt with. And with that, we can deprioritize hunting again. And now we can go back to doing their normal stuff. Let's have you break this stuff real fast. Okay. And with that, we can fill in those tiles. And we're all good. Okay, let's also... Food binge, that's fine. Due to awful barracks, that's understandable. You're all stuck in there. We have started to mine out the next bedroom. Which we'll see where we can get to with all that. There'll also definitely be a point in this run that we have to expand outside the mountain, which is going to be quick because this is an ancient danger, probably in this area. We'll have this over here. I'm probably going to stuff a couple more rooms for the containment of spooky things up there. And then I could see maybe getting at our storage room over here. Well, actually need to figure out where I'm going to put the hospital now I think about it. I'd see the hospital being down here, maybe. Probably expand it out to be like that big or something like that with some stone wall and all that. That's probably something I shouldn't wait on either. That could start the hospital. Put a limestone block there. Then that'll be the hospital's area for the time being. You can put a shelf for the medicine down there. Okay. Oh, meanwhile, you need a door on that side. Still trying to convert Siren. We're getting there. Then would you say the hardest start, in your opinion, of course? I mean, Naked Brutality. Like, you literally start with nothing. Now, if you're talking about, like, zones, either Extreme Desert Naked Brutality or Sea Ice Naked Brutality would be the two hardest starts. For very different reasons. Like, with Extreme Desert, like, just managing the heat can be a very dangerous thing. In a lot of ways, Extreme Desert is harder than Sea Ice. Just because, like, Sea Ice, you can manage to do stuff to, like, get your heating set up. And once you've done that, you still have to deal with, like, the food constraint, which is your next big hurdle. But, it's surviving, avoiding freezing to death. But, like, there's a lot of things you can do to counter that. You can, you know, make some... Like, assuming you have wood, you can make fire. You can set up an electric heater. You can build on geothermal if you've got any available, that kind of stuff. But, when you go to Extreme Desert, your choice is passive cooler or air conditioner, and that's the entire list. And there's only so much you can do there. So it could 100% be an RNG thing that if you hit heat wave right at the beginning before your power's set up, you just die. So you've got to manage to get components, steel, and your electricity set up and all that before you die of heat stroke. And then Extreme Desert has the same problem as Sea Ice and Ice Sheet, where the amount of food you get on your tile is negligible. Okay, so I still haven't cleaned up the pollution, so we don't want to do more for those trees quite yet. We still have just the 2 trees? Yep. Food binge because low psychic drone, that's fair. Man was not meant to live in the desert, stares at Las Vegas. Yeah. Like, there's places we live in the desert that there's reasons for. Like, if you look at a lot of parts of California where people live that's in the middle of the desert, it's one of those things that the soil is so incredibly rich with nutrients that it's kind of one of those things like, well, this is a great place for getting food, but the catch is the water situation sucks. So it's kind of a thing you gotta just juggle with. But then there's places where we live in the middle of nowhere desert, almost in spite of it. Monolith study progress. Scooter's had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, she is unsure where or what it connects to. Scooter is convinced that by studying the monolith, more anomalous entities, she can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. Cool. You keep doing that out there, Scooter. Is Tundra start? So there. Oh, I'm trying to remember. There is a Tundra. Was Tundra modded or not? I know there is. What am I? Boreal. Yeah, like you want to start someplace cold and start, but you're scared. You're gonna get wasted effort. Yeah, I was gonna say Tundra, I believe, is modded. Boreal is one of the starting ones, and actually Boreal is one of the easier ones. That I would argue that Temperate Climate is the easiest, and then Boreal is second. And that's just because while it is really cold, it's very manageable as well. Give me your medicine. I would like your medicine, please. But yeah, for me, for like easy maps, I would say it goes Temperate Forest, Boreal, then Arid Shrubland. For like the three easiest tiles. Because when you get into like tropical jungle and tropical swamp, the frequency of disease is one of those things that people underestimate how incredibly awful it can be. And then Temperate Swamp isn't too bad. Pod Swarm. So you'd hit me with a 1... Okay. Yes. The answer is yes. One hive swarm is very manageable for this colony. It could show up in a place that they could break stuff that would be annoying. Like this room here would probably be the worst case scenario. That's pretty bad too, but that is a very manageable thing. So hey, you two expendable pawns, visitors, expendable pawns, you know what you are. You two get there, you're my next melee pawn, so you're gonna pop in here. The rest of the range, pop in behind them. Get into positions as fast as you can. This should be a relatively small attack. Yep, that's good. Stay out of it. Hey, Sam, I need you in position, friend. Nicely done, team. Meanwhile, before anyone gets too far first, Sam needs immediate medical attention, so Night Dweller, do that. You... Oh. Oh, it didn't survive. And Claria Star, go poke it. You have Tundra in in your game and no mods that add biomes. So I naturally want to say, are you sure you have no mods that change biomes? But I mean, I could be mistaken. I was pretty sure Tundra was a, Gotcha, it's in the wiki? I don't remember Tundra. Like, very genuinely, I just don't remember Tundra at all. And are you patched up? No. Are you patching them up? Yes. Okay, so we did get some pods have arrived. So let's go ahead into here. So you're going to grab the SMG, and you're gonna grab the legendary spiker. You can check your map and see. That's right. Yeah, no, so I just don't remember Tundra. Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I run Tundra. I couldn't tell you honestly much about it. Yeah, and I very lightly mod as well. So I'm clearly just not remembering it. But like I said, I couldn't tell you the last time I've run Tundra, so I honestly can't tell you. It is one of those things that, though, you have happened a lot where people will be like, what about this? And it ends up being a mod and they'll swear with you and all that. It's like, I thought I was going crazy, open your game to check. Yeah, that's the whole thing, like, that's the reverse of what happens normally. So what happens a lot in the channel is people are like, oh yeah, you just right click on this to do that, and you'll be like, that's not, like, that's a mod. And they'll be like, no, it's vanilla. And you're like, no, it's not. And then you'll show them that's like, oh, it is. It's a allow tool. Okay. That used to happen all the time. It was like 2-3 times a RimWorld stream, I'd have someone who's like, why don't you do this? And it's like, well, I don't have the mod. And you're like, it's not a mod. I'm like, it is. But yeah, no, Tundra, it seems like it is vanilla. I couldn't tell you anything about it other than it's cold. But I genuinely don't remember. Like, I don't remember it one way or another, which is usually a sign that it wasn't that interesting. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Like the, check to be sure wrong. I have to do that too with a lot of stuff as well. Like, there's some stuff that people bring up as like, oh no, I very much know, like, I'm very confident in this. And then you have other ones that you're like, I don't know. Like, with Project Zomboid, which used to be one of the games I played the most on the channel, I had people swear up and down, I can't tell you how many times, they're like, no, you can absolutely survive a zombie bite. Like, you know, there's some, and I'll always quote like a different percent chance and be like, oh no, there's a 0.5% chance, a 1/10% chance that you don't get infected. It's like, nah, it's literally in the code as a boolean that it says, are you bitten? Yes, no. If yes, you're infected. It doesn't even like have the infection thing. It's literally the true false on there. At least it used to be. I have no idea about nowadays. There's a cure if you press Q. Yep. But yeah, I still see from time to time a content creator will have someone try and claim that with them. And it's like, nah, man. Like, that was a rumor once upon a time, like, forever ago. And the reason it became a rumor, to be clear, there was a version of the game way back that there was a bug, not even an intended feature, a bug that one of the traits could give you the slightest chance of not getting infected from a bite. But it was a bug, and it wasn't there all that long. But because of that, this rumor still is a thing. If you remember correctly, a bite is 100% death rate, the others are gamble. Yes, so the bite is 100%, you're toast. You will not be surviving more than like a couple of days at the max. You could die from other things, but your character will not be alive in a couple of days. With a laceration, it's a 25% chance you're infected. And then with a scratch, I think it was a 7% chance. Choose the skill you want. Melee. Yeah, thank you. I will definitely, like, they only gave me one choice and they gave me the correct choice. I will certainly take for this one. And Brawler. My god. You've made it so I can't have the character good at anything else, but a nimble Brawler jogger with melee. My goodness. Hey, Hilaria, did you want to not be a melee pawn now? I could be rival a ghoul. The healing wouldn't rival a ghoul, but that is a thick pawn. So I only got one good weapon there. The downside is we haven't got your ideology fixed. So if I give you less chance I could die, sure. We'll definitely want Siren to pop in there. Right now, if I give Siren your Equa, Siren's gonna get all salty, be like, "This is a primitive weapon." Meh, 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 meh. That's an actual quote, by the way. Like, that's literally the way they talk. But 13 years old, but their biological age is 12. Don't worry about it. They're aging beyond their years. It happens. Why do we... Oh, do I need to actually cut down... Alright. I see what's happening. We ran out of wood because we haven't cut down any trees for a while. Because we sold a bunch of wood, then we didn't cut down trees. That's fine. At some point, we'll get the tree sowing, so you can just put, like, a handful of trees down here. It'll be fine. I mostly do that not even because of that whole thing. It's just so I can go out of my way to cut those. We'll definitely, as soon as we get the geothermal up, we'll switch over to using an electric stove. But that'll be once we do that. I'll also want to get advanced lights because since we're doing the anomaly, being able to have those advanced light is just the way you deal with nocturnal events. You just put out the giant light that covers this whole area. How are we doing in our anomaly research? Okay, so we're right about to get entity containment. So then we'll get the bioferrite shaping and then the disruptor flares. Let's drag you over to the right. I could see doing one of those for wood. You don't hope you mind me asking a question, but is there a way to counteract solar flares? No. The solar flares disable power regardless, so it doesn't matter if like what type of power you're using, if you got batteries or anything like that. A solar flare means no power. That said, like, honestly, they're not that big a deal. It is one of those things that if you're storing giant mountains of food and you keep having the solar flare, eventually you'll have stuff rot. But that's the whole gimmick, is they just knock out your power and there's not much you can do about it. Blow up the sun. Yeah, but they're super annoying. So I don't know about since Anomaly dropped. Low-key, Solar Flare used to be one of the things that caused the most performance problems in the game, which will sound really weird until you realize that just the way lighting has worked in the game, weirdly, when the lights get turned out temporarily, the game just does a bunch of calculations with the lights that it doesn't really know what to do with. So it's always like a big problem. That was a lot of friends of the channel were doing the whole tile challenge that I did the one time. And that was one of the things you ran into the whole tile challenge, is the lighting became the big performance burden. Oh yeah, no, if you have that whole thing where you just get too many of an animal, that'll kill your performance too. Oh, we didn't... I was like, man, we're just not getting that built. Holy crap, how big is that Ancient Danger? It's all the way like this. That thing's massive. And we're definitely not in a position to pop an Ancient Danger, so we're gonna have to rethink this this layout up here. So I could potentially go up this way. I wish here we can actually figure out where it is. Fun trick if you ever want to know where something is. If you notice where it's... Oh, is that two different empty... No. What is your shape, man? So it'll give you an X when there's nothing there, and it'll give you a spear shape when there is something there. So I know there's nothing here, but weirdly I go up just a little bit. So there's a wall here in the middle. Man, it goes all the way over there. That is a giant Ancient Danger. Alright, that's not my favorite. So... Alright, so refugees are leaving. Ancient Danger, more like Ancient Hunger. Yeah, actually, let's double check. That room might be big enough I might have to put a column in there. Quest completed. We've got that arriving. So I gotta check. I'll be right on the fence on whether or not a column is gonna be required to support the middle of that room. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and see here. There you are. Alright. Okay, and so for you, we've got the light leather still. I'm gonna sell the light leather. We've got worn out children's clothing. A limestone baby decoration. Okay. Cool, I guess. And honestly, oh, here we go. Nutrimine. Give me the Nutrimine. It's time to get her medicine on. Because with the Nutrimine, we can start making the medication that makes us immune to a lot of disease. And a lot of them are the more dangerous diseases on top of that. You'd prefer if the roof doesn't collapse on you? That's like trying to gauge how wide this is. I think we do require one column right there. I think we are going to require to have a column in that room, because I think it's exactly one tile too wide. That this space, I think, is almost precisely one tile too wide. Wifey. To never be sleepy? I don't know. I'm definitely someone who gets sleepy. Then one should probably sleep, especially since we have to wake up early tomorrow.
But you're numb.
I don't believe these things are related. Alright.
Don't judge.
Oh, I always judge you.
Oh, no judging.
No, I always judge you.
No,
That's how this works.
that's not the... Oh, my good stranger. Hold on. I went to do a pretty honest star. Puppy. That's not the basis for a healthy relationship.
Isn't it, though? Always judging your partner. Mostly harshly.
No,
No, teasing.
no judge.
Mm-hmm.
Like the opposite of judging. Compassionate understanding?
I don't know what would actually be considered the opposite of being judgy, like as a specific individual term.
Highlighting equus. Yeah, no judgments. That's love. You're so handsome.
No.
Not fair.
Oh, good. Sleeping sickness. And we got our medicine just in time for it. Darth Strider just randomly sometimes goes, "Can I eat insert whatever the thing that was said?" And half the time it's things that can't be eaten. Like sometimes it'll be like, "Can I eat the like verb?"
Yeah. I eat the action.
Yeah.
I self-fax me.
But yeah, so for those who missed, we would have gotten sleeping sickness, but we just made that medicine a minute ago and everyone took it, and that makes them immune to sleeping sickness. So we just didn't get it.
I have this.
No, I think you just are sleepy.
Is that not this?
No. The sleeping sickness, I don't know, would you consider that similar to like mono maybe? Where you're just tired forever?
Mono makes you so
It's something like that, where it's just you're like it's low danger for like killing you. It's just
yeah.
you got no energy.
Yeah. When I had mono, I would wake up for food. Not make the food. Someone else had made the food for me. Eat the food. Just doing that was so exhausting. I had to lie back down in it.
Yeah. Your body is like, I have had a full night's sleep. What is my energy level? E.
Yeah, it was awful.
Battery 2%.
Like just watching TV, it's like I can't even lift my head. I'm just asleep. Okay, well I'm heading downstairs.
I'll be down in a bit.
Remember the love.
I love you.
The love and the nice. And the no judgy.
All the judgies.
Yeah?
She's clearly tired. It's good. Me and her have to be up really early tomorrow. I'm still intending on doing a mostly normal stream. Like, unless a colony dies, there's like an hour left to stream or something like that. I could see ending early if that happens. But I'm going to intend on doing a normal stream, since tomorrow I normally stream, but I won't be. Because I'm taking the day off to hang with the niece and nephew and all that. Alright, we still need to work on converting Siren, who is running away. Hey, Siren is now one of us. So now Siren won't complain when I give them the Equa. Alright, so Calaria Star, drop your Equa. Congratulations. You've been promoted to not melee. And Siren now is melee. And I don't think we have any ranged... Oh, wait, actually we have an awful shotgun in here. We'll get you something better than that in time. And then the next contestant is to get Scooter converted. And then once Scooter's converted, we'll get them... Oh, Siren is not going to be using range, so we'll take that off. I forgot you actually had crafting. There we go. Alright. So we just have visitor. So one thing to consider here is it might actually be worth Siren's time to Nah, it's fine. I was gonna say it might be worth Siren's time to make their dedicated cleaning hauling person since they have Jogger. But honestly, I've got these two, and there are cooks, and they're gonna have spare time. For a while. Eventually they won't have spare time anymore. We could deal with that when we get there. Okay, and that's the hospital getting finished being shaped, so that's good news as well. So let's go pop in here. Put a torch on the wall. Put a limestone shelf here. Furniture. I usually don't use these layouts, but we're gonna change the layout here. It's not often I do the layout that's designed to be way more efficient on space, but in this particular case, space is at a premium. All right. So they left us pants. Cool, I guess. We can go to these ones. Those are now for prisoners. I guess we get to have chickens now. I will actually keep the chickens for now. So max number of adult males, 2. Max number of adult females. I'm gonna say 6. That probably will be too many. Well, now you want to eat the verb. It happens. Storage, clear, critical, medicine. There we go. Alright, so we got a basic hospital there. It's nothing amazing. We have what will be our freezer. Now that I think about it, I should have checked. Okay. That might be usable. You want to eat everything? I'm gathering as much. Yeah, I think this will work. So what we'll do is we'll move these shelves up here. And I will create an area up here, like a little... Hey, Sui, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Were you playing more Planet Crafter tonight? I didn't catch to see what you're playing. But for those who don't know, Sui, an absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Good times over there. Got some work done. Super sleepy, so ended up early. That's not a bad move. When you get the sleepies, it's usually a good time to call it a night. But yeah, so definitely check out Sui. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there. But, alright, we got a Manhunter pack of That is a lot of raccoons for this phase. Huh. More raccoons than I was expecting. Sure. We will have you all get involved up here. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's bottleneck it. Okay. Siren, it's time to earn your keep. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop this door. And for the start, we're going to go ahead and have everyone hang here. And it'll kill as many as we can on their move up. And then they start to bunch up, we back in and bottleneck them at the door.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Sway.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Sui. So I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So thank you, Randall Thor, for the continued support. Or as the text-to-speech says, Soe. Honestly, we could probably just hold it down. They came nice and staggered in here, so we didn't have to worry too much. Could you stop hitting that door, please? Well, Siren, you might actually not get to participate in this fight at the rate they're going. Are we going to get to hit one? Nope. Almost. Almost got to hit that one. Hey, you got to hit one. Is that all of them? Yep. I missed what I accidentally told them they couldn't. Can you eat the raccoons after dead? Sure, if you can make it happen. All right. So how are we doing in the pollution? We've got 5 bags under that tree. We got 5 bags under this tree. So let's not pull up any more bags of pollution for right now. The trees are at capacity. All right, so my thought here is it's gonna be a little bit weird on how we're gonna have to set up the cooling in here just because of the roof tiles. Because I do have a spot where I can leave the roof open right next to the door. So it doesn't give me a lot of area to work with too much. I could potentially change the way I'm handling this and have the second door up here. And then while this... Well, no, it'll still open up in a weird way. We'll wait till we get the rest of this carved out just in case there's a spot over here. But if not, what I think I'll do is I'll put like 2 ACs here, 2 ACs there, open up the ceiling in that tile, wall that off, barricade it, you get the idea. It'll be doable. Just kind of an odd position for that ceiling. But we can make it an internal freezer. Meanwhile, I want to go to limestone. Yeah, it is exactly spaced enough that I'm going to have to put a column there. Just the one should be plenty. All right. But yeah, so for those popping in, trying to figure out what's going on in our run right now, we are doing a toxic challenge. I just realized we hit an ad break, so I'll actually do that introduction after the ad break. We'll do that so we can start getting containment set up for the anomaly critters. And then Scooter's got their room, so let's go in here and get that assigned to be smoothed out. So with that room's the same as the others in that regard. So we've got rooms for everyone, because I've got, what, 8 rooms, we got 8 people. So we're good there. But I am going to need more rooms soon enough, and I don't really have space. So that's the point where we're going to start expanding beyond this. Oh, you can allow sewing and cutting now. And before anyone gets any bright ideas, we're going to grab we're going to first grab you storage. Hay, no. Storage, no hay. So that way they just dump the hay on the ground. And what do I have you set up as well, Scooter? Now, you're already set up to do what you can. Yeah, you're going to be a crafter. We just don't have enough to craft yet. Did we get more crafting yet? No, not yet. That's fine. Sorry about that. Alright, I still have plenty of that. Yeah, so we don't have enough people processing the crops yet to go with it. That's okay. They'll do the best they can in the meantime. And everyone's dyeing their clothes, their favorite colors. Eventually we'll get someone who can do art as well, and we'll start getting all the rooms colored and all that. We'll also get our advanced lights and everything set up. Right now, we're just trying to get the geothermal online. Once we get geothermal online, we've already got air conditioning learned, I recall. Yeah, so you can get that online, then we can start going for trying to do stuff. There's plenty of pollution you can eat. Yes, there is. Okay, so it's time for you. Let's go ahead and move that in here for now. And do a conversion ritual on Scooter. We have about a 75% chance of a positive outcome. Just shy of a 20% chance of a masterful. So we can hope for the masterful because we have a masterful conversion. Then Scooter won't get mad about equipping stuff like bows anymore, and we can get them armed. But now that we're out of the ad break, for those who aren't sure what we're doing for this challenge run, The challenge is basically you've maxed out the pollution, so all of that red, we don't like standing in that. It makes us very sick and unhappy. So we've got that as one big concern. And that was effective. I'll take it. But we've got that. And on top of that, it's a swamp hill, which means all that blue, red, and yellow, I can't build heavy walls on. So you get the idea. It kind of sucks all around of it. Yeah, it's a map full of strawberry jelly, yep. You just got an ad telling you that T-Mobile 5G to fulfill your life. How sad the world must be if that was true. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we've got all that being smoothed out. Let's also pop in here and have them start smoothing out the hospital floor as well, so that when we get sterile tile, we can put sterile tile down there. And we're going ahead and doing this. And before anyone goes, hey, did you realize it's actually more efficient to just make these solid shelves because you only take the movement speed penalty walking on them? I am aware. Also, I don't like the way it looks. And that's good enough reason for me to just not do it that way. Okay, so those are food shelves. You hate your mobile phone provider? I can't think of many people who are like, heck yeah, I like my mobile phone provider. I'm sure it's a non-zero number, but, you know. Let's see, one is a wrong way on the left. One is a wrong way on the left. I'm not seeing it. Oh, I see it. I see the one you're talking about. Means that one's probably also wrong. And link and paste. You have an ambrosia sprout. Oh, actually, it did sprout. Normally, it sprouts in my farm and we cut it down instantly. But actually, it's a one that would work. Imperial ship down. You are willing to give me a drill arm. So, okay. I mean, of these, I would take the drill arm all day, every day. I don't have a dedicated mining person. Try to remember what the other penalties of the drill arm. Yeah, so it makes you mine much faster. It slows down your movement speed and it adds melee damage. Okay, if I gave you that. So you craft. You'll end up crafting as your full-time job in the long run. Either way, I think we go for the drill arm, because 14 goodwill is basically nothing. And sometimes they'll win these fights without me even getting involved. Oh, that can go away. I don't need that zone anymore. Alright, so at 5 in-game hours till, we'll run our people over. I am hopeful that because there's nowhere they would need to run for cover, they will just start shooting as soon as something gets nearby. Because that's usually what gets them to lose most of these fights, is they will run over to the melee pawns to, get to cover for shooting, and then just get overwhelmed. As opposed to, you know, they won't use their guns, they'll just get into melee against someone who has a melee strength. AI be dumb is what happens. Alright, get everyone in position. I'm gonna assume they're gonna come from this side, just with that shuttle position. It's gonna be over here somewhere. Void curiosity, don't care. I've had that happen a few times, where a raid's supposed to show up for an event, and doesn't for some reason. I haven't figured out why that happens. It's not consistent. But, okay, I'll take my freebie. I knew it was that when I went to click on it and it didn't point me an arrow somewhere. So my guess is it tried to spawn the raid here, and for whatever reason was like, oh no, no, we can't load you in the water. And that's not even deep water, so I don't know why it does that. Regardless, I don't care. For the record, we have had plenty of actual raids on the tile, so it's not like the save is borked. It's just one or two of these events I've had that happen. Alright, so you've had the pod with the drill arm show up. Do I give it to Siren? If I give it to Siren, then it's worth making him do a bunch of mining as a priority as well. Which is not something he's good at. On the other hand, with Jaywalker, they are splitting their time. We probably give it to Jaywalker. We'll probably just give it to Jaywalker. So let's go ahead and just do that right now. Jaywalker. Install drill arm right shoulder. And then a night dweller. Get it done. Because it said there's like a 100% operation success chance. Chance of death on failure, 0%, that kind of thing. Which doesn't account for everything. Oh, you moved to the hospital. Did you stop doing it? There we go. That doesn't account for failures caused by, like, if Jaywalker has problems health-wise or anything like that. I want to see a drill arm on you, Jaywalker. Nicely done. Transport pod crash. You're not affiliated with any faction. You're mostly dead. An industrious jogger. Friendo buddy pal. I am here to rescue you. My goodness. Why are you giving me these absolute cheese pawns? Yeah, no, I realize you're a construction person. That was just it, is if you're doing construction and mining, a lot of times having one person do both means a lot of stuff doesn't get done. Unnatural healing in that one? Probably. That's probably what I am gonna do. Go ahead and take the kids' pants. We're not gonna use those. I need you to show up with stuff like Nutrimine, if you don't mind. I feel confident we could patch them up without depending on that. So you still have... Don't feed them tend. Yeah, I didn't, like, unnatural healing. I'm not gonna worry about it now. It's just not necessary. Everyone showing up is like 15 years old and all that. We've got like a lot of young people showing up on this colony. Yeah, no, they were bleeding fast, but that's because they had a head cut. One other question, would you rather be unable to ranch or farm? Unable to ranch. Like, as far as getting food, ranching is way less efficient from time and effort than it is for the, for growing stuff. And then by its nature, a lot of times ranching tends to require you to farm to support it. They recovered and decided to leave. Don't make me do this. So, really, I should be capturing this person. For the record. Oh, I really should be capturing him. Oh my god, there's bugs there. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer. For those who don't know Tim the Sorcerer, if we can get a shout out, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld. Definitely good times over there. Definitely worth checking out. Yeah, so I almost never take prisoners that don't raid me, and even then it's rare. But that is a really strong pawn. Industrious and jogger, and has a lot of passions, including medical. This is definitely someone who should be in our colony. Alright, go get in there. Hey, I was trying to be nice and all, but I'm gonna actually need you to stay, friend. It's nothing personal. Yeah, 3% fail chance, which means it's 100% we were gonna fail that. Okay, so let's convert them first and get them brought into the fold. Because they were also not affiliated with any faction. And how are we doing on our anomaly research? Okay, bioferrite shaping is going pretty well. We definitely need to get some anomalous stuff to capture. We haven't been getting that done because just splitting our time between everyone. Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. We're still smoothing out that last bedroom real fast. The other problem I have is, where am I putting this person? Because we're running out of place to cram bedrooms in here that they fit. Because I could definitely see potentially putting maybe a room or two over here somewhere. Because the Ancient Danger's giant. It's like this big. It's ridiculously large. If I could get a caravan to go up there and poke the door to let stuff out. The problem is, right now we don't have flak armor or anything. Which means whoever goes in there to deal with it is probably not going... Like, whoever's getting those first couple of hits in on them, there's a good chance they don't make it. So unless I get lots of expendable people or something, we're not doing it. Okay, so we got the geothermal. I think the next one we're going to go for is the advanced lights. Because we are doing anomaly stuff, so we got to worry about that. So if I go down here with power, and I say put the geothermal here... It'll pause that for a moment. And I'm going to go to security and tell it I want limestone all around it. Come on, be able to support the weight. This whole place is swamp around here, so it not being able to support the weight is a very genuine concern. Oh, heck yeah. It managed to be in just a spot where we can support it. Cool. And we'll also use a limestone door there. And tell it do not build a roof on top of it. I could do the hidden conduit and run it right into our base. Okay, that's a bit of a bummer, but not unexpected. We're going to go here and need to go structure, bridge, and build a bridge across there so I can put the pipe on top of it. Alright, and these are going to be containment rooms. So, for the time being, since we don't have the stuff for the really good doors... Actually, do I not have the stuff for the really good doors? I think I actually do. What am I missing for the really good doors? Oh, I bet you I need... No, I have containment. What do I need for the security doors? Research... Trying to think of what I'm missing for the giant security doors. I don't think it's any of these up here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's obvious for it. I figured it was going to be the entity containment was what was going to be required. But I don't see it under there. It's fine. Drifters need alms. You would like money. So what I am going to do is, for right now, since I don't have the security doors regardless, we're just going to put the limestone door there. And the reason we're doing that is for the security of the doors and all that. Like, what what benefit you get from it. It's based on the average durability of all your doors and walls. So if I put a wood door there that's really low durability, it won't do us much good. Whereas on the other hand, if I put a much higher durability limestone door on it, it'll be much better. And then we don't have to run into and out of those rooms way too often. So that shouldn't be too terrible. I'll probably want to go and yank up this barricade and move that down here if possible. Yeah, we can do that. So once they build that, we'll move the barricade down here and over there. Because that was meant for that southern defensive perimeter, but now we have this giant thing going in the way. That's not going to help us. Okay, we can now run the wire there. On the main research tab, it's labeled security door. Oh, I didn't realize it had its own research. It'd probably be in this area, I'd assume. Yeah, security door. That's fair. I won't probably rush that at any point. It'll be a good thing to get at some point. I actually have quite a bit of plasteel for this phase in the game to even set up a couple. But that'll be when we get tougher stuff later. Once we get this set up, we're going to start getting rid of all these torches, get better lights. We'll switch over from the fueled stove to the electric stove. Which, honestly, we can go ahead and put that on the to-do list now. Actually, how am I on components? Yeah, I'm good on components. Production. Oh, hey, in here, if you could not store fertilized eggs in there, that'd be swell. So animal products, no fertilized eggs, please. And storage, no fertilized eggs. And we can also go down here to egg boxes. Plunk down 2 of those. And just let them do their thing. And how are we doing on our pollution under the trees? So those are about to pop. And those are about to pop. And then we can pull up 10 more bags. It'll take that out of this area that we've got the chickens at. Let me switch that back to hay grass. They'll harvest and dump it on the ground, that's fine. It'll give me a little buffer. And then we'll start to get lots and lots and lots of chickens we can eat. Alright, Lardine, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Is there any other production benches we needed? Not really. I'm not going to worry about the electric tailor. Usually don't have to think about that much. We don't care about that. That was some gold way off in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I almost forgot. Keep you converting people. Alright, we almost have you converted as well. And then we'll be able to arm you, because then you won't get mad about... Well, actually, are you okay if I give you the shotgun? I know you get really mad when I give you a bow. Okay, you're still fine. We still want to convert you, but at least now you're armed. So move you over to the left since you have a short-range weapon. Hey, we got ourselves the 3rd Pollux tree sprout. Which is perfect. For those who don't know, this is how we're dealing with our pollution, is these trees slowly absorb pollution immediately around them and nowhere else. So what I do is I tell my people to drop bags of pollution at their base, and then as needed... Oh, actually I wanted that home zone, don't I? We drop pollution at the base of the tree, it rots into the ground, then the tree sucks it up, and then we go and pick up more bags of pollution, we repeat the process. Let's go and be ambitious and try and finish removing the last of the pollution from inside our area. Because that'll be 5 bags for this tree. The tree that's up here is about to be ready for 5 more bags. I'm gonna go next one. Alright, so next let's go for the sterile materials. And the reason I'm putting some priority in the sterile materials this early is I am going to, like, we are in a tropical swamp, so disease is going to be absolutely obnoxious. which is the reason we went for our medicine and the sterile materials very early. And how are you doing on being converted, by the way? You're doing okay. And they're all mad at me because they're holding me prisoner, and they're a disliked xenotype. Alright. Sure. So pretty soon we'll have that done. Alright, monolith study progress. Illicit NZ has made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden in the subspace structure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Illicit NZ wants to study the monolith farther to learn more. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. Keep doing it. But then what we'll likely do is after the sterile materials, there is a very good chance my next research is probably going to be microelectronics. And then we're going to go for the moisture pumps, the deep drilling, and the ground penetrating. Because I'm going to need those to secure materials as the run goes on. So the moisture pump is because we're in a heckin' swamp. So that's gonna be absolutely critical for being able to expand the base in any meaningful capacity. But the deep drilling and all that is gonna be. I have basically tapped most of the raw materials the map has. I got a chunk of steel down here and over there. And then I've got some up here, and then that's it. I got a couple more components over there. New lovers. Calaria Star flirted with a night dweller by making an observation about lunchtime. A night dweller was attracted as now Calaria Star's lover. Hey, you know what? That honestly seems like a genuine way you might romance someone. Be like, yo, isn't lunch the greatest? And the other one going, you know what? Lunch is the greatest. I do really like lunch. Now, what I don't remember is I didn't take the time in the ideology to check to see... Yeah, it's spouse only. Yeah, so when we get the chance to reform our ideology, we'll make it so they don't have to be, you know, married to sleep in the same bed. Anomaly, holding cell, or holding thing. There we go. So that way, the next time an anomaly attacks us, we can, if it survives, we can go and start putting in there to start extracting bioferrite. Because I like to give everyone who isn't a melee pawn the flares. To me, the flares are one of the single greatest additions in this game for just a utility tool that is abso-freaking-lutely amazing. Alright, just mine the steel veins. Just get them done. Mad monkeys. Okay, I mean, hell, those monkeys are already half dead from toxic buildup, but okay, if you want me to fight the mostly already dead monkeys, I can make that happen. Yeah, so we'll run out this side, since they all went that way. And done. You also like lunch. That's the thing. It's like, I can't imagine there's someone you'd be like, you know what, lunch is pretty great. And they'd be like, oh man, lunch? Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Lunch is terrible. Why would you ever say lunch is a good thing? I can't imagine running into a person who has a strong negative feeling about lunch. I could see a neutral feeling about lunch, but even that's a bit of a stretch. So like trying to, you know, woo someone by discussing lunch does feel like a pretty safe way of doing it. And squeezed one more area for containment back here. Alright, we got our first containment room built. Let's wait to build the doors, because we don't know exactly where this ancient danger is, and I'm kind of worried it's going to block a bunch of that. Alright, with that, you may build the geothermal, now that it's secured. And at this point, these barricades serve no purpose at all. Alright. And we can go to you, build, make 20 meals. And just like that, it is time to start wiring the whole base up. We now have power production. Drew party opportunity. I'll deal with that in a minute. So first we'll worry about all of that. So that way we get that online. Now comes the one that I've been dealing with here. Have we exposed... One second, I clicked out of the window. Have we exposed another place that I can get ACs on? I'm really hoping somewhere up here will be. I'm not confident on that, because this is our freezer. But I am hoping we'll have some place where you have the thinner roof. Worst case, I can work with that. I'm putting like an AC here, an AC here, an AC here. Wall that off, security, punch a hole through the roof there. And just have like our 3 ACs blasting that. That's probably plenty. But if I can get it where I can line up like 4 ACs like this and then wall off the end, that'd be nicer. Sorry. Meanwhile, we'll also go furniture, wall lamp, put a wall lamp there. Wall lamps here and here. Wall lamp here. Wall lamp there. Alright. So we're just slowly building out everything. We're going to go switch everyone off of the torches over to the electric lights. Get all that sorted out. Okay, you're ready for another conversion ritual on Scooter. As we slowly but surely get you converted over. Okay, so stop fueling and take it apart. Stop fueling, 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 take it apart. And we could also go down here and say power. Run it all the way down here, and we'll need to get lights for all this. So it's just big enough I can't get away with 1 light. So we're gonna go with the 2. Honestly, at this point, just zoom way out, stop fueling, take it apart. And we'll get all those lights on. We'll also need to go over here and say floodlight. Put a floodlight to cover that whole area. We can almost cover this whole area. Oh, and also... we can go power. Run that out here. Okay, so we're just getting all our lights all wired up and all that, getting everything moved off of the, Stop social fighting, please. All those moved off of the existing stuff. We could also go here and put just a standing lamp there. And we don't have what we need yet for the trade beacon thing, but that's fine. We could deconstruct that because we're no longer going to be using the fueled stove. And then once we get all the lights installed, we're going to change their lights to do, or change their colors to do all sorts of nonsense, because why not? I do think when we do open the Ancient Danger is going to become our ideology room. Yeah, so you just got some bruises. And you got some bruises. Not super worried. Did any one of our people have any? Oh, you actually... I totally missed that you had a peg leg. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're going to remove your peg leg. Because if we remove that, we can use unnatural healing to get you a new leg. Now, I can't remember if you need to recover from sedated first. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so it did get rid of your missing leg. Congratulations. And just like that, no more peg legs. So I think that's the only permanent injury on a character that isn't our unnatural healer. Yeah. And so we'll hit them again. I don't care if they get tentacle arms. They'll take the mood penalty for it, but all the tentacle arms give bonuses. And then we consider, for example, with Siren being our melee one, if we get the, tentacle whip or whatever, which gives them extra melee damage kind of things. Oh my god, there's so many chickens in there already. We barely started any of this. Well, they're all going to start starving. Boredom on illicit NZ. Sterile materials. So we're going for microelectronics next. Okay, so we can get rid of that. Reinstall you over here. Look at those chickens. Yeah, so we're gonna need to get more sources of recreation, like get a Oh, let's go for marble for this one. This'll be fun because we're only gonna be able to fit 3 seats around it, otherwise it'll interfere with the pool table. And then we'll get rid of that because these share the same recreation type. But we're gonna need to get a hold of a television or a telescope or something of that nature. Oh, why did you not smooth those 2 segments a while? I must have missed those. Oh, not you, that one. Yeah, still a little dark there. Just keep letting that go. Oh, I also need to, build lights for those rooms as well, because that helps with containment. Yeah, so we definitely need to get more recreation sources in here. One thing we could add as a temporary thing to help, we'll add a meditation spot. That's not going to do us a lot of good, but it's at least something. Oh, I just realized I don't have a light here, nor here. Because we need every room to have lights set up. Oh, you don't have power in there. We definitely need as much as we can for making sure every room is lit up because of dangers. I mean, I like anti-grain warheads. So you're gonna give me a toxic spewer, 5 mech nodes, a low and a high shield, 2 assemblers, a capsule, and a mini slugger. So we can delay. Oh wait, and you're gonna give me 3 janissaries? I feel like that should be pretty manageable, because... So, the only ones we're getting immediately is, this is the only immediate starting threat is the mini slugger, and then the mech capsule will have something inside of it. But I feel like with 3 Janissaries, I can rush it with them and, you know, bring my own people in as backup. The shields will protect it. Now, I would like the anti-grain warhead. I don't think I want to have an anti-grain warhead in storage for as long as it's going to take me to get mortars online. I'm doing it. The Janissaries have arrived, and there's the mechs. Okay. So are you asleep? So you're dormant on the get-go. So let's get in here. Let's grab absolutely everyone, because it doesn't have a proximity sensor. Not you. You stay out of here. You're our unnatural healer. Get to the right. So we're going to run everyone in here. Let's not... I don't know if it'll trigger... It shouldn't trigger until we're on top of it. But the plan's straightforward. I'm going to have our Janissaries draw the fire of the mini slugger and just try to open up with everything we have and kill it right on the door. That'll let whatever's sealed inside out. The Janissaries are intended to be the ones to take that, even if I had to run them in and make them punch it in the face, because they have armor. In fact, we'll put the Janissaries here, so that whatever pops out automatically decides to go hunt some Janissaries. Meanwhile, the rest of my people will put them just out of line of sight of this and try and run them in. Alright, so Janissaries, get in here, friends. We'll put you like that. The rest of you... I feel like we tuck you in over here. Maybe. Well, no, it's... There's not really a good place for me to do this. Let's go with the intention of killing the mini slugger just on the open. Okay, so everyone who is not Kalaria Star, there's your target. Did I really do that? Okay. Alright. So, you run up and punch it. You start running this way. I don't want you to be caught up in the firing range. Okay. You're on it. Get the Janissaries in position and get you all in position. Okay, and with that, let's bunch everyone up. You can go ahead and get out of here. You'll shoot that one. Because we want to destroy those before they have an opportunity to spawn everything. And nice and cleanly done. Destroy that as well while you're here. All right. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Pods have arrived. We got the plasteel and the anti-grain. Okay, so we now have ordnance on our property. So we need to go ahead and seal that away somewhere. I don't really have a place I'm super excited to cram that kind of stuff, but that I think we're gonna put in here, and we're gonna give it a limestone door and whatnot. Oh, and also orders, unforbid. And where did you drop that anti-grain? It's deeply concerning, though, and I don't know where the anti-grain went. Anti-grain warhead, okay. You haul that anti-grain into storage somewhere, just so it's not sitting out and about. Cool. So animal starvation on the chickens. I am not... I'm gonna punch it. That's, that's been my luck in a lot of these runs. So these should all get out of here, so I'm not gonna worry about that here. Let's, take you off crafting, because that's the only one that can mess stuff up, is, if they start crafting something and then they bail halfway through and that just sits around all the time. Hey, chickens. I'm about to make a bad choice. I'm gonna let you through here real fast, so you can go ahead and have yourself a little snacky snack. And... go, army of chickens, seek out food. Because I've got 5,000 food on hand. You can just have at it. Wipe everything out. Rare Thrumbo. We could have the very slight chance of taming them. And then meanwhile, close the doors. Alright, so with the chicken population, we're gonna cut you down to only 4 adult females. And try and deal with that. You are choosing a very long about... Oh, you're grabbing the one other baby chick. Chicken plague. Basically. Once I get the rest of this pollution pulled up where you can grow more, we'll be able to handle a bit more. But right now, I have just too many. I also have a ridiculous number of people who could do animal handling as well, so... that does help. Let's also go to the animals auto slaughter 1 adult male. Basically trying to keep that population rate of increase handled. Meanwhile, we can put this here. Because that'll be another containment room we can actually make work. But these are rooms it looks like are going to get cut in half. Which is fine for now, but ultimately not what we want. Yeah, the speed that chickens breed in this game is something else. But that's also why I could put the this pen on this side, is very genuinely by having this pen over here. If we were to have limitations on our food, I can keep it protected from the animals. All right. And I'm still just waiting to build more shelves, just until we get the freezer opened up to figure out where we're going to be able to put our coolers. Like I said, I can put them here, but it's really a bad positioning. All right, disruptor flares. That's the next one. Meanwhile, we're gonna go to production. It's anomaly, bioferrite shaper, furniture. There we go. Do chickens in RimWorld give eggs as food? Yes. So they'll lay eggs, as you can see the big pile here. And you can just, cook them and eat them that way. They also can be eaten as they, become adults. You can hunt, you can slaughter them as both chick or adult. But you just don't get much out of, slaughtering them as baby chicks. So you can use them for that purpose. They're actually one of the better sources for animal product so far as nutrition goes. But they're also one of the ones that's more notorious to do population management because they have a tendency to have their population absolutely explode. So very genuinely, if you ever get chickens or ducks, auto slaughter is your friend. Auto slaughter and you need to get real good acquaintance. Because it will be a problem. Okay, and you're right about to be converted. The next time someone talks to you or even passes by you, you're probably converted. And then we can start recruiting them. They were, was it Jogger Industrial? Yeah, Jogger Industrious. So that's the reason. That was a wrecked one, and we were going to just not kidnap them or capture them, whatever, but that is like, nah, man, that's just too good of traits to not do. Okay, we're going to need another shelf in here as well. Because we filled it up with, you know, medicine on there. And I'd like to get more medicine in there. Okay, so you're converted now, so now it's time to recruit you. So I'll take a little bit of work, and that's fine. Okay, copy settings. Link and paste. So that gives us a second shelf. Let's see, you're taming some rabbits to use as a food source. You had them zoned outside in their own rice paddy. Raid came by and wasted their triples against the bunnies. Thanks for sacrifice. Oh yeah, and that's always a fun when you have stuff like that. That you see that raid and they're like, they've got doomsday rockets, like, oh god, no. And then they, you know, shoot at some little chicken or, you know, rabbit or duck or like some random animal you don't care about. You're like, okay, sure, that's fine. Alright, we're putting down the sterile flooring in the hospital because disease is a major concern on a tropical swamp. Pretty soon we'll be able to get that pollution up there, and that'll help a lot too. Because it'll give me more space to grow stuff in. Honestly, for right now, I'm going to give them permission to put the corn here as well. I've got a ton of corn. It doesn't look like it'll matter. I don't think they're going to haul it over. It's fine. We can see that they're pulling out the pollution now. Which will let me grow more hay grass, and we'll get there eventually. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize they'll try and get out of the, that they'd try and get out of the acidic smog as well. All the chickens and moat, the acidic smog came over here, all piled into this edge here that's, you know, got roof underneath it, over top of it. Garland and dryads are good for that too. Yeah, and there's lots of things that are good for baiting out dangerous stuff. That's honestly one of the things worthwhile, is if you got something that's one you really don't care about, and someone's got like triple rocket launchers and all that, that's usually one of the ways you deal with it, is you send out like the animal you don't care about and be like, hey, you're zoned over there by those raiders, and just have them bait out the shots. I don't get many opportunities to do that because I don't get that many animals in my colonies that can do that. A fun one is to get turtles. It's more of a meme than that practical, but turtles take a lot to kill. So I can't tell you the number of times we messed with. I had one colony that had like the bottleneck, you know, as well as ones that's a crater, so it had like a little narrow passage like that to get into the map, and I made that a zone for the turtles to stay in. And so when stuff showed up, it took a while to work its way through. All right, 11% more, and then Scooter will be converted. And we're working on our disruptor flares. That's fine. I don't have bioferrite at all right now. We'll need some anomaly creature to come through. Where is the hay grass at? Because you're mentioning I've got a bunch of it. It's not in here. Where are you putting it? Storage? No. That's why the chickens are all starving. I've got all this hay grass here, and it's just... It's not even in their pen. There we go. That'll take care of the animal starvation, as they're all just doing laps, loading up the shelf, and the chickens are just obliterating all of it. Animal filth. Oh, it's considering that indoors. That's kind of annoying. So pretty soon they should run out of construction stuff to do, because we got our hospital all floored and all that. And now we can move on to that. One thing we can do... Change color. Volcanic winter, that's fine. Try a bluer blue. Okay, so that area is going to be blue. That area is going to be red. It's almost a magenta. What about that? That was honestly more red in my opinion. We've got that. And for these lights... How's the orange look? A little on the yellow side. Alright. We got mood coloring, so get everyone relaxed and calm and all that when they go to the sleep area. We've got kind of a neutral to a slight warm in all of the like common spaces. And then when we get back to containment and all that, then we just go straight up for the red, being like, this is the danger zone, don't mess around in here. Hey, Kid Karma, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. Oh, we don't have power run quite high enough. So copy color, paste color, there we go. And unnatural healing is available again. New recruit, excellent. Did you have injuries? No. Either way, unnatural healing on you. And we got a brand new recruit, or industrious jogger. So we'll go ahead and get that, and it will be lightning Equius. I probably mispronounced pronouncing that, but there we go. And you two will get the same schedule as everyone else. Work. You get to be our backup doctor. You're not good at it yet, but we'll get you there. You're not good at childcare, so you won't worry about that. You can handle animals as well. You can hunt animals if you feel like it. And you can moonlight as another person to handle that. And I don't think I have another weapon for you, unfortunately. Unnatural healing has healed your scars right up. So, surprisingly, unnatural healing will sometimes give you, like, tentacle arms and all that kind of stuff. And so far, we've used that, like, 4 or 5 times, and no odd growths or anything like that. So we're doing pretty good on that. Meanwhile, I'll put you on 4 for mining as well. 4 on plant cut as well. That's just, if you have nothing else to do, help with the mining in the colony. Okay. Sorry, we getting some nighttime chores? Nah, you're all good. Alright, so the acidic smog is gone. So we're good on that. Relationship. Okay, there's just someone passing by who's got a relationship. That's fine. What are you waiting on? Cloth? It's not super sure. Oh, probably the wood. Go and chopped up a bunch of those little scraggly trees. They're not worth much wood, but... Let's see, you remember once you raided a mining camp operated by Yetkin faction, at least half of them had drill arms. That camp must have been miserable. Yeah, alright, so we need to add structure here. So this is probably going to be a waste, but I'm going to use the uranium to build that wall. And the reason I'm using the uranium here is this is intended to be containment. So the average durability of the wall is important. That marble is 450. I could build a brick wall. Where do we even have a brick wall? Down here. I could build a brick wall of limestone, and that's 465. But I could have left the compact steel for the better, but if I put the uranium here, uranium wall is pretty solid. And that should help bring up the containment a little bit for that space by comparison to slapping more limestone down. With that said, we have another ad break going on real fast, so I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back.
Just take a left. Straight through. Oh, left. Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It sounds like
nothing.
we're by ourselves. Or it's
What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. I'm off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's really bad, that's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, destroy it all. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not. Oh, right. I am back. Good old Prison Architect. I am curious to see how Prison Architect 2 is going to be when it drops. It is one of those games that it could be good, or it could be one of those games that the sequel drops and it ends up being a big old letdown. And with that, for those who don't know, the developers behind Prison Architect very late on did sell themselves over to Paradox, which even before they did, you could tell they were pretty burned out on the game. They've been, they seemed like the type of developers who like to do a bunch of different games, but because of the wild success that Prison Architect did have, they kind of... You don't have much faith in Paradox right now? Paradox has definitely had a bit of a rough time recently. It's also a bummer that for those who didn't see, we need to put a bridge there. They Paradox was working on a Sims competitor, and they just announced, I think it was just the other day, that they're banning it. Is it a good game? Prison Architect? Prison Architect's excellent. Very genuinely, the graphics you see here in RimWorld were inspired by Prison Architect. Like, that is a thing that is, like, on the record that, they were very genuinely going, and, the RimWorld devs were like, hey, do you mind if we use this art style in our game as well? And Prison Architect devs were cool with it. Very, very different games, by the way. Very different games. Prison Architect is a prison tycoon style game. A really good one. You think it's funny you saw RimWorld first, so I thought it was the other way around? Oh yeah, most people do. Honestly, for like the big reason just of, genuinely speaking, most people, like there's way more people familiar with RimWorld due to its notoriety versus Prison Architect. With that said, Prison Architect also has a pretty strong following as well. Yeah, exactly. Art's been saying Prison Architect pioneered the pawn style, and if devs told anyone who wanted to take it, go for it. You're gonna smash random furniture, and scooters complete the site of the monolith. The structure of the conduit links to the void, the reality hidden underneath every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will farther open the conduit. With the channel open, Scooter believes she can reach through the link to permanently close the conduit or find a way to harness its dark power. Cool. Yeah. You've heard the art style compared to Terraria. Terraria is an entirely different art style. Very, very different. You didn't realize Life by You is canceled? Didn't have faith in Paradox? But The Sims need better. Exactly. So, to be fair, it was like 2-3 weeks ago that they announced that it had been indefinitely delayed, which usually means it's canceled. But they did clarify very recently, like, no, it's canceled. Paradox has been struggling a lot lately. They just had a lot of bets that didn't pan out for them, and stuff they invested in that, made money, but not nearly as much as they had hoped. There's been a lot of that going around, though. If we, for people who heard about Wizard with a Gun, well, that's not what I want to see. The devs behind Wizard with a Gun shut down their studio as well recently. So we've got a Tesser, we've got a Scyther, we've got the one gun here, and a high shield. So this is one of those things that I consider an easy to deal with problem. We're going to make a new zone. We're going to rename it to Danger. And I'm going to choose OK. Because I don't have EMP or smoke grenades yet, so that's kind of a bummer there. They've stretched themselves too thin. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. So what I could do here is if we consider the range... Alright. So danger, we'll say nothing in this whole area. Stay out of this area. Don't go there. And don't go here. And you could be like, wait a second, if you're going in that area, isn't that a problem? It would be, but what I'm going to go ahead and do here real fast is we're going to turn around and go to zones, manage zones, invert. And so with that, we'll take all of our people and put them in the danger zone. And what that means, we'll just leave that lower part of the map alone, and then sooner or later, someone will walk into it and get themselves killed. The Sims free play is horrifyingly disappointing. Pet, yeah. It is one of those things that I very genuinely was kind of like, okay, I would like, very genuinely, The Sims needs a strong competitor. In my opinion. That I very much feel it needs a strong competitor of some kind or another. Now you need to build a highway. For what purpose? Just get around the map, you mean? Because I'm not building any real highways. Oh, highway to the danger zone? I see, I understand. I get the reference. Oh, you still don't have a bedroom, do you? Look. I don't know where I'm gonna put a bedroom for you if I'm being real here. I could potentially slam a piece of limestone here. I mean, that would be a bit small. Most realistically, what's going to happen for a bedroom is I'm going to have to add... It'll be the first thing where I add more space on the outside. EA needs to be knocked out a peg or two. Agreed. Yeah, I believe it was highway to the danger zone. Master work chair. Cool. Yeah, so that's not going to be usable for this purpose. I could see putting something else back there. We'll see what that opens up to, and maybe this becomes some type of other type of storage. Okay. Meanwhile, we can convert you. So link these, storage, clear, critical, and we will go to mortar shells. That is the thing that goes boom storage. Waste pack problems? No. With this pollution? No. The answer's no, and that is the only answer. Oh, you know what we can do? I totally forgot. We can go to, where was it? Oh, biotech? Yeah, pollution pump. I totally forgot this was even a thing. So instead of manually picking up the pollution now, we can just leave the pollution pump. And I want to say it was one pollution pump's pacing was about right for the 3 Pollux trees. And unlike the moisture pump, which I have to tear apart and then build a new one, the pollution pump, I want to say you can yank it out of the ground, move it, and plunk it back down if I remember correctly. So that'll help a lot. How are we doing in power use? We're really good. I really wish they would get that mined out back there. Honestly, I'm still down to make that a containment room. We'll go here, cancel mining that spot out, because this is an ancient danger we're butting up against. That ancient danger is just huge. Like, very genuinely, the way we've got this ancient danger here, it's like this big. That is a big freaking ancient danger. Mad Toxalope. Okay, I can deal with that plenty fine. I need you to come over this way, please. Come on, buddy. Right over here. There you go. And sorted. I do wonder with the mech cluster, with the void enemies, what type enemies you can get to trigger onto and all that. That's fine. And I can build you two. And we'll mine that out. Oh, let's not do it that way. Cancel that one. Build that here. And I got a power wire running the whole way up. And I'll also need one more light covering this middle area. And that'll cover it. Okay. So that'll be our containment for the things that go bump in the night. So that'll be good. We got tattered apparel on a couple of you. Why do you have tattered apparel? Cloth face masks? We should have. We have plenty of cloth. Why are you not making more? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Kind of just snuck up on me. Do they mind any faster? The picks would start smoking. Well, yeah, no, the one Jay Walker here has a drill arm that we got from a quest. So we're going through that pretty quickly. Okay, so right now we're just mining stuff out. I want to get this air, like this is the one I'm really worried about getting cleaned up. Yeah, meanwhile, Scooter here, nowhere near as good at mining. You could remember you had? Yeah, no, it's all good. That's part of the reason I have it where it's just like, you know, just being like, hey, you're already in the queue. That way, if it doesn't respond, people are like, oh, I understand. Yeah. I think Jay Walker mines a little bit faster than Scooter. Just a wee bit. I'm glad I built that column. Because otherwise you could be running a collapsing roof in not too long. Shamblers approach. That is a lot of shamblers. Okay, let's see what the message is. Shamblers approach. 16 groups of shamblers are approaching some inhuman force. Reanimate these lifeless bodies and set them to murder. They will now wander through the area. If they see any human, they will attack. If not, they'll leave it a couple of days. If you capture one, you can study it. So if we're lucky, we could potentially get them to fight the stuff here. Well, that's gonna make those aggressive. I was about to be like, but I have to go out there and shoot something and get away with it. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that anymore. We, our visitors have awoken. Things. What did it say about a proximity sensor? Wait, what is? Oh, right, the proximity sensor here. Hey, Bentley, buddy, go inside, okay, friend? Okay, you can go back out. Bentley, buddy. I need you to go back indoors again, okay? So I'm curious if they will aggro over to the auto turret over there or not. Well, it sucks to be you, Tesser. Yeah, so good news is they're not chain aggroing over to me. So change our restrictions to Area 1. We're now staying indoors. Nobody steps outside, because honestly... that's a pretty respectable 14 Shamblers. A bunch of them did, like, well, I shouldn't say a bunch. A couple of them did get downed. But if we can get them to kill the auto turret, that'll be perfect. There's a good chance if it cuts across anywhere on this side of her base, they'll get aggroed by the auto turret. They'll probably be able to take it out, and we'll be able to mop up and maybe get lucky with that to snag one or two of them to chuck onto containment. Because all we need is one to get close enough to this to get aggroed with it. All the animals are eating all the corpses. Alright, build a little bit more uranium wall. Put that in the back there. Okay. Alright, so it does look like that's where we're going to be putting our freezers. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say temperature, cooler towards the middle. We'll say 4. Zone, remove roof. It won't work on both those tiles, but that's fine. Security, limestone, do this. Okay, they're all facing towards the middle. We will need to go structure. 2 limestone blocks there. And I'll put 2 here. And then the plan will be is once I get all that built, then I seal off that side. And that should give me enough to cool up. I was going to build literally all of those backwards. I'm glad I noticed that before it was too late. Cool. Cool side go out. Yeah, thanks, Vampire. I had already gotten, like, I'd already caught it, but it was just like, wait a second, because I've done that plenty of times where you do it in a hurry, and then you go, wait a second, that's not right. What I figure I'll go ahead and do is we'll extend it up there. Yep, no, you're all good. I just need you to step a couple tiles closer. And we'll see how you fare against the auto turret. Oh, they Angie. I actually think they'll be able to get in there. Nicely done. So it did wipe out more of them, so that's good news. Alright, so stash of goodies, we don't care. We won't be doing ship to the stars. I don't care about the logging camp. I don't care about the distress signal. Because we're at max pollution all around us, I can't caravan to something unless I absolutely need it. It'll just go really badly for me. Okay. And just like that, we're gonna pop that right there. And you've already unroofed that? Yes. And with that, we should have a functional freezer here in just a moment. Why are you not building that tile? Make that tile. And your temperature goes down to 0. Okay. And with that, we can start building a bunch of shelves. Wait, no roof in the freezer? No roof in this spot. So if you look at this, what we've got going on is this area is all roofed and cold, and then this, think of it as like a vent outside, so that this is unroofed and goes out, so all the heat blowing into this area goes out of the building, where all of this is cold. So if you look at the AC, cold side this side, hot side this side. So this area is going to be hot, all around it's going to be cold. And then we have the barricades in there. That way it can't be targeted by drop pod raids. Please do not sleep in the freezer. There's exactly one area in the entire colony that you can get hypothermia, and that's the one. Alright, we'll queue all these up to be mined when we're not dealing with what we got. Blight on the corn. Thanks, man. I mean, we're more than fine food-wise. It's just the fact that it's like targeting our corn. It's kind of like, thanks, I appreciate you're doing this to me. Orders. We're still restricted to stay inside a perimeter because there's just no reason to fight all of these. One good news about it, if we actually look at their health, they will start dying off. I would like to soften up one or two of them and capture them. We could probably make that happen. Oh. Okay, man. I mean, I was going to stay uninvolved, but if you want to just throw down yourselves, I'm cool with you randomly dealing with my problems. I was actually just going to let them wander by and not engage, but if you want to drop your weapons on the ground, and maybe give me a straggler to capture, I can live with that. Okay, so with that, no one's under restrictions anymore. Alright, so what's gonna happen is a Night Dweller. I would like you to capture the Gore Hulk. How close are you to dying? Oh, you're so incredibly dead. So go ahead and capture that. Meanwhile, everyone who is not a Night Dweller, there is one left. I would like you to rally and deal with it. Come on, down it without killing it. Down it without killing it. Down it without killing it. Well, at least down it. That's fine. And orders, unforbid everything. Yeah, so it's incapacitated because it had its spine crushed. Which means it's what I can put in containment and I never have to worry about trying to escape. Yeah, no, Shamblers will almost always die in you. The chances of them surviving is actually pretty low. And big part of that is because their pain tolerance is absurdly high. So there's just really not an opportunity for them to go. Its spine was crushed? Yep. Okay, so we can go here as well to Anomaly. Where are you? Not Bioferrite. Oh, we don't have the extractor that just sits there. I do want to go here and say... Entity, extract bioferrite. So I never have to worry about that thing trying to escape ever. It can't. It's incapable of standing, and it will never... At least, you know what? I don't think they recover. I don't think the Shambler will recover from a crushed spine. And little by little, we're getting bioferrite now. Oh, you died as I was clicking on you. I'm waiting for it to be like, Death Paul, you didn't fight these for real, try again. We could go ahead and do this. And I'll honestly leave it at that, and then the rest of this room... We'll start with this spot. Storage. Clear all. We'll set that to preferred for toxic waste packs. Whereas these ones over at the trees are set to critical. So that should effectively automate a lot of this stuff, because what'll happen is the toxic waste packs will get pulled up by this. We run them out to the trees when there's availability. When not, we run them into temporary storage in the freezer. You get the idea. I also appreciate that there was no consequences for me that all those people died. Cool, and they're getting all the Shambler corpses out of here. I just realized I don't have a machining bench yet, so I want to take apart the mechs for anything. Shred mechs forever. The rest of that we can leave alone. Alright, once we get the moisture pump and all that sorted, we're gonna drop back and get our machining table and, you know, all that kind of stuff so we can start backfilling a bunch of stuff. Oh, and I still need to attach the power out here. No, we don't care about that. Meanwhile, you're probably ready to do another conversion on Scooter. Okay, one more conversion and Scooter should be on our side. We still need more weapons as well. I could go... Oh, we actually got the bench. Yeah, I could make the nerve spiker. Man, I'm surprised we already got the bench. They must have dropped a lot of bioferrite down there where they died that I just didn't notice, because this thing would only give me like 12 and that thing needed like 200 to build. Yeah, so research. Yeah, bioferrite harvest will be the next thing after disruptor flares. Well, at least you went to sleep underneath the tree that cleans up the pollution. Alright. Let's see here. Where can I cram a bedroom in? Because this area is all... Actually, it's probably even out to here. This area is the Ancient Danger. So the only place I can see to, like, plunk down maybe 1 or 2 bedrooms is over here on the other side of Storge. Okay, so if we were to have a hallway back here, I can fit 1 bedroom there. 1 here. And then we could see what we could do from here. Like, maybe we'll put, like, more storage back there somewhere. It's also possible I might be able to fit more bedrooms up there. It's fine. And the other reason I didn't, continue grabbing or making more shelves is I'm looking at that's going, this is already going to be way past overkill for storage for food. So that'll make it so it's way more manageable. And then once that's done, I need to go through and start cleaning up some other things. Alright, we're gonna go here and change that as well. Here, we can go here. Basically adding a place so they can eat at a table in there. Animal starvation again. That's totally expected. I'm not super worried about it. A lot of those are all going to... Yeah, we're going to have like 40 chickens all age up to... Oh, I missed that was still going. That's okay. At least we got way more food than we know what to do with. I didn't realize that it'd self-expand, because I remember before people told us, like, oh yeah, it'll automatically reset things to cut if you leave it alone. And it's like, that's not been my experience. Like, it tries, but it's so incredibly unreliable, I've not been able to use it. And this is just an example where I'd scheduled to cut, everyone's got priority 1 to cut, and it just got away with them. Luckily, we're sitting on almost 6,000 food, so I'm not in bad shape for food at all. Yeah, so you can see it re-highlighted on occasion. I just never found it reliable. Okay, so that now should get taken care of. Because it's got nowhere to spread. So I should just keep cutting it down till it's gone. That's the kind of thing, if you're in bad shape food-wise in your colony and you miss something like that, that's how you kill a colony on accident pretty easily. Meanwhile, we're good on wood for right now, so I don't need to worry about that as a priority. We got all that set to deconstruct. We've got... They already deconstructed the stuff up here. Okay. Meanwhile, I want to move out the... like, the secure line. Okay. And honestly, really the way this should be, if we're being fair. Structure, limestone. Here, let's... This will more than likely be a longer term holding spot. So if we do it this way, you get a better cover bonus from walls. Okay.
Thank you Kev KFC for subscribing for 3 months. Thanks to Randall for 1812 for my sub gift.
Thank you, Kravik, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 3 months, and saying thank you, Randall, for the sub gift. So thank you so much, Randall Thor, first for the sub gift, and for Kravik for subscribing with that tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate both of those, and thank you so much for that. And I do hope you enjoy yourself some advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the stream. I mean, access to the emotes. You have access to the stream always for free. Okay, so we have, like, no money. So what I'm thinking here is we are dealing with an overabundant population. So let's drop a bunch of chickens. So all these babby male chickens and all that, all of them can go right over. And it's only 300. It's not worth much. And honestly, they have a bunch of stuff I want, but not that I can afford. Like, getting the glitter world would make sense. Oh, and a bunch of them are also collapsing in malnutrition. But technically, I don't own them anymore, so that's not a me problem, that's a them problem. No, actually, it's saying it's still my chicken. Yeah, okay, because it's incapable of walking, it wasn't mine. That's fine, I don't care. Basically, we just got rid of a ton of chickens. They're not worth much, though. Oh, no. Wait, did it say collapse? Oh, no, malnutrition. I misread causes collapse. I was about to be like, what? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. A masterwork chair, excellent. So that's our prison. And I'll put a door there. Oh, don't do that. Hang on. You are not a prison. You're the hospital. You're the prison. So we're good there. And Jaywalker's trying so hard to build stuff there. So they got their chickens, but because there's not feeding them and there's nothing to feed them there, the chickens are collapsing. I'm really hoping I won't take a penalty for the chickens dying on the map. Because that would be a thing. You see you got the pawn to join us? Yeah. I'm gonna be really bummered if we lose allied with them because I sold them a bunch of chickens and then the chickens die. Because they had in their inventory food that the chickens can eat, so they're choosing to starve those chickens. I can't be held accountable for that. I say as my own chickens are starving, and I'm not dealing with it. Yeah, no, it didn't get penalized, so that works out for me. So I gave them the chickens and they get to keep some of the food. Cool. That's convenient. And then meanwhile for you, that should be it. That should be Scooter converted. Yeah, Scooter is now one of us. I think we only have one more point until everyone's brought over. Wait a second. It didn't actually use the conversion. We were running up to Scooter to convert them, and Illicit NZ converted them in passing conversation on the way to Scooter to convert them. Cool, man. I can get behind that. We'll make that room red as well, since it holds the boomies. Alright. I'll use the blue lights in here, I think. It's gonna need several of those. We'll need to run the power up through the middle of the room to reach all of them. That's fine. Okay. We'll hold that door open. And we're almost done in there, and then I get to change all the settings and be like, hey, all those things are piling up on that shelf. Stop it. Interesting freezer setup. It's just a mammoth freezer, and the reason we're making it this big and this much opening is I am going to put toxic waste in the freezer. So I don't really have to worry about too much. Yeah, no, anytime you got like a little pocket where you can open that up, you can make the ACs entirely internal to the freezer. Okay, take the damaged equipment. I got plenty of fabric, so take those two. Take the ambrosia. You can't actually afford the ambrosia, so don't take the ambrosia. Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay. I get those last two there. All right. Yeah, okay, so I can actually yank those up. How are we doing in power? We're doing great. So I am going to build a copy of that. Pollution. Let's plan to slowly start cutting into all this area. So let's plunk that down the perimeter. Gonna slowly pull up the, yeah, oh yeah, no, it's way more than I need for food storage. Stop going to sleep in the freezer. You have an entire colony to use. The freezer's the only wrong answer. I'm working on your bedroom. Deal with it. Are you sleeping in a tile pollution? Go down here, go back to sleep. Stop sleeping in pollution and all that. We're trying to get their bedroom online. Oh, we got more steel in here. I forgot about that. That's fine. Okay, so we can go with all that. Link, paste. And now all that steel and block and all that no longer goes in there, and now has to be dumped back outside. Okay, we're being attacked immediately from transport pods. Okay, so let's gather everyone up. So they did get scattered. None landed inside our perimeter for what I'm seeing, so let's go to our defensive point over here. I did see a drop pod over there. Ooh, actually, you got that one right there. Let's run here and see if we can't get into position to deal with Doctor. That's annoying. New plan, let's run down here to get in position for there. Is it only the 3? I mean, it is a drop pod raid, and usually they're lower numbers. I hit the pig and it ran away. I don't get why you get to shoot at me and I don't get to shoot at you. Let's scooch on over. Okay, and they are fleeing, so that's good news. Poor quality revolver is still better than what you had before, so congratulations, you're now armed. Okay, and you're the only one who took a hit. You lost a toe. We'll let them bandage that up for 2 seconds, because once they bandage it up so it stops bleeding, I can immediately turn around and just unnatural healing it right back on. Oh, would you look at that? That is so unfortunate that you are missing a toe. If only we could do something about it. Such as put it right back on. And you got a flesh tentacle, even better. And now we look at the mood and it's -6. Get this thing off me. Excellent. Just what we needed. Actually, really like those. They're really good. They give you more manipulation. So furniture. Even if your colonists aren't a big fan of it, your colonists really don't like having the flesh tentacle. But they just gotta suck it up and deal with it. No, the thing was, I think because they came at the diagonal, it was giving them cover. That's the downside with using those walls, is not as much usable line of sight, which I completely forgot about. All right, bioferrite harvester. Okay, new plan for the disruptor bench, or the bench. Disruptor flare, do until you have one of 80%. And leave that going forever and ever, because now every chance we get to get someone a disruptor flare, they're getting disruptor flare. The bedroom should be faster, the freezer's done. Well, the freezer's basically done now. So they're just getting that knocked out. And we're using marble for that, so we shouldn't have to worry about things. And that'll get lightning a place to actually sleep worthwhile. Oh, we don't have power down there. That makes sense. Close enough. Okay, I'll keep the 2 pollution pumps going. That should outrun the rate our trees can handle it. So it's one of those things that need to be careful about how much we lean into it. And once we get the bioferrite harvester, we'll be good there. We're almost to microelectronics, which is when we get our better research bench. For that, I'm going to want to reinstall you probably here. And then we could tear up that bench and put up the advanced bench up there. Okay, so we've got the next bedroom built. We also need to get power in here. We're going to do both those bedrooms. Cool. How did you two get in here? No, genuinely, when the heck did you two get in here? Alright, hang on. Look. This is not okay, friends. None got over there. Okay. That's fine. And we'll shoot the rat while we're here. Okay. Because I don't want critters inside my perimeter eating my food when I don't benefit from it. Because it'd also be my luck that I'd have my people there and it would manhunter pack with someone standing on top of it. It must have been something blocking the door for a little bit there that I missed. Like a steel chunk or something like that. Okay, we can build that down there. And build a light in here. And that's room for containing 6 creatures. Which would be more than enough for our needs. And then we can go and start work on smoothing out a bunch of this other nonsense. I'm immediately regretting doing these. I have to deal with that. I'm gonna have to just make it regular barricades. Damage transport from the Empire. They're willing to give me stuff I don't care about. The goodwill and all that I'll accept. Okay, so you did drop in pretty close. Oh, you are lucky that I don't think you can handle... You're lucky that I just really don't think you can handle the Ancient Danger. I am fighting real hard to not pop that Ancient Danger directly on top of you and take the loss. But I'm a little worried we'll get, like, a centipede or 2 popping out, and they'll just steamroll it, and then I gotta deal with your aftermath. Which wouldn't be a big deal, but I have no armor. I did not run up there to help you at all. My bad. I'll try to get there in time, but, my bad. And once again, they're ranged pawns running into melee. That said, they did okay anyways. They had 1 shotgun among them. That's good enough for me to give that to no upload. It'll be better than a bow. The best part is they died directly into the area where their corpses are going to be consumed without me doing that. Both the Raid and the Imperials can handle it? Probably, but they'll fight each other. And there's a good chance the Imperials and the Raid would wear each other down to nothing, and then the mechs would just, well, mechs or whatever's in there, just steamroll it like no one else. I think it was the correct answer to not mess with it. Okay, so microelectronics. So while we wait on that, we'll go xenogenetics maybe. And what I'm gonna do here real fast is Where's the research bench? Take apart the research bench. Don't delay. Just disassemble that right now. And go in here and do production. Advanced research bench. Move this over one. And you good for a minute? Yeah. And build that right now. Honestly, that means I don't need to go for the xenogenetics. Because now I can do is go to research. And I would like the... Oh, you need machining before I can do that. That's fine. We'll go smithing, then machining, then we'll get the moisture pump. Master research chair? Not worry about it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The having like a masterwork versus something else is not that big a deal. Or like just sitting. It helps. But like if we look at like, for example, the where's comfort? Comfort 1.2 versus a normal one is comfort. I mean it's 0.7, but eh. And the stool, which is good. We could certainly do better. Masterwork toilets? No such thing as toilets on the rim. You go in your pants, man. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I missed that earlier. And we need the door. You seen toilet mods before? Yeah, but those aren't real. Why breath masks? Because breath masks are amazing. Genuinely people underestimate how ridiculously useful these are. If you put the cloth mask on, congratulations, you actually get a decent amount of, reduction to damage. It's not a lot, but like 3 and 6% damage reduction, a little bit of temperature reduction and all that. Toxic environment resistance, 50%, and we are doing a max pollution challenge, so bam, 50% reduction to that. And even when I'm not dealing with pollution, the breath masks are cheap, easy to make, and just all around a good time. Highly, 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 highly recommend using them. They're also really good when you end up fighting wasters and they start throwing tox grenades at you. They do a lot to protect you. Oh good, a big pile of drugs. Thank you, Cassandra. It's just what I needed in my life. Let's see, you used those on a run, but you're frustrated by the durability? I mean, as cheap as they are, it's not that big a deal. Alright, bioferrite harvester, so that's the next one. Let's go for proximity detector next to get ourselves ready for revenant life. Tainted apparel thing is all. Use Dub's hygiene mod. I'm sorry. You like water management of it. You don't have to worry. Unless you have to worry about toxic water if you get toxic. Yeah. Spiritual sign. Oh, right. I need to make a room for your ideology stuff. Which I was going to make the ancient danger that, which is right here. It's taking up like the middle of this whole area. But we don't have flak vests or anything because we beeline to deal with the pollution and get our moisture pumps going. So I don't have armor and all that. We could probably less work with 8 toxic generators. Do you end up, in the end you need poison organs to survive? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing though. The difference between gas masks, I think gas masks are 70% resistance. Is there 70 or 75 or something like that? Versus the cloth masks are 50%. So cloth masks are already a really far way. Now that said, if you just stand in poison, it'll still kill you. Unless you go like to 100% resistance through the means you've just mentioned. but that's not what I'm worried about. We're doing a challenge run that very genuinely I'm going to be dealing with a lot of people causing me grief. And so that's kind of my way of working it, because to run out into the toxic waste to put the toxic things under the pollux trees and all that, and, you know, for the occasional fight out in the toxic waste and all that, I need some resistance. Otherwise, as the fight goes on, the toxic buildup gets worse and worse. It's not fast, but it is a compounding effect. Mad Toxalope. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so it's down there, so let's poke out over here on the right. Careful shot with a bolt action is just really strong. It sucks for, like, overwhelming numbers, but for picking off, like, one hardened target, just, like, getting the shots in there real quick is really good. Recreation starved. I know, I need a TV or something like that. I should have honestly researched that by now. We need to get ourselves a television or what are the other things. We can go ahead and deconstruct that, too. The other thing we could do is we could research Psi-T and start leaning in on that as an option. It's not my favorite because... Oh, I forgot there's a stockpile zone out here. That's it. One thing you could do. Don't we have... Disease gutworms. Cool. That's a good time. Oh, yeah, because he ran out. Alright, that's fine. You know what we can do? Oh, we can't. I was gonna say, you know what we could do is just cancel one person's gutworms and be done with it. No, unfortunately, we just used that on Saturday. Can't really lost a toe or something. I was like, yep, we're just gonna put it back on. Don't care. Meanwhile, I know I just built this. We had demonstrated the problem with this just by the luck of someone coming at diagonal. Flesh Beast Attack. Alright, we'll deal with that in a moment. Flesh Beast Attack. Okay. Bentley, I know I told you to go over there. New plan. You're going to go over here. You're going to go up here. You're going to cross through here. You're going to go over there. You can pop down here. More than likely, the whole thing will be settled before you get there, but do not go into that room all by yourself. New research available. Summon Flesh Beast. That's fine. Okay, so you... it's not really a good place to fight them from. You all try to mash in here as best you can. You get to the door. Why are you attacking the door? You've got perfectly... Oh, I didn't hold the door open. That's on me. Grab you. Cancel your movement. Did you get hit? Why are you being shot with a revolver? How are you honestly friendly firing from that position? Well, you get out of here. You're the one I don't want accidentally to turn. You should have been too close to be eligible for friendly fire. Okay, so undraft. Meanwhile, you have a billion injuries, I'm sure. Yep, so what we're going to go ahead and do... You still don't have the supernatural healing available. Never mind. You are going to go to bed right now. And a night dweller. Start tending. And we had a second doctor, so lightning. Start tending. You get to eat after you've patched everyone up. Meanwhile, are you going to die fast? No. So Jaywalker, go ahead and capture the finger spike. And rebuild the wall it destroyed. Alright. Alright, tend to that, and we also are good for Anomaly, Bioferrite Harvester, and get that all online. How's our power doing? We should be okay still. 90 watts. We'll get there to being a problem soon. Yeah, and that's just stealing components, so we should be good. Close that door as well. Yeah, if we get the bioferrite generators, we'll be really solid for all this. Yeah, so we entertain them by giving them some stuff to take. That's fine. Yeah, so proximity to sensor is the next one we want. We'll go ahead and start getting power wired in as well. Actually, we've almost got the power lined up where I'd want it anyways. I need power up here. Yeah, with that, I can put some proximity sensors out in the extremities of around the base to get an idea when something invisible moves around. Ultimately, it would be good to be able to go to like a couple locations out here and set one up. The issue is there's not many places I could build. I can't, because it would have to need to have enough room for a wall around it. So I could put like one up here. I could probably put another one over there. Yeah, I mean, I can get them kind of set up in different places. But the idea is to break up the map into like as small of sections as possible for when the Revenant shows up. Because then if I see it like run out this way, and I see the 2 or 3 sensors trigger along this area, I can isolate that it's over here, and then we can just go out hunting with the flares. Versus right now, if it walks out the door to the left, it's anywhere in this whole area, and down here, and up here, which is nowhere near isolated enough to realistically go out and flare it. That said, we also have enough people now, I could afford it to knock down a couple of my people before we start having to worry. Yeah, so Entity, you will try to escape every 2.5 years, and you will never actually try to escape because your spine's broken. You are in intense pain. Yeah, we're gonna have to find a place that we can make the ideology room. I could potentially just go down here and make like a standalone room. I really don't want to do that. If I have to, I have to. What was I gonna grow down here? Oh, I was gonna grow I was gonna grow the Psychoid so I can make Psi-T for a recreation option. I think I'm gonna hold on that though. Because we got other stuff that I think is an immediate priority for research over recreation stuff. There's the acidic smog. And how are you doing in your pollution? You're getting there. Smithing, so now machining is next. Yeah, so the gas mask is 80%. I thought it was 70-75, but 80%, so still. It is a considerable jump up from the fabric mask plat. Cool, so we're just gonna go ahead and put the barricades back. I had tore down those where I was gonna build those barricades because it's like, oh, you get better cover from the walls, which is true, but I forgot that diagonals are a real problem. That you won't be allowed to shoot at all because your vision is considered obstructed. We can deal with that later. But I want to get the moisture pumps online right away so we can start reclaiming some of this ground and do stuff with it. So I don't have to depend on wood defenses as much. Meanwhile, oh, we've already got that queued up to be smoothed out. And then once that's done, we can start smoothing out the hallway and the production room. Your days because intense pain, I can live with that. Yeah, so we're tired of social interactions, and we're getting bored of the other ones. So what I need is I need to get a... Oh, one thing I do actually need to do is MISC, orbital trade beacon, and I'll put the comms relay... we can just wedge that on in here. It's fine. And then the machining table could go down there. We'll need to make a bigger production room later. So what I'll do later on is I'll probably move some of the stuff into their own room and all that. But for now, if we get those two built, we can start trading with the ships passing by and get ourselves some better options. Don't care. Got people getting sick because dirty room, because people are throwing up in the room we do stuff. It's not really the butcher's table because we don't hardly have any animals getting butchered on any frequency. It does happen, but not enough to really care about. If we look at a raw food, I mean, there's actually an okay amount of meat in there. Oh yeah, you need medical treatment for your gutworms. That's right. You have food poisoning? That'll help. That's fine. Let's keep tending. You think this adds a small static amount of filth? Yeah, minus 15 cleanliness. Never really noticed that before. I do know it's worth moving into its own room a lot of times. I might even do that. I might even just shove it right there. And it could just live in the freezer. Because we don't use it enough that I really care that much. And I also don't care if this room's considered clean or not. And then later on, if I need a second stove, that gives me room for it. Yep, no, it's one of those things I usually don't worry about too much. The robber lair. So I can't really do this one, unfortunately, because we have max pollution around us. I can't really afford to caravan any real length. And yeah, eventually I can get myself to be fully immune to pollution. Thanks for random clothes, I guess. Okay. Having all these gutworms is annoying. We could go over here. Mine that in a little bit farther. And that give me a little bit more space for another crafting venture too. Major break risk on you, because why? Serious pain. I don't care about the chicken. It's because you're sick. And unsettling conversation, and we're missing the ideology stuff. The next time we have a big caravan that gets anywhere up here, or anything big from that matter that goes up here, we're popping the Ancient Danger. We're reaching that point that I actually do want the space the Ancient Danger is in right now. And without any armor whatsoever, I'm not super excited about popping the door and then potentially having like a centipede or into there, you know, one tapping a couple of my pawns real fast. Or open it up and have like the flesh beast thing in there where we end up fighting like 20-30 enemies all at once. Like in a pinch, if I had to, I can do it. But it'll definitely be one of those ones that'll be a pretty decent amount of risk. One thing I have done before, and it's been a while, is I've done where I've weakened up a section of wall, put an IED like right there, and then, you know, this isn't a good example, but, you know, down here, have a pawn where I go to fight them, they run to go to the cover spot to shoot, hit the ID, blast the wall, and then the enemies are right there. That's one way to dump it on a raid, but, we're not going to go through the effort to set that all up. You don't seem... Oh, it's because he recently extracted you, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so it's not going to draw out anything until it recovers, and I've already just taken you off of that? Okay. Yeah, so it's just until it's extracted that. You have so many things you're upset about. Alright. I don't need another light over there to cover the room, that's fine. You know, get the machining table up soon. The marriage is on. Calaria Star proposed lifelong commitment to a Night Dweller. A Night Dweller agreed and the two are now engaged. Aww. I appreciate that. That means I need less bedrooms. Once they get married. Because I didn't think to take the ideology and set it where they could get, you know, share the room sooner, so we're dealing with that. And I have been putting the effort into advancing the ideology. So, that's on me. Yeah, we've almost got all the pollution pulled up in here. Cool. I'll definitely need to do a lot more about getting these set up and moved around. I do like the idea of popping in there. So you're in a daze because recreation is unfulfilled. I do need... If we get... Oh, did you social fight and do like one hit on each other? No, you got a couple hits in. So gutworms are starting to get worked through. We've almost got machine learning, or not machine learning, machining. Afterwards, I want the moisture pump, then we'll probably drop back and start working on the flak armor. My only fear about getting flak armor before we have fabrication, which is usually how it goes, is it is really easy to run yourself out of components, which could be a real big pain point over time. I wonder... Okay, so proximity detector. We don't... The electro harvester's not particularly useful. We'll set serum synthesis for any advanced we get. We'll do avoid provocation next. Alright, so now with that, we need to go to anomaly. And I gotta remember how much power you actually require. 75 watts. And what are we at? Okay, so we're hitting kind of the limits on that. So, first one, I put right over here, towards that door. Second will be watching that door. So that covers basically the entire yard on this side. I'm gonna put that one over, actually. I know this is wasteful, but I'm willing to go and have to get more power set up to be able to isolate where things are much easier. So let me know if it's up there. And now let me know if it's up there. Okay, so that's going to be a lot of power we're going to be putting on there. But the idea is now I'll be able to tell if it comes in this door, if it goes in this door, if it goes in this door, like where it enters and exits. And that'll be able to mostly give me, like, be able to isolate to, like, sections like that big when we have a Revenant. I won't be able to really isolate it more than that in the short term, but we'll try and get there. The other thing is I believe you can uninstall and move those things, so I'm not super worried about it in the meantime. So we got machining. So let's go for the moisture pump next. Or we could go for the... We'll do the moisture pump now. So power is going to be a problem soon, and unfortunately there's no more geothermal on the map. So with that, we are going to have to deal with other options. Void provocation. Oh, expand. I'd rather... Actually, I don't know which one I have. So let's go for... messing where we can, you know, de-age people and all that. Start going that direction. Even though our people won't be happy with that, it is worth doing. We can also go here and order smooth the prison. Just let them work on that for a while. We need to go production. We will need the machining table. Actually, we'll turn it the other way. So production. Turn the machine table this way. Reinstall you here. Because then I can put one table here and then one table there. And we'll line those up. And then I'll be the room basically tapped in what we can fit in there. Which, it's very crowded. How are we doing so far as getting our backpacks on, by the way? It's not boding well. I haven't seen one yet. Oh, have we gotten none made so far? Boo. To be fair, we're just now getting the bioferrite production up, and I'm gobbling up a bunch of the bioferrite, making the proximity sensors. So that is a pain point. So I do think we're gonna need chem fuel production. Well, actually, all right. So what was required to? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the bioferrite generator. Oh, okay. New plan. We're going right for the bioferrite generator. I was trying to remember what anomaly I had to see to get. I didn't realize it's just in the base thing. That's good because that means as I put more things up here, we can get consistently bioferrite, and if we get the bioferrite generator, that could be like really I totally forgot we even had a volcanic winter going. That's fine. But yeah, so we can go and deal with a lot of that and help out. Yeah, that'll slowly build up Bioferrite. We're gonna need to get more things in here that are scarier. Alright, the gutworms are coming along, little by little. Medical treatment needed. Yeah, and we're getting the unsightly environment improved in all the rooms. We'll also queue up to smooth out the kitchen. Same reason. People spend enough time in there, they'll get mood penalties for like being an unsightly place. Okay, so you're stargazing. I need a trade caravan or a ship to come by. Because we get either of those, we can potentially buy ourselves a telescope. You know, or a television or whatever. Change to light color. Make it green outside. Why not? Actually, green I'm gonna mistake for toxic fallout. Purple? Sure, make it purple outside. Bulk goods trader. I don't think that's gonna have things we can particularly use, but we'll check anyways. Okay, so you're sick. I believe, Lightning, did you have high social? There was someone we got who had really high social. It was Scooter. So have you do the trade. Okay, buddy. Do you have things I want? Take some worn clothing. So you unfortunately do not have television or telescope. You do have books, though. And honestly, books for recreation right now, I can live with. Take the goat juice and the yayo. Take the ambrosia, take the trace amounts of leather. Is there anything else you can give me? Give me the components. I would like those. Actually, take that back. The Nutrimine. I'll take both of those. The Nutrimine and the components? Deal. Meanwhile, let's go and pop in here. We can go to furniture. Limestone bookcase. I know there's a bonus for putting in the same room as the research lab. But, at the moment, I'm just going to shove it in there. Oh, actually, not limestone. Marble. Okay. You don't have to read it outside. You know that, right? Okay, so start hauling this all back in. But that'll be good. That'll give me more of the medicine to make us immune to a whole bunch of problems. We got a bookshelf for our books. Storage, we'll say critical for books. So that way they actually put the books away in here. Those books will act as a new research. No breathing outside. Try to avoid as best you can. That's where the bears are. Alright. So you didn't quite haul everything in. So haul the rest of that, because we use that to make the stuff that makes us immune to a lot of diseases. And being in a tropical swamp, that's very important. Yeah, so we're cleaning up all the steel and stuff we can reach here. Hide in room because you're not feeling well, that's fair enough. Oxygen not includes a different game. This is oxygen not allowed. Exactly. You understand. I'm glad we're on the same page. So honestly, we're actually at the point here where I'm just going to queue up to smooth out everything internal to the base. So these little hallways and all that, we're going to get those. I'm not going to do... Yeah, it's fine. We'll do this room as well. I'm not worried about the freezer or this area because if they stand in the doors, then it'll be like, oh, containment is down, that kind of thing. But we'll get there. So everyone's just smoothing the floors and tiles and all that. We got a gray pall going on, which gives us a mood penalty. Alright, so good news is both these things are now starting to extract bioferrite. Let's check our power. Okay, so power is struggling. And that's before we built more. Man. So I think... Oh, right, we're moving towards researching towards the bioferrite generator, which is going to be advanced research, which we don't have yet. Yeah, I think that's the way we'll go. So we'll do that. We'll probably want the drills and the, drills, like the scanning stuff. Get that early on. We won't be able... Well, actually, I can't worry about that now because there's no way I can power it. I could go into making chem fuel out of biological materials and do that, which is not a bad option. It's a bit laborious. If I go with the windmills and... I was going to say, we could do the windmills in the giant farm area as one option. I can only really kind of fit them here because of all the lack of supporting weight in that area. Maybe I can fit them? Nah, probably not. But I can probably fit 2 of them there. So it'll be a bit restricted there because of the weight. Chris will randomly join. Okay, what are you bringing, Chris? What have you forced on me? Greedy, chemical fascination, and banished. Nope, don't need it. Try again. Greedy chemical fascination. They're going to be popping pills and getting addicted so fast it won't even be funny. And then they're going to whine all the time about someone having a nicer room than them or whatever else. Every time they'll get a spot of dirt and they'll be like, no, someone else's room is nicer. No. Nah, I'm good. Didn't matter what they're bringing to the table. They lost me on the initial offer. Because I'm also kind of struggling on space here. Oh, we got the machining table done. Alright, so with that, shred mechs do forever. So you can get rid of the crafting spot. We can make 1 round of EMP grenades. And we can start making simple helmets. We will eventually expand those to allow for bioferrite as well, but we're not there yet. That can also move to a different room at some point. I'd like to put it up here, but there's really nowhere to fit it. Honestly, for right now, reinstall the dyeing table over there. Because it's really not needed in this space. And we can reinstall this table over there. Install you down there. There we go. So, that one didn't get both of them on it, but that's fine. Everyone's got at least one of them, and some of the benches have 2. That's okay for the time being. And they can put a table here, and then we can fit 1 table up here somewhere. Combat supplier ship coming on by. All right, let's go ahead and get Scooter into negotiations. We most likely will not be able to afford anything, but we'll see. So take the knives and spears and bows and other garbage that we've got. Yeah, so I've got 16 bucks going their way. To go with my 76 bucks, I'm down to give them 2 shield cores. I want to save the last one for our own potential use. But that won't get me like a Zeus hammer or something else for the strong melee weapon. The bolt axe should be nice. I don't actually think that's necessarily worth my investment. Grabbing a shield belt now without having to craft it, I will do that. And honestly, with that, take the other shield core. And yeah, for right now, I'll go with that. Okay, so congratulations, get your shield belt. Infestation. So it's targeting that room again, which again we established before isn't a great place for me to have to fight from. It's too late to worry about that now. It is what it is. So we're gonna bunch everyone in behind here. Oh, you're up there. I'm sorry, I thought it was this room. Okay, I guess we just leave that door open on the way by. This is even a worse place to fight from. Grab you and put you down there. Get into position in a hurry. Where are you? Okay, you're almost in position, so we should be fine. Okay, you're gonna be really late to this party, so you don't worry about you get in position here. And then you get in position back here. This might be bold of us to do this. Oh, that is really not what we want. Crap. Reposition as fast as you can to get out of the way. That is honestly worst case, because now, yeah, I was gonna say, now you're trying to hold it entirely on your own. Just keep shooting as best you can. Okay, so I picked up Siren real fast. Unnatural healing. Did it? Please tell me it still bandaged you. Okay. All right. So we did make that work by just having a lot of shotguns and all that. That was pretty terrible though. I didn't think of the fact that it was going to spawn so close that it was just going to shove us over. The good news is at least Siren did manage to kind of hold their own for well. Okay, so for the people who got injured, Bentley, go get bandaged. A Night Dweller, go get bandaged. Illicit NZ, go get bandaged. You're in bad shape, so a Night Dweller, rescue them. And who is our other doctor? It's Lightning. That's unfortunate. So you pop in here. And meanwhile, we can go and say, hunt you. All right. So that was not well played. We honestly should not have gotten nearly that kind of damage. We are patching people up as fast as we can. Go grab your weapon. So you're getting patched up. We got everyone who's working on it as fast as we can. Alright. Yeah, no, it's what happened there was one of the hives here, and it spawned the two mega spiders out here, shoving my people back to make space for them. Which put the mega spiders directly on top of us, which is the reason I was like, that's worst case, was it took the most dangerous melee stuff and then dumped them on top of my ranged people. You're patching yourself up next, that's good. Bentley will be after that. I said Bentley will be after that. And the other good news was Siren started crawling out past Noaplo, so I just dropped the unnatural healing on them as they went by, since I figured like they had a heart injury, so I don't know what they were down to so far as whatever. They don't seem to have blood loss in a meaningful amount, but a cut to their heart was not going to stay down very often. Very long. Oh, hey, storage. Animal corpses. Not rotten. You need to get that out of the door before it starts complaining that our containment's not on. Okay. Meanwhile, you're back up, and your revolver got carried away. Should be in here somewhere. There you are. Cool. Hopeless nomads. We got 7 desperate nomads that say they were banished from their home. 7. That is a lot of nomads. Okay, so we're just gonna go here real fast and say you're for colonists now. And we will go to furniture. And that should be enough to accommodate them. I will accept it. There are no children among the ranks, so they're all going to drop their weapons immediately. Okay, do we have any ones we gotta worry about? So first, are you against drug use? Not that I have recreational drugs around here, I just don't, like, I want to know if I should be setting them to don't take anything. You know what, I'm just going to set them to don't take anything anyways, so schedule, assign, no drugs, there you go. And if we go, do we have any night owls in the group? Just so I know if I need to flip anyone's schedule. Oh man, there's a lot of annoying voices. That's a really awful group of people. Schedule, so we can go ahead and add them to the recreation pool just to do recreation whatever. And let's get one of them set up real fast. To just be like the general, this is what I want you to do. So we can copy that. Paste it to all of you. And while they move in, we can go ahead and set people up as needed to what we want them to actually be willing to do. Handling is fine. Handling is fine. I do not want you cooking. You're not going to have the tools to hunt. You're welcome to hunt. You're welcome to help grow things. You're welcome to help mine. I'm not going to have you craft anything. Honestly, I don't need you researching either. Okay. Alright. That's not going to be the best, but that's fine. That's what we'll work with for the moment. We can also go over here. We've not been increasing that by much. Start bumping the simple meals up a bit. We can go to the fine vegetarian meals and the lavish vegetarian meals. The fine regular meals, the lavish regular meals, Put the regular ahead of the vegetarian, and that's just because we were not going to get as much meat in here versus other things. Okay, so basically I've just queued up them to be able to make way more food. Because we've got plenty of raw ingredients for the food, we just have to actually make them. Alright, so we got a lot of injured people, so hopefully we get them back up pretty soon. Because yeah, like I said, I was tempted, because I was looking down here and said I don't have a good firing lane back here. And it's like, okay, I really don't have a good firing lane here anywhere. And so I thought about putting my people up here with the one in the front. I'm like, no, that'll be 3-on-1 melee, that'll be bad. Which is why I tried to hold here. Oof, the kitchen filth. Yeah, that's people running back and forth making an absolute mess. The hauling and cleaning should all start getting done soon. Here, what we can actually do is... There, we'll have a little bit of people doing a little bit of A and B. And that'll get that kitchen sorted out. Most of this is because of the infestation and someone getting sick there. Entity Slayer, because you are in serious pain. You know what, honestly, I could deal with that. That's fine. We will want to eject the contents and turn it off. Oh, you did both? I was not paying attention. I thought your thing stopped. Well, that's not as fine. I was willing to give up one of them just to stop, like, a bad mood break. I didn't really want you to kill both of them. That means my entire supply of bioferrite just dried up. And why are you angry? Body purist squeamish. Well... Fine, I'll remove your... Yeah, I'll remove your wooden foot if you're gonna whine about it. This operation will anger them. Then don't do it. So you're gonna complain about it. Will it be okay if I amputate your left leg? Okay, so removing their wooden leg would upset them, but don't worry, if I just take off the entire leg, it's fine. You're gonna botch that really bad, and I'm gonna let it happen. Alright, we could try that again in just a moment. A Night Dweller, you do this instead. Excellent, well done. I selected the arm? Yeah. It's interesting that because they're all scarred, it was like, nah, that's fine. Moisture pump. Okay, after the moisture pump, we need to get some other stuff going. Alright, so I could go for the deep drilling. We're gonna put that off. We go for the tube television for the recreation. I think the books have us covered in the short term. Let's start going towards the armor. So I can realistically deal with some of this fight. You know, you're all really angry. Low psychic drone, all that. You know what? Hear me out. I would like into this ancient danger, if you don't mind. Everyone else who's not part of that team, be on standby till we know what we're dealing with. I mean, be ready to intervene and help. What ideology are we? Right now, we're just Prolicizer. We're pretty bland. That's a corner. All right, new plan, all of you. Where I had you punching that wall, if I could have you punch this wall instead. There's nothing in it? Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to position one person by every one. Yeah, no, that's weird. I wonder if it's because, is this place full of pollution? Yeah, so it's full of pollution. I wonder if that messed with it in some weird way. Okay. So you're all gonna position by one of those, and my whole force is gonna pile in right over here. Ready to respond. And meanwhile, you, my friend, will be opening that capsule once I get everyone in position. Go for it. Perfectly done. All right. Oh, I missed that one. You get in there. You know, that's kind of a jerk move to pop that shield like that. That one got free right away. All shots on her. And just like that, sorted. Yeah, that's weird. Did you have any exciting guns? You did have a chain shotgun, which is definitely an upgrade for someone. Let's go ahead and have Kalaria grab that chain shotgun. And you go ahead and grab a chain shotgun. And you go ahead and grab... Ah, it's bio-encoded, boo. That's fine. You survived. So we're gonna strip the clothes off of you real fast. You go and grab... Nope, that's bio-encoded as well. Take the eye. Ooh, you are not wrong. But I don't have a prison right now. So let's go to furniture. Let's try and be fast about this. Jaywalker. Build the door. Then we can go here and say furniture, sleeping spot, and change you real fast to... Wait, don't do that until they build the door. On orders. Unforbid all. Can you use that shield? Which shield? Oh, you mean the shield that popped? No, once they used the shield, it was no longer available to me. Like, once you use it, it's used. Kind of thing. So capture you. It also just exhausted. So we did grab the armor we could. And then meanwhile, hey buddy. I don't feel like you should keep that eye around. You know? You are tending to beats. I'm sorry, but I'm actually gonna prioritize that, because we got a second doctor here. So where's my other doctor? Who's my other doctor? You. You're already treating people. Then we go to our medical tab. Any serious bleeds? Nah, 2 minor bleeds. Okay. Let's be quick and see if we can't get that cleaned up. In the meantime, this pollution pump, you are going in here. You got some work to do is what you've got. Yeah, no, it's interesting that that was polluted. A lot of times, interior spaces like that won't be. So it's not always clear when it will and won't. Nope, nope, I'm sorry. We need to try that again. A Night Dweller. I feel like the next time you do it, you'll have better results. And if not, I actually don't care. Getting the eye would be good. I'm not hell-bent on it. We're just going to give it a couple of goes. And then if they happen to not survive, then it is what it is. We'll just move on with our lives. Hey, would you look at that? Alright, friend, you are free to go. You were kind enough to donate the eye. And would you not beat up my doctor, please? Literally, you could choose anyone in this entire colony to beat up, but leave the doctor alone. Heat stroke for Ben Lee. Oh, it is really hot in there. I'm not super thrilled about that, but that needs to happen. If we're dealing with heat stroke, that needs to happen. Because that'll also be good in this particular case. Alright. And that was just enough to push the limit on our power. I knew that was coming, and we've been putting it off. So I'm going to toggle off one of the ACs in here. It's probably overkill to have the 4 of them. Okay, so that'll be fine. Slaughterer, you know what? Have at it. I've got so many chickens in there, you're doing me a favor. You know you're gonna die in there if you just sit there and, just chill in that poison, right? That's fine, I'm not too worried about it. Oh, we didn't even open that. Hang on. That's where the goodies come from. We have a mech. Yeah, skin hardening. I'm not unhappy. Oh, wait. You still have that there? Oh, right. It was bio-encoded. That's right. I got all excited. I was like, wait a second. Why am I leaving this perfectly good bolt action on the ground? Right, because it's not a perfectly good bolt action. Alright. Disease, infection on you. That is most unfortunate. I might feel bad about it. Not really, but I feel like I should, maybe. I don't. But you never know. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and deconstruct a bunch of these things. Because we don't need that around here. And this will be turned into our ideology room. So what we can do is where is it? Ideology. Yeah, steel's fine. Put that here. We'll grab this and build a copy in here. Delete that. Build a copy of this in here. Delete that. We'll get that all sorted. Yeah, no, I did see disease plague. Oh, that is so many people. Did we not make any of the new medication? Come on. That's really not good. Okay. So, Noah Plo could save someone in emergency, as can Illicit NZ. But that is like half the colony dealing with plague. All of those dots there are plague people. Night Dwellers shouldn't be patching themselves up anymore. That is so many people with plague. Let's... On that list, how many of them are my colonists? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it is about an even split. They've got 4, I've got 5. Alright. That should be manageable. If someone starts to fall behind, we can preach health them. And then if someone's still falling behind, we could slap them with an unnatural healing, most likely. Worst possible case, I can cryogenically freeze anyone else who's not making it, wait for unnatural healing to come back up, pop them out, heal them, you know, and repeat the process. Okay. And we got plate armor researched. That'll open up black armor. An Imperial ship crash yet again. I'll take the Goodwill this time. By that I mean I'm probably just going to let it do its thing. And completely ignore it. A Night Dweller, you good? Tina's on it, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just letting this sort itself out and not even worrying about it. Oh yeah, that big old group of... I'm assuming that's a group of Neanderthals, and they're gonna rush it and... Oh no, it actually stopped and fired first. You need to stop and shoot, friend. You need to actually drop them with your shots there. Oh, that's gonna be it. Once they get on top of these two, they'll sort of... Well, don't rush them. I mean, you were... the AI is so bad with ranged. So I'm just letting this go. It's fine. So, bio-coded. Bio-coded. Yep, that's fine. Unforbid. And no on the biocode. Let's also go into our storage in here and just real fast say, weapons. Do not allow biocoded. So we're not lugging all that stuff in here. We'll end up needing to deal with that. That was because, why is biocoded bad? You can't equip it. So these weapons, these perfectly good weapons laying on the ground, I can't use them. The biocoded, the only person who can use this weapon is Justina, who is one of the corpses laying around here. Disease. Okay, game. All right. That's kind of a jerk move, game. We're dealing with plague and said, what about flu on top of your plague? So we got most of the ones there. That's actually much harder to read. So you are winning on yours. You're losing. So that's going to be the one who's going to get the preach health. I needed you to get the pre-cello. Would you please accept the pre-cello game? Okay, where are you? Stop moving. Breach health. Stop moving. Breach health. Did you actually get it now? Thank you. No, get your butt. Okay. I need you to not worry about your frickin' book. You're dying of plague. Siren was.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You said you thought Siren was losing? Siren is winning on... Siren is losing the tiniest bit as well. I don't think we have any Glitter World either. So what we're going to do is the moment I see someone pops up with medical emergency here, if they're losing, we hit them with the unnatural healing. It's like everyone in this colony has disease at the same time. Tend to a night dweller. Starvation on you. Okay, medical emergency on you. Plague. You are losing to your plague, so no Plo. That's not available right now, so we are going to sit there and say, hey, not you. Someone who is not currently sick. I know there's like next to none of them. Carry to the cryogenics. All right. Medical emergency on you. You're winning just fine for right now, so rescue them. Because they can make it through all right. Medical emergency on you. You are winning. Medical emergency on Tina. You are also winning. Oh, you need treating? Okay, who is up? It's all three of my freaking doctors. Okay. So your treatment is already gone. So it's actually an okay tend, all things considered. You're okay for right now. Yeah, you're probably gonna make it. What about you? You've already developed immunity. What about you? You've already developed immunity. Jeez, man. Go grab your revolver. So stay on top of treating everyone. Confusion because of Alzheimer's, that's fine. And once you're done treating them, equip your gun again. Everyone here is just an absolute disaster. I'm a little bummed because we've been keeping the medicine up and it just so happens... You know what happened? They destroyed our workbench and I forgot. I forgot they destroyed the workbench, and when that happens, they lose all of the recipes that are queued up. And I also forgot we never did get the rest of this queued up either. Because we got raided while I was working on it. So we don't need the hat anymore. So I guess we're just good with that for now. Yeah, and this is normally my wrap-up point. I just missed the advertisement break earlier, and I didn't want to, you know, have the ads go and then immediately drop stream after the ads got off, because I would have felt bad about that. But with that said, I am going to be wrapping up here, because I need to be waking up in just a couple of hours to go see the niece and nephew who are visiting from out of state and all that good stuff. So as a reminder, there will not be a stream tomorrow. Normally there is, but this particular week there won't be. But I do hope you have enjoyed the stream. If you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow on the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching on TikTok and YouTube, those streams will be abruptly ending. Those here on Twitch, we will be finding someone to raid. So it does look like we actually got through this series of plagues. We had one person who's in danger, which is Siren here. We chucked him into the cryopod, which unintentionally putting them into that unintentionally going in here and popping that may have saved lives. Everyone else looks like they're going to win. But what we could do is when Unnatural Healing comes up, we could pop him out, heal him up real fast, and everyone will be back in business. So despite the fact that they tossed a plague and a flu directly on top of each other and hit all of our doctors, it does look like we're going to make it through it. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and end the streams over on YouTube and TikTok, and we're going to see who we can find to drop a raid on. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. And let's